think now we will begin to see players opening hands. Didn't quite manage to see who will be starting this game. I think that's going to be big in this series.
Yeah, whoever goes first is going to have the first evolution. They're going to have the first energy attachment. And when you're in a format with V-Stars and V-Maxes, those single evolution Pokemon that often need 2 energy attachments to really get going, it means that the player who gets first can often end up getting that evolution, the second attachment, and then going up by 2 prizes. You know, on turn 2, it is absolutely possible for a Hisuian Decidueye to just take out an Arceus really quite simply, or for an Arceus to take out a Pokemon V with just a little bit of help. So that is going to be really big. The coin flip, who actually goes first. But it's not just about who goes first. The setups are really important as well.
Absolutely the case. And Daichi looked like he had a mulligan, so Andre will get a bonus card here, which is another fantastic thing. As you said, the opening hands are so important. Both players are likely looking for their Arceus Vs respectively, as well as a manual attachment for turn, because their energy acceleration is kind of few and far between. You're really all in on using your Arceus to accelerate energy, so making sure you have an energy in your hand in the opening is massive.
Yeah, and there is, of course, that element that if you go second with the Arceus, just a double turbo energy, and you can be accelerating free energy onto your Pokemon V on the bench. But then you can't necessarily do that if your opponent has set up something like a Hisuian Decidueye. Is it really worth giving up 2 prizes to accelerate free energy? Sometimes it is, but that is a decision that needs to be made.
Here come the prize cards for both players. Andre has got 1 copy of Lumineon V in the prizes. Can be something that can be a little bit awkward, although Path of the Peak is often going to be in the game. But we are kicking things off here in the Masters Finals. We see the handshake, and it's going to be Andre who kicks off this game.
Yeah, against Daichi, we've got a big crowd behind us. There's a lot of noise, a lot of clapping. This is a little bit different to your average game. So Andre starting off there with a quick ball, going to give a chance to get one of those Pokemon V established. Probably an Arceus, you would imagine. Oh, does drop a Professor's Research, though. That would be nice to have turn 2.
I think it's an indication of a very good hand. Andre will be able to quick ball, look through his deck, of course, see what is in his prize cards. There are some important tech includes here. Notably, the Pumpkaboo that's actually on top of his deck right now is one to keep track of, to be able to remove a Path of the Peak from Daichi, putting it into play, because that's one hurdle that Daichi can do as player 2 here to slow down Andre from having an explosive turn 2. But right now, Andre's turn 1 is fantastic. He can access an Arceus V. I believe he has a Lightning Energy in his hand that he can attach here. We'll see if he has any other actions he wants to do. But right now, looking pretty strong. I think he even has the switch in hand for the following turn. Oh,
looking very strong. And one of the great things about this matchup is that even though that Bidoof, I think it's fair to say, not the biggest, strongest Pokemon around, it's not really being threatened from a KO from Daichi, and you're going to want to evolve it next turn. So Andre's potentially got that turn 2 Bibarel on the board, potentially got that turn 2 Arceus rolling as well. So not that much on the board, but certainly a very good setup as we go over to Daichi's first turn. And we're going to see if they've got anything coming here as well. And at least a quick ball to start.
Quick ball, pretty solid. Daichi is going to discard one of his memory capsule. He has no shortage of cards which aren't helpful in the matchup. It means he should have some easy fodder for his ball search cards throughout the game. Daichi's going to spy his energy cards. One thing about Daichi's deck list is he has so much going on in there. He has 2 Flight Energy, 2 Darkness, 2 Lightning. These are all important things to check in your prize cards to see what you have access to. Where can you be planting these energy throughout the game with your Arceus? Because it is so important to keep track of these resources. Daichi is going to take his time here and look at all of his outs. But right now, it's looking like a pretty strong hand. The quick ball could get him a supporter via the Lumineon if he's currently lacking one, or could get him some more Pokemon to start powering up on the board. And straight away, we are seeing a big tech card in this matchup that is going to be used by both players. It's the Hisuian Decidueye V hitting the board early for Daichi. I think it's an indication that he's going to look to try and get Trinity Charge this turn. Yeah, with a double turbo energy, Trinity Charge can be used on turn 1 going second, and that would be excellent. Really threatening that Hisuian Decidueye V-Star on turn 2. Daichi is just flicking that Path to the Peak there. Peak debate.
Yeah, thinking, do I put it into play? Of course, one thing we saw yesterday was both players bumping it off with the Pumpkaboo, but looking to do it like just for 1 turn and then re-establish it. We do see it coming down, and we then see a Marnie from Daichi. This is a really dicey situation, because if either player doesn't draw very well off this, Path to the Peak, they both play Lumineon and Crobat to try and get out of it. Does Daichi have anything?
Double turbo energy is huge. This is big for Daichi. You can hear the crowd already excited by the pickup. And now the Trinity Charge will power up the benched Hisuian Decidueye from Daichi. How will Andre respond? I don't think he has many supporters in his hand. I think it's boss's orders. I did spy an Ultra Ball, though.
Yeah.
So possibly some big barrel action coming in next turn for Andre.
Yeah, with no path to the peak, it's easy. You go for the Arceus V-Star, you've got Starbirth, jobs are good. And unfortunately, with path to the peak, that means no Starbirth. So you actually have to go for the Bibarel first to try and draw your hand up and try and get the Arceus in a roundabout way. And then you need the switch, and then you need the double turbo energy. So Daichi here has actually put Andre in a very awkward situation, but it is potentially draw-outable because of that Bibarel line that's being played.
Yeah, the alternative, because Andre also has Crobat in hand, he could simply Ultra Ball to find Pumpkaboo immediately, and then Dark Asset with his Crobat once the path to the peak has been bounced. So pretty strong hand. Andre has survived this Marnie pretty well.
Oh, and does actually have a double turbo energy in hand, which is very, very nice. Would need to drop a boss's orders, but that is something that, and actually there's two double turbo energy in hand. You don't really want to lose one of them early because they're so important for all of your attackers. It's really a deck which is one basic and a double turbo to attack with basically anything. But this is one of those situations where you do just need to get going, and you've called it, Joe. Get in that Pumpkaboo, we're going to bump that path to the peak, and then we're going to be able to play the Crobat, draw a bunch of cards, hopefully go from there. And I honestly think Andre's probably going to look to path to the peak to end the turn, possibly off of a Starbirth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an interesting back and forth for both players. Daichi loves having abilities on his own side of the board, but still chose to play the path to the peak to make Andre's turn more difficult. Andre, from the Marnie, has been able to Pumpkin Pit. He's going to get fresh 6 cards here from the Crobat. Let's see how it treats him. Don't see much. A lot of Decidueye pieces. I think there's a Marnie in there, but actually not too hot from the 6 cards. Marnie is usable, though, for a fresh 5.
I think that's got to be the play. I don't see anything other than Marnie there, which is going to do very much good here, unfortunately. I mean, Daichi's hand, when I spied it, seemed to have a lot of energy and not a lot else. Oh, no, there is a Luminion, so...
Currently live.
Yeah, if the path to peak was still in there, that would be a horrible hand. As it is, the path to the peak is gone. It's not a terrible hand, but now there's a Marnie coming down anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, this could put Daichi...
Evolution Incense, that's a huge pickup for Andre. That means we will be Starbirthing this turn. He's even picked up a path to the peak. So Andre now, he can find a switch, possibly even the barrel from his Starbirth, and then end his turn on a path to the peak. An excellent pickup from this Marnie.
Yeah, I don't think you could really have hoped it would go much better than this. You're going to have your Arceus out, you're going to have path to the peak back out, you're going to have your Bibarel there as your draw engine, and you're going to get the attack off with your Arceus V-Star. I mean, that is everything Andre wanted coming into this turn. Sure, you had to bench the Pumpkaboo and the Crobat to do it, but that's a small price to pay.
Absolutely. As you said, if you can afford to not play down the Pokemon like Crobat V, which are more vulnerable, more easy routes for Daichi towards the late game, you'd prefer not to, but it's clear that Andre has a much better turn now thanks to the 6 cards he saw from the Crobat V. Andre now going through the motions with his Starbirth. Switch is certainly one of his options. And based on his hand, he can either look to have a supporter card guaranteed for next turn or simply use the barrel here. Because he's actually holding on to Ultra Ball as well. Doesn't have many good fodder cards, but he can simply use his draw for turn as fodder for Bibarel later. So I wouldn't mind getting a supporter. The Bibarel is, of course, still a strong choice here.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking here, Andre has discarded 1 double turbo energy, attached 1 to Arceus, and has the last 2 in hand. So they can't be Ultra Ball fodder. There can't be a Professor's Research here. You can't drop another one of them in the discard pile this early in the game. So that does make Andre's hand a little more awkward because they kind of got to keep hold of them. But that's something to worry about next turn. Now we've got the Bibarel, now we've got the Switch, now we've got the Arceus, and we're going to see 180 damage and free energy attached to the bench Pokemon.
That Trinity Nova is so huge. We even see the re-establishment of Path of the Peak. As we are going to see 2 cards from the Bibarel as well. But Andre has had the perfect turn here. Starbirth often allows that, and it's exactly what we are seeing. And it's going to be putting some prep damage on Daichi's Arceus V as well, as getting a lot of energy out of this deck and start powering up backup attackers, most notably this Hisuian Decidueye.
And it is interesting to note he did draw the Hisuian Decidueye off the Bibarel there and got the double turbo energy in hand. So just putting a single fighting energy on there means that that V-Star is going to be completely ready to go next turn. Is he just getting 1 energy?
Yeah, so the reserved approach is interesting because there's already a lot of energy on Daichi's Hisuian Decidueye V. So if Daichi actually goes for V-Star attack into the Arceus V-Star of Andre's, and combines it with a Marnie, Andre would actually lose all of his double turbo energies that currently are in hand. So It's going to be a small window for Daichi here. You can see why Andre didn't want to pull many more energy out of the deck, because you want to have multiple ways to use your Decidueye. He does play a 2-2 line.
And here comes Pumpkaboo, Joe. Double Pumpkaboo early in the game.
Huge.
And a Professor's Research. Daichi's hand was awesome. We've got the Flying Pikachu to go down onto the bench. We had the Pumpkaboo to bump that path to the peak. Then we had the Professor's Research. Do we have an evolution? Oh, we do. We've actually got the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star already on the bench. Could just manually retreat into that and get a KO.
As well.
Oh, doesn't even have to manually retreat.
This is great for Daichi.
Yeah, this is
really
good.
Worked out well. I'd assume you will target down Andre's Arceus in one-hit KO. That's the whole reason why you are playing this Decidueye in the first place. Using the switch as well preserves energy to have a backup attacker online. I think there was even capture energy in Daichi's hand to have a manual attachment this turn. And yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is looking good. You got that capture energy potentially there. You're thinking, where's it going to go? Now, putting it on the Flying Pikachu is interesting because of the cost of Lightning Double Colorless. Yep. A lot of the time, you just want to manually attach those two cards. So this means there still needs to be two attachments to get that Flying Pikachu on the board. I wouldn't have minded seeing it on the Arceus, but then if the Arceus ever goes active again, then you are giving it up for two prizes. It is an awkward decision. At the end of the day, it's still an energy on the board. Actually chooses not to grab a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else actually helps him too much. Things that you've already committed energy to your Arceus V. You don't really want to get another one out just yet. It's always great to thin cards from your deck, but putting these on the board can have downsides. It can be easy prizes for Andre. And as we know, Andre plays 4 copies of Boss's Orders, so he is always able to hunt down these lower hit point V Pokemon. And
when you're playing cards like Bibarel, which can draw without playing your supporter for the turn, it makes it so much easier to play your non-draw supporters. So here comes the Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, uses that Somersault Feathers, goes and KOs the Arceus. I mean, this is another card that is guaranteed to be in the world's winning deck, which I'm willing to bet nobody called before the tournament, except for Daichi and Andre.
They were hoping, at least. Yeah, it's been a fantastic tech card for this tournament, and you can see exactly why. It's just cleanly KO'd an Arceus V-Star, and that's no easy feat. The weakness really helping out the base damage from this Somersault Feathers, which doesn't look all that impressive. But when you piece it all together, it's a fantastic include here. Andre going to lower his hand size with the barrel, going to discard a Flying Pikachu V and another Ultra Ball here. He's already got the attack established. You're going to be looking to 2-hit KO the Decidueye likely, or you're going to try and use a Boss's Orders this turn.
Yeah, Boss's Orders will work. There is a way to actually go and get a one-hit KO, but you would have to discard free energy from your hand, and that is asking an awful lot, especially in the early game, and especially with these decks that don't play a huge amount of energy. So, although it is a possibility, it's not what we're expecting to see at all. Far more likely to either get a 2-hit KO or a Boss's Orders.
Ooh, no supporter. Tough break for Andre. The barrel not helping him out too much, just a ton of basic energy. I think he does access another Arceus, which he could also think about putting into play here. But yeah, that's a really bad few cards.
Not ideal. I mean, Daichi here could, again, just ignore the Hisuian Decidueye as well. Could just go for double gusting to try and win the game, and then just kind of ignore that big, because that's actually quite annoying, quite frankly. It's not an easy one to go for. Interesting to note that with a double turbo energy, bringing Arceus down to 180 damage, that would still be enough to KO the Crobat. So that is something to keep your eye on as we go through the game.
I think Daichi's in a very good position now, especially if he has gusting this turn. He does have access to Lumineon, I believe. It was Andre who prized his.
Yes.
So if Daichi opts to go for a Boss's Orders this turn, he's got a very easy prize map.
Yeah, I like this one quite a lot. Here does come the Ultra Ball, so now we're going to see if Daichi's thinking the same thing we are. We do see the Ultra Ball. We've got a couple of discards. It is the Ordinary Rod's going into the discard, and the Arceus clearly doesn't think any energy or Pokemon are going to need to be brought back. And now the question is, are we going for the Lumineon for the Boss's Orders?
Could also be the Starbirth, of course. That is online.
Yes.
That could be even better for Daichi. Because in that instance, you could also continue to power up the Flying Pikachu. You would simply gust up the Crobat, take 2 prize cards, powering up the Pikachu. You could even evolve into the VMAX this turn if you feel like it's worthwhile, to make it more likely for you to just have the Max Balloon online.
I mean, I love the Gust in the Crobat play. I think that is absolutely what I would want to do here. Because the other thing is, yes, sure, you give up your Arceus, but actually, your Hisuian Decidueye is what you really want here, and that means that if Andre does ever bench another Arceus, that's a really easy gusting KO. So sure, you're giving up the Arceus, really, if you do this play, but you're also going up 4 prizes to 0 and accelerating more energy in the process as well, so getting that Star Buff would be good. It does look like we've got a Crobat coming into hand here, but there's no path to the peak in play, and there is an Arceus in hand already, so Daichi's got anything they could possibly want here.
Yeah, it's the classic Crobat first to see if you can get anything you need from the Star Birth for free, as we do see 4 cards being drawn for Daichi. Back up to 6 here. Don't spy any supporters.
There's a Professor's
Researches aren't ideal. You'd much prefer using Boss's Orders here.
Oh, yes. But you can just Starburst for that. There's no path to the peak in play. Daichi hasn't used his V-Star power yet. So, I mean, switch Boss's Orders, offer the V-Star power. We do see the V-Star power coming out here.
Yeah, I think because he's only drawn into a double Turbo Energy, he might have to search out another one if he actually wants to take the knockout with Arceus on Crobat. The alternative is you can just simply use the Decidueye this turn instead and not find any pivot options. You're just far less likely to have an immediate answer to a Flying Pikachu V. In that instance, and of course you're leaving your Arceus in the line of, your Decidueye that's heavily damaged in the line of fire for Andre to come back with his own Decidueye.
Yeah, I really want to take the KO with Arceus here. It works so well with getting that energy, and you're right. Needs to be borne in mind, double Turbo Energy does reduce the damage you do by 20. 1 on an Arceus is fine, Crobat's got 180. 2 on an Arceus is no good, because that brings you down to 160. With a Choice Bout, you would still get the KO, but there's no room for Choice Bout in this deck. No. There's too much already in here. They are some of the few decks we will see this weekend that actually aren't playing Choice Bout, because at some point you've got to cut something.
Favoring the memory capsules. Not something you see every day for certain, but there are 3 copies of them in Daichi's list. And we are going to see, I believe Boss's Orders was certainly one of the selections. I'm not sure quite what else. I think it was just a basic energy, so I think that does mean Daichi's eyeing up a retreat play here.
Yeah, I don't love manually retreating, getting rid of the energy, but I don't want
really debating it. You can see it's not an easy choice.
There are basically 2 choices, and they're both kind of good and they're both kind of bad. And you need to make that decision. You either lose your Hisuian Decidueye, or you lose some of the energy. Now that's an
that means you might be discarding some energy with the Hisuian Decidueye.
I think you've got to here.
Yeah. Currently, the base damage is not enough, and there is also a resistance on the Flying Pikachu V, let's not forget. So it has to be 2 discards for the Somersault Feathers in order to get all the way up to 220, minus the 30 resist. That's one way around it.
I mean, apparently there was a debate going on, and it was neither of the plays we were thinking of. That is a very interesting play, but it is worth pointing out the games yesterday did end up coming down to Flying Pikachu versus Flying Pikachu, and Daichi's basically saying, hey, wouldn't it be fun if only I had Flying Pikachu in that situation?
And the Crobat remains vulnerable. I think that's the most important thing here. It's just easily being able to get KO'd via either Arceus or the Hisuian Decidueye. So no matter what Andre targets this turn to attack against, Daichi will be able to have a means of using Boss's Orders for game on the following turn. Andre's going to go for a hand disruption. It's a big Marnie here. Can he disrupt Daichi out of Boss's Orders outs on the next turn?
I mean, he's got to go for a path to the peak here, because Luminion's in play, and Luminion will just go and grab a supporter card, which is your Boss's Orders. Luminion's the easiest way to get it, so you've got to be looking for a path to the peak here. You've got to make it as hard as possible for Daichi to get an energy and a Boss's Orders. It's got to be done. And I think Andre is just looking here, how much energy do you have? Do you have access to Luminion? Have you, what have you, if I'm doing this, what are your routes to it?
Andre has a lot of ball search, so he can thin plenty of cards out of the hand and the deck before using his Industrious Incisors for the turn. He simply started with a Marnie here and then can continue to draw more cards to see if he can get that vital part of the peak.
Yeah, that is going to be big. I mean, the KO is not a problem here. The Pokemon are heavily damaged. The problem is Andre hasn't taken a KO yet, and Daichi's already 4 prizes up.
Yeah, he's pretty behind.
So it's not, I mean, taking the KO is easy. That's on the board. The issue for Andre isn't KO, it's disruption. If you enter a prize race at this stage, guarantee you're not going to win. So what you have to do is go for that prize race while stopping your opponent. I love this second Hisuian Decidueye, go away with the old Quick Ball to grab something else instead.
Yeah, I like thinning all of these basic Pokemon because, he's just limited to manual attachments for the remainder of the game, I would imagine. I think the only other attacker you'd expect to try and get out would be a Flying Pikachu, but that can be at the end of his sequence. Instead, going to take no target and may be happy to incisors now. I think he already had an Ultra Ball in hand as well, though, so maybe choosing to fail search even more here.
Yeah, if you look at Daichi's board, you don't need Hisuian Decidueye. Arceus is heavily damaged. Oh, what's he got?
After the peak is going to be big. Doesn't find one. That's pretty rough for Andre. I think he could have gone even lower, but wanted to keep the Ultra Ball around to have a means into a V-Star, which he naturally drew into from the Bibarel, of course. So it is just going to be a knockout. 2-hit KOing Daichi's Hisuian Decidueye with his own. Andre takes his first 2 prize cards, but I think it's down to Daichi to see if he can close the game here.
Yeah, do we have a boss's orders? Do we have a way to get that Luminium? We got a couple of double turbo energy, and we don't know. So the double turbo energy does go on to the...
A very poor hand, I think.
Arceus, yeah, I'm not loving it. We've got a...
Daichi can, yeah, I mean, Daichi still is in such a commanding position. He can just try and 2-hit KO this Decidueye. Is going to hit it just for, what's that, 160 damage, and get some additional energies out the deck. This has powered up the Flying Pikachu, and now the doors are closing in on Andre. He can now retreat into his own V-Star, easily knock out the Arceus, but then where do his remaining prizes come from? Going to have to be a Crobat, and he's going to have to dodge boss's orders for another turn.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at a minute ago. The Arceus is heavily damaged, the Hisuian Decidueye is heavily damaged, but then you've either got to find Gusting on the Crobat or go through that Pikachu, that Flying Pikachu VMAX, and it's such an awkward one. Sure, it's not the biggest VMAX out there. It's actually quite low HP compared to some VMAXs, but it's still 310. It's still absolutely huge, and if you're hitting it for weakness, that's good, but there's a very good reason why Daichi targeted down that Flying Pikachu a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, I think the judges are just figuring out if Daichi chose to bench this Eevee before the attack. I believe he did, because it just makes sense to, in case you're going to get hit with a Marnie. There we go. It is in play. Andre, of course, has to retreat, has to attack with his Arceus V-Star. We know he has one in hand, and it will be down to him to possibly, well, you may not even want to hand disrupt, because you know Daichi didn't play any supporter last turn. He's just hoping that he can 2-hit KO the Arceus, work towards his own boss's orders next turn.
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to do. Take the prize here and then hope there's something on the board. And it's actually a very similar situation to where Daichi was a minute ago. Andre has got a very easy KO on that Crobat with a boss's orders. So it really just comes down to which one of these players can close out the game. They've both taken key KOs. They've both put themselves in good positions to actually win. And Daichi's on the front foot. Daichi's got, you know, if they both draw out of it, then Daichi is going to win. But if Daichi can just whiff for 1 or 2 more turns, then Andre is going to be able to go crucially up 1 game to 0, taking out that Crobat.
I think it's just 1 turn. I think Daichi's living on a top deck right now, because Andre's putting himself in a good position, and as long as he can draw enough cards from Industrious Incisors over this turn and the next, he should have plenty of outs. As we keep saying, he plays 4 copies of Boss's Orders. It's been a huge decision that's really rewarded him all weekend.
Yeah, and you have to. When you're drawing with stuff like Bibarel and Boss's Orders, rather than cherry-picking with your Inteleon line, you've got to be playing high counts of the cards that are really important, like Boss's Orders. You can't just go and pick the one you want, so the best you can do is just increase your chances of actually drawing it. And I like this second Bidoof going down, potentially double Industrious Incisors next turn.
Yeah, and Andre has, of course, prized his Luminion, so no real reason to keep the bench space open for anything, unless he wins the 50-50 of taking it out of his prize cards with the knockout this turn. Andre just debating whether it's worth going for a Marnie here, or will he simply Industrious for 3 cards? He does, and he's got Boss's Orders in hand, so I believe that means that Andre, and even picks up the Path of the Peak, so can deny Daichi the Luminion outs as well. I think he's actually in a very good spot here. You retreat out of your Decidueye, you take a KO, and you're holding Boss's Orders for the next turn. Daichi will need to top deck here if he is going to win the game.
Yeah, I love this. You've done everything you can to put yourself in the best possible situation. Force your opponent to have the Boss's Orders, but put the Path to the Peaks. I mean, you can't get it with Luminion. And Daichi is really in top deck mode here. He could play a Marnie to try and slow Andre down, but if there's no Boss's Orders and there's no Marnie, then Andre is going to win the game next turn. So it really comes down to, if Daichi's got the Boss's Orders, he wins.
This is massive. A massive top deck coming in for Daichi. He basically loses on the spot if he can't find Boss's Orders or Marnie. One of those cards are integral right now.
Yeah, Boss's Orders wins. Marnie potentially keeps you alive. Anything else just gives the game to Andre as soon as just the next turn starts. That Crobat will be going down, and Andre's going to take a 1-game-to-0 lead. And his turn's taking too long, Joe. I want to know what I want to know what Daichi's top deck is.
Andre accelerating to his Hisuian Decidueye, of course, again improves his outs for future boss's orders if need be. He's going to take a couple prize cards, just go down to 2 himself. Let's see what the top deck is.
He's put it in the hand. He hasn't slammed it down. It's I think it might be terrible. It might be an Arceus V. So we're going to see Daichi retreat here, but we know it's not going to do any good here. We know that Andre is going to win game 1 at this stage.
Yeah,
unless something really unexpected happens, because we know Andre's
paralysis plays, because I think there's a memory capsule on the Pikachu.
Oh, there is.
Attempt a Thundershock here.
You could attempt a Thundershock, but we won't know if he's doing Fly or Thundershock until he actually puts down the damage.
Well, I don't think Fly helps you.
No.
So it has to be a Thundershock.
It has to be a Thundershock. You're right, Joe. You're right.
He's going to deal the damage. And
okay, so here we're going to see.
Andre has boss's orders in hand, can take out the Crobat. That is going to be game 1 of 3 here. Andre 1 ahead. It looked pretty dicey there for a few moments, but he was able to avoid boss's orders for enough turns and slam it down on his opponent. He is just 1 game away
from being a world champion, and of course win 3-1 overall in this matchup now. Played this game 4 times over the past couple of days. 3-1, needs to win 1 of the next 2 games to win. It is far from a lock, but Andre seems to, and we said coming in yesterday, we said coming in today, it looks like Andre has a slight advantage here. We're not talking about a huge advantage, but that second Hisuian Decidueye V-Star could be big. Actually, it is a Bibarel, which is way more important, it turns out. Being able to draw out of Marnies, being able to draw even under the Path to the Peak lock. And we've seen in every game so far, that Bibarel has been absolutely huge. Bidoof is a very popular Pokemon, and I know there are a lot of people that want to see Bidoof crowned as a world champion. Andre's 1 game away from making that a reality.
My goodness, you just got to have your deep breaths now, shuffling it up. For Daichi, he's still completely in this game. You can see 50 minutes on the clock. He could go for the reverse sweep. He will be going first in the second game as well, so it does give him a small advantage going into the next game. But yeah, a big back and forth, and Daichi was ahead for a couple turns there. The Marnie was very awkward for him. He actually had a huge amount of outs, especially for one of those turns where there was no Path of the Peak in play. He had many ball search outs to find a Lumineon to close the game, so you have to shrug your shoulders and just say it wasn't your time in game 1, but maybe you can still make it count in these next 2.
Yeah, and it's what you've got to do at the end of the day. It was, you know, it's nice to have that Bibarel to be able to draw, and that seems to really be the difference. Whereas Daichi is getting under Path to the Peak lock and it's just not working, Andre is able to, and it's deck thinning, and it's what marks a really good player. Lots of decisions as to what to discard, lots of thinning your deck, lots of thinning your hand, just in case of a Marnie, basically knowing, look, I'm relying on this Bibarel, all right? So I know I have got to just increase my odds, and it's tiny, tiny percentages, making it ever so slightly more likely that you're actually going to be drawing out of any Marnie that comes along, and I love that from Andre. And we're not going to see a repeat of the seniors finals here. We're not going to see game 2, you know, really taking up all of the time, and then we're going to sudden death. We should have just enough time to finish out 3 full games, if that's what we're looking for here.
Both players have concluded shuffling up, and we will start to see their opening hands here. I'm sure at this point there's a lot of pressure going on. They must be thinking about all sorts of things, really hoping to have those Arceus Vs in hand. The crowd here supporting both players, very popular out in the field. And yeah, let's see this thrilling conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, we said there was a pretty big crowd. There was a little bit of proof of that right there. There's a lovely crowd here. People are up and excited. And Worlds Day 3 is different. There are a lot of seats in this venue, and they're pretty much all filled. There's a huge crowd. Everybody's watching. And it's a little bit weird for us, but wherever you go in the venue, you can hear our commentary, Joe. It is being pumped everywhere. Nobody is going to miss a second of the action here. So that is just the joy of the World's Finals. Now, as we take a look at the prizes here, nothing huge there. A double turbo and an Arceus for Andre, a double turbo and a Path and a boss for Daichi, but nothing that they don't have other copies of.
Yeah, eerily similar to each other there in those prize cards, but as you say, nothing integral to them, nothing like a one-off copy of key cards. Daichi will, of course, be going first in this second game, so it's really important for him to have an opening attachment, which he's already got established, and an Arceus V, so it's a very strong hand. He can continue to dig. Actually discards a Crobat V early on, so yeah, he's got a fantastic hand.
Yeah, and we do know that the Ordinary Rod is in the deck. We haven't really seen it used all that much, but it is there to potentially get it back later. That Galarian Moltres V is not doing very much as we go through the game, so not particularly terrible discards there. We've got the Arceus, and again, we see Daichi just popping those energy up because this deck has a very weird energy line, and you've got to make sure, because, you know, you're playing 2 fighting energy, you're playing 2 lightning energy, but you have really important attackers that need 1 fighting and 1 lightning. So you've got to always make sure. It'll be so easy to accidentally discard that second energy, and then all of a sudden one of your attackers is just taken off the board. We've all done it at some times. But Daichi here is a very good player, a very methodical player, and we see every time the first deck search, those energy are being poked up a little bit just so that Daichi can make sure that everything there is right.
Yeah, it's much more than a slap on the head when you are in the World Finals to make a mistake like that. So taking the time to look through everything, make sure you are well aware of what you have access to is important. Once again, Daichi does find his early Hisuian Decidueye V to threaten Andre's Arceus and has a manual attachment for turn. Pretty much everything he needs on this first one.
Yeah, this is a good first turn. We've got the 2 Pokemon we wanted. We've got the energy attachment. Can't attack because you're going first. There was no point even going for the energy attachment with Arceus. As for Andre, I mean, Flying Pikachu's going to come out at some point, and it's got free retreat, so that's not a bad Pokemon to start with. But you need to be trying to get some cards established. I mean, really, Bidoof and Arceus are the big ones we tend to see early doors.
Andre asking how many cards Daichi has in hand, but I don't think the actual size of cards matters too much. When you see your opponent Ultra Ball away a Crobat, you've got a good feeling that their hand's pretty strong. Andre, I believe, has a Marnie and a Professor's Research to choose from. Actually opts to discard a double Turbo Energy here. I wonder if he has access to another one, because I would imagine a Trinity Charge is still a very strong choice, even though you're staring down an Arceus swinging into you.
I mean, you've got to think that's got to be the option, because, of course, you've already got the Ultra Ball, you've got a free retreater in the active. Trinity Charge would be very easy to pop off from this particular situation. And we see, you know, as you get to the mid and late game with these decks, they're running out of energy acceleration, and it's more just what attackers have I got ready to go? What can I use? So certainly, if you don't go for Arceus at all in the early game, you are really going to find yourself struggling. It's more just a kind of hoping you don't get KO'd, and the fact that the energy's on Arceus, not on Hisuian Decidueye, means that although you'll probably take a big chunk of damage, it's very unlikely you're getting KO'd.
Yep, I do like the more conservative approach. Make sure you have your Arceus V-Star power available to you as quickly as possible so you can react to whatever Daichi does. And we do see a second double Turbo Energy in the hand. Andre going to get a fresh 7 here. Will he be able to access a Path to the Peak? He does. That's a big draw for him to slow down his opponent. Don't think he found any access to the Hisuian Decidueye V, so he may be limited to Trinity Charging to the Flying Pikachu here. But I think on balance, because you have the Path to the Peak and your own Pumpkaboo in hand, you take this. Oh yeah, if you've got Pumpkaboo already ready to bump it, then there's no real downside to you. You always have to make that decision with Path to the Peak. It's hurting my opponent. Is it going to hurt me as much or more, though? But if you've got the Pumpkaboo ready to bump it, it really doesn't matter. Put it down, knowing that if you really need your abilities next turn, they will be on the board. And of course, there's always a chance to just use your abilities and re-establish it anyway. So Andre will end his turn on a Trinity Charge, eyeing up lots of basic lightning energy to his Flying Pikachu V. And Daichi, I believe he has a supporter in his hand and a Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, so he's not completely walled out by this Path to the Peak, but it will be down to what he draws from his supporter for turn. Yeah, it's going to be important. We have seen both with Ryota in the top 4 and with Daichi in game 1 here today that sometimes these decks against Andre do not have the best draws. And you can survive a turn or two with bad draws if your opponent is also drawing bad. But with Andre being able to draw out of it yesterday and today, that has made a big difference. So what have we got? It looks like a second. Is that another Arceus V? Yeah, man? Another Arceus V for Daichi, obviously going to evolve into his V-Star here. But I think we're spinning the wheel with Marnie again. Here we go. It's going to be a fresh 5 cards for Daichi. Needs a lot here, to be honest with you. And Andre also getting his own hand disrupted. His Pumpkaboo is going to the bottom of his deck, and he will just draw 4 cards here. Will we see a double Turbo Energy? No. That's very awkward. There are ball search cards. He could go for Pumpkaboo Starbirth. I actually think it's okay, to be honest, as long as he has access to Pumpkaboo.
He's got a quick ball and he's got his V-Star, so it is absolutely possible to get that V-Star
This is actually
power.
very strong.
Yeah, and I think you've got to. You need to get that double turbo energy. You need to get the energy onto a Hisuian Decidueye. You need to get damage onto the board. So, no, I like this play an awful lot. It's going to mean that Andre is going to have access to his abilities on his turn, unless you Starbirth 4 path to the peak. And actually...
I feel like you would, right?
Because you only need double turbo energy. Yeah. That's all you actually need.
Yeah, although it may be in your best interest to try and get a Flying Pikachu down yourself, so you can also threaten Andre's one at this stage. But we'll see. I think overall you're certainly going to grab Pumpkaboo here.
Oh, yeah.
So that you can enable Starbirth. And like you said, there's a big debate around whether you want to go for double turbo plus path to shut down Andre, or do you want to grab yourself a supporter card for the following turn? Because I think Daichi's hand would be pretty rough otherwise. I think he's got enough just to use Starbirth, but it wouldn't give him many options on the following turn.
No, and it's all fun and games shutting down your opponent and slowing them down and hurting their draws, but at some point you've actually got to draw well as well. You can't just shut down your opponent and be like, oh, top deck out of it, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
You've got to set yourself up for future turns, and you're right. I mean, Daichi essentially has a really good hand for this turn, and very little going on for next turn. And we saw that top deck mode, it didn't work for Ryota yesterday. It's not working for Daichi in game 1 today. So I think having seen all of that, you want to play just slightly more conservatively and just find that supporter card so that you've got something going on next turn. I don't want to give my opponent access to their abilities, but I'm getting the first damage on the board and I'm setting up some good Pokemon, and I kind of feel all right with that.
Daichi playing it safe. Looks like it's going to be double turbo energy plus Professor's Research as his selection. So he's hoping that simply the tempo of getting the first bit of damage onto Andre's Arceus is going to be enough here. He feels ahead in the game, so just make sure that you aren't put into a bad situation with an awkward hand. Feels like the best choice for me. We are shuffling up the deck, but I think Daichi's going to be going back in to accelerate onto this Hisuian Decidueye V-Star anyway.
Yeah, you've got to think that is going to be the play. So there goes the double turbo energy. We do see the 180 damage, 200 minus 20 for the double turbo energy, and then we're just going to go and search out those energy, which kind of have to all go on the Hisuian Decidueye because actually there's not much else to attach to.
And I think he's already got a Darkness Energy in hand, so I like seeing just the two coming into play here because it is so important for Daichi to get maximum value from his Trinity Nova. He's not in any threat of the Arceus getting knocked out next turn, so as long as he can find a Pikachu, he can then power up another attacker on the following turn.
That would be nice. I would like that.
Lots of damage now on Andre's Arceus V as we are passing it over to him. We'll see, will he have access to his own Starbirth here? How has the Marnie treated him?
Yeah, if the Marnie's given Andre nothing, then the path to the peak becomes irrelevant. I can't get a good look at his hand there.
Decidueye pieces. I saw Fighting Energy.
There is Fighting Energy. There is an Arceus. There's a Decidueye V-Star. I mean, the fact that we've not seen anything out there is a Boss's Orders. There really isn't very much at all. Andre has not got a good hand going on here.
Andre is stuck in the mud. He has Boss's Orders. Do you attempt to slow down Daichi with bringing up the Pumpkaboo? That feels terrible.
It feels terrible, but not quite as terrible. Because the problem is here, you're not doing any damage with Arceus, and you don't need to accelerate any more energy.
It's a Lumineon V, his last card in hand.
Oh, that changes things.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
I mean, you don't feel too great putting it into play because of its low hit points, but when you have no supporters, this is a huge bailout for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this had to be the case. And hopefully from Lumineon there, you can get your Arceus V-Star, then you get your Starbirth, and then you're off and rolling, doing some damage, probably getting energy onto your own Hisuian Decidueye. At that stage, it's actually not looking too bad. You have put Lumineon into play, which, as we saw with Crobat last game, was it's a little bit dodgy, but there's a reason you play these Pokemon. In an ideal world, they stay in your deck and you never, ever, ever play them. But it's not always an ideal world. Sometimes you got to play them down. And quite frankly, if the low HP was that bad, nobody would play them.
Yeah, and I think we see a criminally underrated amount of these sorts of cards. Both of our finalists here are playing Lumineon and Crobat V. And historically, these abilities have been staples in all sorts of formats. But for a long time, thanks to the Inteleon engine, players have tried to make decisions based on having evolution Pokemon to search the entire deck. They're just much more versatile. But in these instances, you can get instant access to get back into the game. And this Professor's Research is really helping out Andre. I at least see some ball search cards, so we do have access to Starbirth here.
Yeah, we absolutely do. There is a Hisuian Decidueye coming down. And of course, Daichi has really taken advantage of the lack of Lumineon and Crobat in this format. That's why the Jolteon's so effective. If all the Palkia were playing some of these other cards, then that Jolteon would not work as anywhere near as well. Now, we do see Bidoof hitting the field here as well. That's potential draw in the following turns here. So that's a lovely card to see hit the field. And now we see the Ultra Ball coming down, which you've got to imagine is for your Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, it's a couple big pickups from this V-Star. I think you want to grab yourself a Bibarel for the following turn and maybe a supporter or even one of your evolutions for your Vs on the bench. I think he's got everything he needs this turn to simply launch an attack and start putting pressure back onto Daichi. So I think you just want to set yourself up for the following turn.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the play. Just acknowledge the fact that your attack is on board, do what is expected, but then make sure you've got everything you need. And actually here, we're going to have two Pokemon with energy on, ready to be evolved and start attacking. We've got the Bidoof ready to evolve and start drawing cards. Andre's actually got a really good board setting up here. And I love the fact that after Arceus attacks here, we are then going to see both the follow-ups, your Flying Pikachu and your Hisuian Decidueye, both with enough energy to start rolling. And over on Daichi's side of the board, we've got a Hisuian Decidueye with 2 energy and not even a Flying Pikachu on the board. When we start really doing the back and forth trading here with prizes, Andre's put himself in a much better position, at least at the moment.
I think Andre did indeed pick those 2 evolutions, so he has a Bibarel and a Hisuian Decidueye V-Star. Both options for the following turn, not necessarily now, because both of these Pokemon have been benched on this turn, and you have to wait one in order to evolve. Also is able to thin a Path of the Peak, slightly hurting Daichi's out at the same time, who is sat on a relatively small hand, just 3 cards. And we will see the Trinity Nova from Andre. He is also going to power up a secondary attacker now and launch a bit of a response here. Just 1 fighting energy is all he wants to put onto his Hisuian Decidueye V, but it's plenty right now to help finish off this Arceus on the following turn.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that that double turbo energy will happily pay the other half of the energy, and you will then do 140, doubled is 280, perfect math to get a 1-hit KO on that Arceus V-Star. So 1 energy is all we need here, and now it's over to Daichi. And remember, Daichi got the first attack, Daichi got the first damage, and, you know, if we do just go back and forth trading KOs and nobody whiffs at any point, Daichi is going to win this game. But Andre's got a better position here. So we do see both Lumineon and Flying Pikachu VMAX hit the discard pile. Not ideal, but at least we got some more cards drawn from Daichi. And under that Path to the Peak lock, that is a big deal.
Do we have access to any benched Vs here for Daichi? Really wants to try and find a Flying Pikachu. There is a Quick Ball and there is an Ordinary Rod. So this is a couple big pickups for him as well. So he can also get value out of his Trinity Nova. Looks like it'll be his last opportunity to use it during this game. He'll go up 2 prize cards and he'll have 2 backup attackers for the remainder of the game.
I really like this, because actually, if we look at the way it works out, you've potentially got a Hisuian Decidueye that can take around an Arceus, or actually could take out Lumineon. You would need to discard an energy from your hand, but just the one, it's not the end of the world. And then you've got your Flying Pikachu VMAX that can take out a Flying Pikachu. So potentially, this actually sets Daichi up with a pretty easy prize map, assuming that you've got the right Pokemon in the active or a means to gust them.
Daichi debating whether the next V Pokemon should be a Pikachu or an Arceus V, and he does in the end opt for the Flying Pikachu V. Holds the Ordinary Rod, doesn't want to commit that just yet to put the likes of Crobat and Lumineon back into his deck. Simply 1 energy attachment to his Flying Pikachu V will end out his turn. He goes up 2 prize cards in this second game, and his board state is looking very strong as well.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed. Both of these players, this seems like a match where both players are having pretty good luck. They're both getting what they want. They're both getting their attackers down. They're both getting energy on. They're both actually set up pretty well to trade prizes, and that means that Andre needs to do something a little bit exceptional here. You can't just trade prizes with Daichi. That's not going to work. So, I mean, you've kind of got to take the KO here with your Hisuian Decidueye. There goes the double turbo energy, because that's the one card that you've got to which Daichi doesn't have an immediate quick response.
Industrious Incisors for 4 cards. They are not very good. I think he got Ultra Ball to be able to evolve into a V Max if he wishes. I think we may simply see a retreat for free here into the Decidueye. Not sure if he has many better options in hand. I did spy an Ultra Ball, but I don't think any supporter here.
Now, there is always the opportunity to thin your hand down and draw in you with Bibarel in future turns, but It's not helping you right now. The good news is Daichi is going to ignore that Bibarel. It's not going to get gusted up and KO'd almost certainly because the prize map doesn't really work. And Daichi doesn't have time to take out your draw engine because it just ruins the prize map. Although you could then take out the Pikachu, but that gets a little bit weird. So Flying Pikachu VMAX does come down here, does have free retreat, almost certainly not going to be left in the active here.
Well, hold on. I mean,
Double Turbo would actually take it out of range. There's only one energy on the Pikachu, so you're right. That actually changes everything. Flying Pikachu gets a really easy response KO if you don't use Double Turbo energy. But Daichi does.
Yeah, and Daichi is forced into a Double Turbo energy if he was to attack with his own VMAX here. So clearly, he'll be opting to use the Hisuian Decidueye, which is far weaker because there is a huge resistance on his Flying Pikachu VMAX. So Andre is forcing as much gust out of Daichi here as possible. It's very heads-up play, even though his Bibarel didn't give him everything he was looking for.
Yeah, it is getting all just a little bit awkward. I mean, Daichi's in a good position, but now... Yeah,
he does have Boss's Orders in hand as well. He'll have to get runner Boss's Orders, really, if he wants to do anything exceptional. There's only really Lumineon he can access this turn. If you can get a manual attachment onto the Pikachu that isn't a Double Turbo, that's sort of your two-turn route.
Well, I mean, the Flying Pikachu gives up free prizes, so there is a possibility of manual attachment and then actually go after the Bibarel, turn off that draw engine, because if you KO in the Pikachu anyway, it doesn't really matter. And just as I finished saying, hey, you know, probably not going after the Bidoof, maybe will go after that Bibarel here. It is an option at least. Do see the memory capsule?
Memory capsule as well. Another option. We do know that Fly is a panic play in certain situations. Even the Thundershock could have been a panic play in the last game. Daichi does have many supporter options. We are going to see the retreat here, certainly into the Decidueye, because I don't think we're quite in that coin flip moment just yet. I think Ordinary Rodding some basic energies back into the deck. Daichi does want to draw back into these in order to be able to attack with his own VMAX down the line. So it is going to be Darkness Energy shuffled in for Daichi. It's really the only card he wants right now.
Yeah, an Ordinary Rod is up to 2 Pokemon and up to 2 basic energy. So you can take 1 energy, 1 Pokemon, or 2 of each, or 1 of 1. It really does leave it completely open. So Daichi here goes, right, all I want is an energy, because I don't want to fill my deck with cards I don't want to draw. All I want to draw is an energy, and obviously a Boss's Orders next turn. So you've got to imagine Boss's Orders. I like going after the Bibarel here, turning off your opponent's draw engine, which really has been the difference in all the games we've seen so far. Could go after that 2-prize Lumineon to open up more options in future turns, but I really do like Daichi's position here if he can keep drawing what he needs, which is a gigantic if.
Daichi will thin apart from the peak. The time has passed for those. He's going to quick ball it into the discard pile, maybe thin an additional card here. Yeah, the Eevee seems to be a safe pickup that he could bench quite happily. It's pretty much always going to be ignored from Andre, thanks to his prizes remaining just being at 4. It's pretty obvious where his targets are going to be. So the Eevee can come down pretty freely. It's not going to have a huge impact on this game other than being thinned out of the deck to improve Daichi's top decks on a future turn. But Daichi really is debating this Professor's Research over the Boss's Orders. It's actually a pretty close call. Yeah, looks like he's opting for the Professor's Research. The Boss's Orders prize map really just means that you need to find a boss on the following turn, and you don't have really any draw to get there. So instead, we're going to see a fresh 7 cards here, an alternative line from Daichi.
Yeah, absolutely. And it gets the Ultra Ball coming down here, gets to thin his hand a little bit more. Those Pikachu and Jolteon, actually Eevee and Jolteon cards, just not going to be particularly useful here. So get rid of them, have a look for another Pokemon. I mean, is Daichi taking a KO this turn?
No.
No.
I mean, he can't.
No, he's not doing it. He needs a 3rd energy on the Pikachu, but already attached, and there's no gusting coming because Daichi just plays Boss's Orders. So the reason I'm wondering about this is it does actually put the onus completely on Andre then. And Andre has the opportunity to take 2 KOs on consecutive turns, at which stage he will be our world champion. That's all Andre needs to do. 2 more KOs, and that will be the world championships in hand. And yeah, I mean, we kind of have to see a Fly here, or
I'm starting to get worried that we're in the coin flip range at this point.
I think it's going to be
maybe a Thundershock.
Yeah,
doesn't have enough energy to fly right now.
No, it would have to be a Thundershock here.
But Paralysis would be very useful if you are able to pull it off.
I think that's about the only play.
Like, she's not quite in the panic stations. He's going to continue to launch attacks with Hisuian Decidueye V-Star instead. It's clearly the safer route right now. You're not this far behind to rely on a 50-50 right now.
No, and essentially this is just a way of saying, look, I'm not KOing you, but hopefully you're not KOing me. You don't have a natural counter to this particular Pokemon. 270 HP is very high. So if you've got Gusting, then you're absolutely going to be ahead in the game. But Daichi didn't evolve the Flying Pikachu last turn, which is really, really big. Because Andre doesn't have the opportunity to KO Flying Pikachu and then Pumpkaboo. That's only 3 prizes. So we'll actually have to go through the Hisuian Decidueye, or you go after the Pumpkaboo and just kind of cross your fingers Daichi evolves, which he probably wouldn't at that point until the very last turn of the game.
But you're hoping, if you're Andre, I think you still go for the Pikachu because you are worried about these random coin flips that can do you dirty. So you want to get rid of this if you can. And certainly the boss's orders is going to pick up the Flying Pikachu V. And I think there are some ball search cards that Andre could utilize to, again, reduce his hand size. He's got so much value from this Bibarel line.
Yeah, it really has. That Bibarel is so... That's why I was thinking about potentially carrying it on the previous turn, because Andre just in every game, yesterday and today, is just getting so much value out of it. It's a Pokemon that a lot of people have just kind of pushed aside. It doesn't show up in all that many decks, but it's so good and gives you such an advantage, especially when all of the counter cards are shutting off abilities and water Pokemon. And Bibarel, you know, in the TCG, we got neither going on here. So I really like the play of that Andre, and things are starting to get a little bit awkward from both players. The prize map is becoming a little bit awkward because actually the 2-hit KO with Hisuian Decidueye is not an easy thing to pull off against a Flying Pikachu V Max, because we saw 130 damage.
Yeah,
that's not a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, the big 310 and the resistance from the Flying Pikachu being a huge hurdle for Daichi. Andre is going to find an Arceus V. I believe he has a Capture Energy in his hand as well. Can continue to thin and go wider on his board if he wishes. If he has any more access to the other Bidoof here, it could be a solid option.
Yeah, I like having double Bibarel for the late game. That would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, it is worth noting Hisuian Decidueye can get the KO on Pikachu. You will just need to discard a couple of energy from hand to make it happen. It's just a much more awkward way of actually going to get the KOs. Good news for Andre is that this Flying Pikachu V is not going to stand up to the V Max. So it's really coming down to it. It is still actually in Daichi's favor here. If they can keep taking KOs, potentially KO the Flying Pikachu with the Hisuian Decidueye, probably not getting return KO'd, and then just going after a single prize Pokemon. So it is still possible, but Daichi, I mean, you need to get the KO here. If you don't get the KO here, then I think you fall too far behind, and Andre is just too much in control.
One of the things Daichi's done to fit in all of these tech includes is remove energy. He's very light on his energy cards, so Andre, just 2 prizes away, is mapping out a pretty easy 2-hit KO route to victory on Daichi's Hisuian Decidueye. Daichi really needs to get a good break of luck here if he is going to find enough energy to KO Andre's VMAX.
I believe it's 2 energy needed to discard to get the KO here.
We're at 160 on the base, and then we go... Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 160 on the base, and we go up 30 damage. You can discard up to 3 energy. So we can get to 250 minus the 30. 220 damage should get you there.
Oh, it is awkward. It is very awkward trying to figure all of this out with the resistance and with the potential extra energy coming down here. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking you got 160 base. The first energy you discard basically just ignores the weakness. With the second one is 190, but a 130 on will put you to 320, which I think is a KO. So it would be 2 energy discarded to get the KO here, which, and it's all getting kind of awkward. I don't think there's any energy in hand at the moment.
There's not. I think there's a Marnie.
There is a Marnie in hand. There is a Flying Pikachu, but if you bench a Flying Pikachu, that does give Andre quite an easy Gusting KO, and you know there's a potential double Bibarel next turn. That is a huge risk from Daichi here in the World Championship Finals. That does give Andre a very easy victory, potentially. I mean, if you whiff the KO here with the energy, and Andre picks up a boss's orders, that is literally game right there and then.
I think Daichi's telling himself that if he can't get the KO this turn, he's lost the game anyway. So he's going to commit. Actually keeps the switch around, which is an interesting choice. It's going to Marnie it to the bottom rather than simply switching into the free retreater. Might find it handy later on if the game does go longer. Andre is going to have to shuffle his own hand in. He did have boss's orders in hand. That has been taken away from him now. Let's see what he can draw back into, and if Daichi draws enough energy here to even KO the Pikachu.
Has he got boss's orders? Oh, both hands are so important. I don't see any energy from Daichi here, so it does not look like Daichi's going to get the KO here, which means Andre is going to win the World Championships on a boss's orders. Because that Flying Pikachu got benched, we know Flying Pikachu VMAX is going to get the KO very, very, very easily here. So it doesn't matter. There's nothing Daichi can do at this stage. There's a support has been played. There will be no boss's orders. There's not enough energy to get a KO. So we're going to see a second attached launch potentially here.
Yeah, there's no other actions really that Daichi can perform that help him in any way. It's going to be another Somersault Feathers for just the measly 130. This resistance has been massive.
And it is starting to look like...
debating maybe the retreat into the Pumpkaboo. I can't really think of any other option here. It's kind of why I would have liked to have played the Switch to give you this out if everything goes awry. Regardless, I'm not seeing many options. Yeah, it's just the Somersault Feathers. Let's see if Andre has access to boss's orders here. He has 5 cards currently, freshened up from Amani, and also the option to Industrious Incisors if he's currently missing out.
Okay, so here is our first look at his hand. He's drawing a card. Does he?
I see Quick Ball. I see Path of the Peak. Andre's not slammed the boss's orders. You know he would have.
Oh, yeah, that would be like the ultimate kind of, yeah, I win worlds! It's not
That's as simple as it is. He just needs to find boss's orders. And Daichi checking how many have been used. Just 1. That means there's 2, sorry, I should say. So there are still plenty lingering around, I think. Andre plays the 4 copies. How often have we said that this has been a massive reason why he's made it to the finals? He's always had boss's orders when he needs it, and he's in a situation where he once again will. He gets an Evolution Incense. He even has access to Quick Ball, has a few cards that he can fin, so he has potentially 2 shots at it with the Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, that means he's going to be drawing. As long as he can fit his hand well enough, he's going to be drawing a whole bunch of cards here. And we really are in a situation, it is 1 card needed here. So there is the Quick Ball, going to be fitting something from his hand. It is the Path to the Peak. It's unplayable. You can't play one supporter over another. There's no basic Pokemon, I believe, in Andre's deck. And even if there were, you've got a full bench.
You don't want him. Yeah, you don't want to. He's got basic Pokemon currently in hand. You see him look up to the skies. It's down to these 2 Bibarel to see if he can get boss's orders and close out this game on this turn.
And both players know this. They are both very accomplished players. They both know what the deal is. He's drawing it here. I don't see it yet. It's a Marnie. Marnie's not good enough.
He's not there at all. I think Andre's still very ahead in the game. Let's get that clear. He can still try and 2-hit KO this Hisuian Decidueye, but the game is not over. We can get 1 more card from his second Bibarel.
Off that second Bibarel.
Is it game over?
Is it game over? Is it a boss's order? Show us the card. We need to see. Oh,
you slam it.
Yeah, you slam it.
You would slam it.
Orders. It's not come down.
Andre's hand is all Pokemon, I think. Yeah, it is. So it's going to be a Marnie. Daichi is living right now. It's going to be a fresh hand for both players. And Andre is hoping that he can get closer towards those boss's orders.
And this is where Marnie becomes really important over a card like Judge. You're not shuffling your hand into your deck, so you are not going to draw the cards you just played or you just had in your hand. They're going to the bottom. You're drawing fresh cards.
Judge is doing a great job there, making sure Daichi's not accidentally drawing a 5th card. It's only Andre who gets 5. It's not an even split between them. Andre missing out, having a good amount of outs there and a lot of cards to see. But I still think he's in the ascendancy in this game. It's just a little bit foggier for him, and there are more tricks that Daichi might have up his sleeve. Yeah,
the problem here is that Daichi is going to be able to get a KO on the Pikachu. So there's not going to be, you know, the reason why Boss's Orders was so good last term, or the term we're still currently in technically, is because Flying Pikachu just KOs a Flying Pikachu on the bench. Game's over, job's a good one. Here, I mean, we still got a 2-hit KO working quite nicely. That bench Hisuian Decidueye is going to be able to finish off the active. So it kind of forces Daichi to have something else to attack with. But, I mean, you've only got the Pikachu, but there's no energy, there's no evolution.
Yeah, I mean, he still backs against the wall. Let's not make any mistake about this. He was very far behind, and Andre's still in an amazing position. He was inches away from winning on the previous turn, but even 2-hit KOing is a fantastic play for him. I think Daichi might again be trying to dodge boss's orders for another turn. He has his own boss's orders.
And we
He's going to Marnie instead. This is going to be Daichi's only way of trying to hurt Andre. He's going to get a few additional cards. Daichi's already manually attached to his own Pikachu. But I don't think there's much else he can try and do here.
Does he have the boss in hand now?
This is Daichi's side of things. He has to move his own Decidueye out the way. It's too easy for Andre to win. He already has an attacker set up.
Yeah, there's already too much damage on there. There's too much energy on Andre's Pokemon. He's got everything he needs to get a KO on that Hisuian Decidueye. Retreats to the Pumpkaboo, but I don't...
Let's see it, Andre. Are we going to see a boss's orders in his hand? There it is!
And Andre will be your 2022 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion for the second time in 3 tournaments. Europe's gone and done it, Joe. Congratulations to Andre.
It's a phenomenal series, a 2-0 win. We have a new European World Champion. Andre Skubal, a fantastic series played by both players there. And wow, an emotional time for both of them right now. Fantastic win.
Oh, that came very, very tense here. We're sitting there, we're looking. Are they going to draw the boss's orders? And it was so, so close. If Daichi had those 2 energy in that second game, things could have been very, very different indeed. But he didn't have those 2 energy. And then Andre didn't have the boss's orders. And they were in a slight holding pattern, but it is all good now.
Great sportsmanship from both players, hugging it out at the end. They've just had to sit there in a real pressure cooker. Daichi bows to the crowd. So much support for him. It was so close yet so far. It is Andre who is going to be our victor here, the 2022 World Champion.
Yeah, and that's got to feel good to hear. I mean, just a phenomenally played game by both players. 3 good games, 1 amazing match. And it was down to the wire. It was close. This was not one of those World Finals. We've seen some in the past that have been very one-sided, very quick, where we kind of knew going in who was probably going to win. This was a back-and-forth game. We thought Andre had a slim margin going in because of the differences in the deck list, and that is exactly how it played out. Andre did have a slim margin going in because of the difference in the deck list, and that was enough. And you've got to mention, it was Bibarel. That was the difference in this match.
An integral card. How many cards did we see from those Industrious Incisors over and over again? Andre was able to use ball search card after ball search card, just throwing stuff away to gain access to more and more cards in his deck. It, over time, gave him those little bit of advantages to overcome this matchup.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting at the end when the Marnies were being played. And actually, because Andre wasn't drawing the boss's orders, he kept putting cards he didn't want to the bottom and drawing more cards. And eventually, it took a while to get to the boss. Yeah. But because of those 2 Marnies and all of those Industrious Incisors, we finally got there in the end. And, you know, it's an old story. Boss's orders for game. You know, previously, Guzma for game and Lysander for game. But it's still, there is a reason why. And you called it out yourself a couple of times. 4 boss's orders is huge.
I'm pretty sure it's a lot of reason why Andre was even in the finals in the first place, let alone winning it today. Some great metagame calls, just choosing the deck in the first place, but then crucial counts within his deck. The 2-2 Bibarel, the 2-2 Decidueye, the 4 Path of the Peak, which you saw him use over and over again, and that 4th Boss's Orders, such a crucial card. You need it on the spot, and he made sure he did throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's a card which has often become a 1 or a 2 of in an awful lot of decks. We've seen some of these Inteleon decks playing Cross Switcher to give them alternate routes to that gusting, and it's worked for a lot of people. But there's only one person who got all the way through and ended up winning the finals. That was Andre Skubal, and the 4 boss's orders, absolutely huge. It has always been fantastic, but we've got a world champion. We're gonna need a world champion interview, so let's find out how it feels to be on that stage as a world champion. Over to you guys.
You are World Champion 2022 here in London. How does that feel?
Yes, I am, right?
Yes, you are. I'm pretty sure. I checked. How does it feel?
Pretty unbelievable. Like, I can't believe this is reality. Like, how did that happen? I got undefeated, and I have no idea how I'm here.
Well, I think that it probably had something to do with your preparation, your training, the people who supported you. So tell me a little bit about that. What did you do to be ready to be here today?
Yeah, we just made a deck that had a positive matchup, Ashe against Palkia and against ourselves Inteleon. Yeah, and day 2 I faced only those, so I guess I got a bit lucky as well.
Lucky, and you probably had people helping you. Is there anyone that you want to say hi to or thanks to?
Yeah, I want to say hi to Miroslav Poslední, because like we spent every evening testing like 6 hours a day. Then I want to say hi to my team, CCG, and my best friend Gabor. And to the Czech crew as well.
People are just surrounding the stage with love, so we're going to let you celebrate, but I have to ask, as people watch you on this stage and long to be in your position, what advice would you give them if they want to be in? All right, it's good advice. Casters, what do you think? Back to you.
I mean, I think honestly that's quite good advice. Bibarel was very important in that matchup. Adorable Pokemon, great artwork on the card. So yeah, play Bibarel, draw some cards, Industrious Incisors, win the World Championships.
Yeah, Andres just gained a whole heap of fans, such a great character, such great passion for the game. He was saying at times playing for 6 hours a day, and that's what it takes to be a world champion.
Yeah, you've got to practice, you've got to know the matchups inside and out. When we're watching on the stream, you see these little decisions, what to discard with Quick Ball and Ultra Ball, when to evolve Pokemon, which Pokemon to get in the early game with your Ball Search cards, which Pokemon to actually go and get your energy onto when you're accelerating with Arceus. Lots of micro decisions throughout the game, and it is so easy to make a tiny decision in turn 2, and you get to turn 9 and you're like, that's why I lost the game. I discarded an energy or something too early, and when you play 6 hours a day, that's how you don't make those mistakes. So now that we've got a world champion, we've also got a completed bracket, so let's remind ourselves one more time of all the players in top 8 and how we ended up with Andres Gubal as our world champion.
Yeah, still so impressive that Andre was able to, even though in the interview he was saying, you know, he faced a lot of good matchups in that first day of competition for him, and he had it easy. He had all those Palkias and those Arceus matchups, but when he got to the top 8, boy, he had a rough run. He had to get through a Mew and 2 sort of almost mirror match situations. They were nail biters. It's amazing to see him in the final.
Oh, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, you know, if Andre wants to say he had a slightly easy run through day 2 Swiss because of all the Palkia, fine. Yeah. I will take that. But I refuse to believe, because I watched it. I watched Andre's run through the top 8, and that was not easy. They were 3 very difficult games. I was lucky enough to be able to cast 2 of them. I watched the game where he had to play against Mew. Those were not easy games. They were far from auto wins, and it took a lot of really good play, clearly brought a phenomenal deck list, clearly understood all of the matchups, lots of micro decisions all throughout all 3 of those games, and that is one of the toughest runs you're going to see at a World Championships through top 8. To not have a really favourable matchup at all and have to go into 3 fairly even matchups, all of which demand really flawless play throughout, that is extremely difficult to actually pull off, and that's how you end up being a world champion, because you are that gosh darn good.
Yeah, Andre's always been well respected around Europe, but now his name is known throughout the world. He has immortalized himself as a world champion. An amazing feat, and he did it in style.
Yeah, and that really was in style. That interview was fantastic. I enjoyed that interview greatly. But, you know, and then, of course, looking at the deck, you know, our world-winning deck has Flying Pikachu VMAX, Hisuian Decidueye V-Star, and Bibarel obviously coming along with Bidoof. All of that is in our World Championship winning deck. This is not what we expected coming in. Don't get me wrong, we started off, you know, back on Thursday when the stream started. We're talking about Palkia, we're talking about Mew, we're talking about Arceus. This is not the build of Arceus we were expecting. It wasn't unknown. I'd seen these deck lists floating around over the past few weeks, but we were expecting things like Arceus Inteleon, Arceus Duraludon, things of that nature. Even Arceus Flying Pikachu, but not this build.
No, truly a meta breaker from Andre, as well as the 2 Japanese players, Ryota and Daichi, who made it to top 4 and finals respectively. Really great choices. And I really like from Andre, he was saying, I just want to target a couple main decks in the metagame. It sounds easy when you sit here now and he made it to finals, but it's also a really brave call to say, you know, not having tech cards for other matchups, just trying to have a narrow field and see if you can just have small edges and still play technically well to get through more awkward matchups, as we saw. So there is something to be said about having the simplistic list, because it really paid off in the finals.
Yeah, it absolutely did. We might not have any more games to play here on the TCG side, but it's not yet too late to go and claim yourself a gold Path to the Peak. And we just watched the World Championship finals. Path to the Peak was a huge card that massively impacted the game. And if you want a gold version, all you need to do is use that code WORLDS22LONDON, and you can go and get it. It's a very good card. You're going to want to be testing with and against this.
Yeah, it's a key player in the matchup that we've just seen, which could be becoming more popular now that it has won the World Championships. Also very useful at shutting down all types of Rulebox Pokemon that are littered through the TCG.
Okay, now the bad news is we are out of TCG games. The good news is we do have World Championships, World Champions to crown in VG in both juniors and in seniors and in masters. So it's goodbye from Joe and I and all of the TCG crew. We've had a wonderful time. Thanks for watching, and get ready for some wonderful video game action.
challenges, and it definitely delivered game-wise.
Yeah, just I'll reiterate what you said, Adam. I mean, there's not really too much to add. It's in London, so it's kind of that extra bit special for me because it's the kind of hometown, and it's just been an amazing weekend. Like Rose said, it's like flown by, and now we're at the penultimate stage. You know, we're about to crown our champions and get into the kind of the thick of it with all of our players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, this tournament has just been full of surprises, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the surprises. Maybe the most surprising thing that you guys didn't expect to see from this tournament. But at the end of the day, the teams that actually made the finals, I think, are all more standard, and I think kind of fit just what a lot of players have expected to perform well in this format, right? This format is really defined by these ultra powerful restricted Pokemon paired with very powerful Dynamax Pokemon like Charizard or Regieleki. And in the end, I don't think I'm really surprised to see any of these, current teams in the finals. But I feel like especially on the Masters VGC stream, we've seen a lot of different crazy things. So I want to ask you guys, like, what's one thing from this tournament that's really stood out to you in terms of the Pokemon or the teams?
I feel like the first thing that stood out to me is sometimes how well some of those teams without the Zacian can do. I feel like Zacian has always been such a dominant force in the meta, and so seeing teams thrive without that piece is really cool to me because I think it takes a lot of creative team building to make something like that successful.
For me, it's all about that Golisopod team that we got to see.
Yes.
Obviously, it didn't get to advance. There was a big old shame. But the whole team, we were talking about the Golisopod. It was obviously a big factor in all three of the matches. But at the end of the day, there was still some other tricks on that team that we didn't even get to see and explore. And I think seeing somebody make it that far in the tournament with a team they've obviously crafted themselves, put a lot of time in themselves, and showed that there are alternative options is always going to be good for us.
I would have said Golisopod as well, but...
I put you on the end seat for a reason.
Yeah. I think if I was to say something other than the Golisopod, I think the fact that we came into this tournament maybe a little bit thinking maybe Rinya's son and that team probably is going to be really hard countered because it is the team to beat, but it still did so well. And I think the nice thing, even though we got some of those mirror matches, they weren't like a kind of traditional mirror match where you were like, oh, this is going to be a slog. They were really intricate, and I think they really highlighted the player's skill, and I think that's probably one of the big things for me coming into this weekend.
I think for me, weakness policy Charizard had such a big impact on this tournament, and it is actually mind-blowing, right? Basically, this Sun team that we've seen throughout the last couple of months has been established since February, March. And it's the same 6 Pokemon, but suddenly one small adjustment where you take the Life Orb away from Charizard and suddenly throw a weakness policy onto it, make it super bulky, completely changes how people approach that matchup, right? And I thought it was a really interesting metagame development where clearly like a couple players had maybe started trying it out and it spread like wildfire, no pun intended, or maybe a little bit of a pun intended. But I was just really shocked that there were so many high-level players in this tournament that were using the policy Charizard. It was still a point where every time we talked about Charizard, I was like, okay, it's probably weakness policy rather than not. And that was, I thought, a really interesting metagame development that I wasn't expecting. But Rose, you also made a good point about the Zacian. In the end, actually, out of the 3 finals that we have, 5 of the 6 teams do indeed have a Zacian on it. Zacian will guarantee to win the junior division and the senior division. But of course, the Masters division has the Lunala and Groudon versus the Zacian Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I'm curious if you guys, are surprised to see these restricted duos in the finals, if there are any that you thought maybe underwhelmed, or overall this is kind of what you expected going into this tournament.
I know that Lunala and Groudon as a restricted duo have been rising in popularity throughout the Series 12 meta, but I think it's also still a little bit surprising that we aren't seeing more of Kyogre present. I think that Kyogre, especially when you look at how players have evolved the use of it over Series 12, it's been small changes, whether it's been the item choice. We started out with Mystic Water, we went to Life Orb. Assault Vest was also really popular to play a bit bulkier, and then we're suddenly all the way back to Mystic Water to be able to boost up those attacks. And I kind of thought that would have been a consistent way to get farther in the competition.
The restricted duo that kind of shocked me in the lack of appearances was actually the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Palkia team. So I think coming into the end of the season in North America, we had a lot of our top players were really refining that team, really working with it at the regional level, at the international level. They were putting that time in and trying to find those adjustments similar to like a weakness policy Charizard or an Assault Vest on Kyogre to really elevate that team to the next level. And seeing that kind of fall a little bit short at Worlds shocked me. I think there was definitely some players who could have taken it as like a comfort pick and then capitalize off their knowledge of the matchup and go from there.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, your premonition at the start of the show said, Aaron, said Zacian might not win, and it might happen in Masters as well. So I think, yeah, the duos that we've seen, I think we expected the Groudon, Zacian, things like that. I do agree with you about, you know, the Calyrex Ice Rider. We haven't seen really much of that, but when we have seen it, it's been quite impactful. Getting on to the finals with the Masters in particular, there's some interesting things between both players, the options that they've got. You know, I think the Gastrodon is going to be a big key for Edu and that side of things. But then we saw Gimera yesterday with that Regieleki and how powerful that was, how, you know, with the Life Orb, how hard that hits. And I think that's something that's going to cause Eduardo a lot of problems going into that set. So it's maybe a little bit one-sided, but I think both players have definitely options to get around either's kind of problems.
Yeah, Lee, I'm really glad you started kind of diving into the more specifics because, of course, we do know the 3 finals matchups, right? So for the juniors division, it's Kiara and Yuen versus Kosaku, Miyamoto, and that's kind of Tornadus, Kyogre, Zacian team. This has been one of the most dominant teams, especially at the North American International Championships. And Kosaku is using a Zacian Calyrex Shadow Rider team, but it actually is Blastoise. Blastoise is, I think, out of the Gigantamax forms, maybe the one that's seen the least play in terms of this World Championship. We've seen obviously a lot of Charizards, a couple of Venusaurs. I don't think Blastoise actually made an appearance in the Masters Division stream, and so I'm really excited to potentially see that Pokemon. It does have to face down a Kartana on the opposing end, and so don't know if that's really the best matchup for it. You know, we'll have to see. But I think that in itself is really interesting. In the Seniors Division, really interesting storyline. Nicholas Khan, who was actually a Juniors Division World Champion, is now looking to get another title in the Seniors Division. Despite all the amazing juniors, like throughout the years, I'm not sure that had actually ever been accomplished where someone was in juniors, aged up to seniors, and then also won. So I think that's really interesting. He's also using Zacian Kyogre. And his opponent, Yasuhiro Shimizu, has Groudon Zacian, but with a Bronzong. So we've got some cool picks there. Yeah. And then for the finals, of course, Guillermo versus Eduardo with Lunala Groudon against Zacian Calyrex. So, you know, Lee, I know you just touched on kind of the finals or Masters matchup finals a little bit, but I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on the juniors or the seniors divisions here.
Well, so Adam and I are going to be casting the seniors division finals, and so I know we've looked at that matchup just a little bit, and I will say that is what I expected, honestly, to see in the grand finals of some of these divisions is the Groudon versus the Kyogre, that very classic matchup that we've seen in so many different series past. And so, you know, looking at that matchup, I think it's going to be really cool to see, you know, how that Bronzong functions, like Ding Dong, Aaron, you remember that one. And so I think that'll be fun to see how that maybe speed interacts with other things, but I also think that just overall, that matchup is going to be very positionally based.
That matchup always is, and it really gets back to basics, right? We talk about it in every single game. When you see team preview, you see the Kyogre on one side, the Groudon on the other. It's just a clear discussion of who has the advantage in the weather situation. You know, do you want to try and get control of the weather really early and just run through that? We've seen a lot of really good plays actually from the Masters Division where even if they lose that initial positioning and they get the sun set up, you've got the Kyogre on the field. What I've really liked watching is a lot of players immediately go, oh, I can just max Geyser, take control of the weather, and be able to do it that way has been pretty cool. So I hope we see that from the seniors.
Well, I think another thing, just to talk about the matchup a little bit more, and maybe Nicholas Khan as a player, I love that you mentioned that he has the ability to get a second world championship in another division, but I also think that Nicholas Khan is coming into this with a ton of experience with this team as well. We saw that Nicholas was able to win the Europe International Championships with this Kyogre, and there's also a Shedinja on the team, and I know that when we saw that play out, it was Shedinja versus Shedinja in the end game, but it's still a very difficult matchup that you have to think about. What do I need to have if that Shedinja comes to the matchup to be able to hit it through the Wonder Guard?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Shedinja because it's funny, we started the VGC stream, Masters, day one, round one. Shedinja actually never made an appearance, but the sheer presence of it in team preview alone forced the opposing player who's fighting against Shedinja to really position in such a way where they're like, okay, I'm really afraid of Shedinja coming in. Shedinja is just such a wild Pokemon in Series 12 because, yeah, I can basically be immune to a Dynamax attack, right? And be able to solve even a single turn of Dynamax in itself is really good. Has Ally Switch as well. So to me, I think it's actually really fun looking at like the juniors and seniors finals where their teams are actually maybe a little bit more standard than typically you see from these divisions in Worlds finals. But there's like one unique Pokemon from each player on each team that I think is unique. So we talked about Kartana, Blastoise, Shedinja, and the Bronzong, of course. And so my eye is definitely out on all of those. But I also want to, hone in a little bit on the Masters Division finals. We've all casted the players and we've all looked at their games extensively throughout this tournament. So yeah, I just want to get your general feel on, what you think the matchup looks like and who do you think maybe has an advantage based off how they played previously in this tournament.
To make kickoff. I jumped the gun a little bit before, so sorry about that. I think when you look at the teams overall, I would say if there is an advantage to have, I would say it's on Guillermo's side. I think he's got the Regieleki. It causes so many problems, especially with options to really break potential sashes on the Calyrex, and then that allows the Lunala to be in a way better position to be able to kind of deal with it, take that threat away, So I think that's the big problem for Edu. He does have options though. He does have the Gastrodon, like we mentioned, and the Rillaboom as well, which are able to come in and not take as much damage if with the Gastrodon's obviously got the immunity there. But I think the overwhelming potential that Guillermo has alongside his play style, because he is a very kind of, when an opportunity is there, he will take it. And I think when you look at how Eduardo kind of plays, he's very kind of slow-paced, kind of likes to wear down his opponent. Whereas I think some of the options that he uses to do that, I think will be taken away. Like the Regieleki on Guillermo's side, if it goes for a Max Lightning, then you can't really utilize that Yawn that he's relied on so heavily. So there's a lot of things to kind of think of, but I feel like probably the advantage lies with Guillermo going into it. So for me, everything Eduardo has to do, obviously it can go either way though.
I do have one sort of thought about the other side of the coin. I'm watching Eduardo play against Naoto, which Naoto, of course, running back the Groudon-Lunala combination, feeling really good about it. He definitely revealed a number of coverage options which make the day a little bit harder for Guillermo, I think, looking at the way that the Rillaboom reveals the knockoff and causes problems that way. You think, oh, wait, usually you need a big attack, and knowing that there's multiple Dark-type moves, once that Shadow Shield is gone, an easy knockout is afoot, and it's really tough when you go into a matchup and you feel not particularly confident in bringing just maybe one of your restricted Pokemon because there's 3-4 coverage options for it. So that is where I think Edu can kind of force the board a little bit and keep that Lunala from setting up and playing. Of course, the Lunala is different between Naoto and Guillermo's team. I took a look at them yesterday and they're not the same, so he does have to try and figure out that third move slot.
Yeah, I was noticing that as well, is that the Lunala that's on Guillermo's team is actually quite fast. And I think that's something that might catch Edu off guard a little bit is, how do those speeds interact? Because I think that, you mentioned the Regieleki, Lee. I think that's a really great way to outspeed that Shadow Rider Calyrex. But on the flip side of things, just how fast is that Lunala and when is it going to be able to start taking attacks?
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing I'm also kind of curious about is the lead matchup, right? I mean, leads are so influential in this game. These guys will have had all night to prepare for it, right? And so they've gone through multiple combinations of what they think their opponent will lead. So for example, something like Regieleki plus Lunala on Guillermo's end can be really powerful, but then that's where like the Gastrodon comes in really interesting, right? And it's like, who does Guillermo end up Dynamaxing in the matchup? You have a lot of options. Like, you really realistically could max Regieleki, Lunala, Charizard, or Groudon. The big fear about Charizard is you might get hit by like a Snarl from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Of course, you're facing down a Thundurus with Max Lightning on the opposing end as well. Charizard is actually a Pokemon I think we haven't seen Guillermo play with as much on stream relative to some of the other options which were really instrumental to his wins in like top 4, for example, especially that Regieleki. I'm thinking that game 3 he had against James where it showed why this can be one of the most brutal Pokemon in the format. Dynamax, Life Orb Max Lightning, one-shot Kyogre. Life Orb Max Lightning, one-shot Zacian, right? To be able to get a one-hit knockout onto 2 of the most powerful Pokemon in the format definitely was very, very impressive. And so I'm also curious, like for those that maybe didn't tune into any of the games yesterday, what really impressed you about how these players, played and how they control their teams?
Oh, I'll start again.
Yeah, I'm going this way this time.
I think, like I already mentioned about Guillermo's play style, he's very offensive, but he's not kind of hyper offensive in the kind of traditional sense. he's more he was reserved, but when an opportunity is there, he seems to always take that opportunity, like with the Regieleki yesterday, you know, getting those 2 big knockouts consecutively, and it kind of showing off the power that he's got with his team. But then he's got these Pokemon like Lunala that are a bit more defensively built. They can kind of allow him to get a board position that's a bit more favorable to him. So that's a big thing I really like about Guillermo in particular. It's you know, it's very to the point when he needs to be, but very kind of reserved when he needs to be as well. I like the point that, you know, with the Gastrodon from Eduardo's side, though, where it probably is a big player and almost feels like it's forcing Guillermo into choosing the Regieleki to be the Dynamax option, because you want that electric terrain to override potentially the grassy terrain that's on the opposite side of the field, and to kind of alleviate the yawns that are so annoying, because that will start to disrupt your flow. You're going to lose all momentum if you're having to switch your Pokemon out after taking a yawn. But that is the one way that you're able to not only like power up the Regieleki even more, make it even more threatening, but it also alleviates most things, especially if the Charizard's not coming. It's the only thing that isn't grounded, so everything else on Guillermo's team will benefit from it as well.
The one thing I really liked about both the players that I saw in their top 4 sets and when we saw them a little bit earlier is the way they played adaptations really, really nicely. So when sets go to 3, you obviously have to play 3 very tough games, and you can change the lead every time. But in a lot of cases, particularly Guillermo, he sticks with the same lead but plays it differently, going for the Dynamax on Regieleki. Huge change, wins in the game. But I like that he can see those different options, see those different paths, and I think both Edu and Guillermo do a very good job of looking at game 1. Even if they win it, how can they maybe win it even better, even faster? And knowing that they can do that and take those kind of bits of information that they get is really, really important. I think we should be going all the way to 3 games, because I can't imagine either trainer is just gonna, let's say they lose game 1, they're not gonna just give that up and be like, oh, by the way, it's fine, like game 2 is yours too. I think they're gonna make some hard pivots, and they know every option in their team, which is absolutely key to longevity in these tournaments.
And I think Eduardo's team really does play to what he's good at in playing Pokemon, which is just, you know, having the option to have defensive switches. You know, I think in this particular stage of Series 12, as we're starting to approach the end, we've seen a lot more teams go a bit more aggressive, and that's why maybe we haven't seen that Palkia, Ice Red, or Calyrex be as successful as maybe we would have expected, just because it does have to slow it down. Then of course you look at Palchua and you go, okay, well that actually did make it quite far, but I think with Guillermo having to play so fast, one of the ways that you might be able to take away some of that offensive pressure is by playing slower, and AD does such a good job of that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always take away from Edu, is how patient he is. He always feels like a very patient player. And I mean, you look at the match against Paul yesterday, and it was a long match. And sometimes when you're in that situation, you can kind of get lost in amongst the match, because you're so deep into so many turns. But it's always, I think he's got that quality where he's, whatever turn, however deep you are into a match, at whatever position he is, he seems to always have a way to have that patience to be, okay, I'm not going to lose anything here. I'm not going to make a misplay. I'm going to just keep honed in, and I know what I need to do to reach that end point to get the win. I think it's a real good quality that he's got, and it will cause a lot of issues for Guillermo in the final for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because, you know, when I first saw Calyrex Shadow Rider Zacian in the beginning of the format, to me, I was like, well, this is such a hyper-offensive duel, right? They're so fast-paced, Calyrex Shadow Rider is so frail, the team has Thundurus, and to me, that seemed like the only clear Dynamax option. But I think what Edu did really well against Palchua in that top 4 set was find really creative Dynamax options. He Dynamaxed 3 different Pokemon in 3 games. Incineroar in game 1, Gastrodon in game 2, Calyrex Shadow Rider in game 3. And Thundurus didn't even come out, right? And that like, to me, I thought one of the weaknesses of that team composition was always that you rely so heavily on Thundurus, and if you don't max it, or if you don't bring it, then you're really down at like a strong max option. But that, you know, wasn't the case in terms of how Eduardo piloted it. And of course, the 2 players in the Masters Division finals have such deep, extensive experience. They are longtime veterans, multiple top cuts in the World Championships. Eduardo getting top 4 in 2016, top 16 in 2019. So, you know, first World Championship back since 2019, he's top cut once again. And Guillermo getting top 8 all the way back in 2012, over a decade ago. many generations ago at this point. And so the experience there is really extensive, right? And so to me, this might be one of the most like evenly skilled matchups we've ever seen in the finals, where I think like I could see both players really realistically taking it, and they've had so much time to prepare for it as well. What's really interesting is also with the structure of this tournament, sometimes you can be really tired after a very long Saturday. In previous days, you would play your Swiss rounds as well as your top cut rounds. So if you made it all the way to the finals, at that point you probably played like 9-10 rounds of Pokemon. That's exhausting, right? Yeah, you get a night to rest and think about the matchup, but these guys this time around have a little bit more time where the Swiss rounds were separated from the top cut matches. And so even though their matches yesterday were, long and drawn out, they had a lot more time to prepare and think about it. And I think the dynamic of the finals is always really interesting because it's always about like preparation, right? And like not only for Masters, but for juniors and seniors as well. And this time around, it feels like the players have a little bit more time to prepare.
I think that mental reset is just so helpful, especially when, maybe you had a really grueling second set of Swiss. Like you had to play through day one, you also have to play day two and then go right into a top cut after that. Having that mental reset is such a good way to say, okay, I made it. You can celebrate that moment and then look forward to the next stage.
The big thing with Edu's performance as well is he was undefeated. He is still undefeated at this tournament. He went X&0 in the Swiss portion on day two. That's where he came in at because he got the day two invite. And being able to come in and just completely go through that day without dropping a game, that's a confidence boost. Then you obviously missed the kind of first round that we had to get to balance ourselves for top 16. You saved yourself a little bit of energy there. So he just keeps on going without having to worry about it. So he's 10-0 technically across the whole tournament. And that's just got to be a huge bit of confidence coming in. But then Guillermo, of course, having to fight through a few more rounds, definitely gets to come in feeling, like he's had to dig a little deeper and find some of those options in his team.
I want to say that if Eduardo wins the World Championships, I think the only other player that I can think of that had an undefeated run or any run like that was actually Ray Rizzo in 2012.
Yes.
I want to say.
Yep. I think one thing that's actually really interesting is a lot of the world champions in the recent years like squeaked in with the X&2 record. Naoto last year actually started the tournament 0-2, won 5 in a row. After he lost his first 2 games, then he decided, okay, it's time for me to go undefeated. You get 2 losses, right, during the Swiss rounds. He's like, I'm gonna take them early, really shake off the rust, and then he just absolutely dominated the tournament. He won 5 in a row, had to play a, win an in match to get into like the top 16, and then won out from there. Almost pulled it off this year once again. I mean, first of all, that's still crazy to me. Like, he almost won this tournament, right, and had a really close set against Eduardo. It was 2-0, but to me, in both of those games, if one play goes a little bit differently, I think it could completely swing into Naoto's favor. And, I mean, I think a lot of players had so many amazing tournament performances, not just the 2 finalists, right? I think about James Beck, who got top 4 at Worlds last year, top 4 again this year. Megan Ratto, who got top 8 last year, top 8 this year. It's truly amazing to me because I think the game is at a point where it's a lot more difficult than it used to be. I think Dynamax also, as a mechanic, this was the only World Championship we had with Dynamax, but adds a lot of kind of, there's a lot of uncertainty with it. And I think one thing interesting about this tournament as well is like day one was really the wild, wild west. There were a lot of very well-known players. I think people who I could see winning the entire tournament who didn't even make it through day one. And I think part of it is because they may have built teams that were really good for the day 2 metagame, but maybe not so much for the day 1 metagame. And so I'm curious, this day 1 was super large. And with your guys' experience with this format, do you think that this day 1, day 2 structure was peculiar, especially for this tournament?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, we went into day 1 kind of expecting what personally, I went into day 1 expecting to see what we saw in day 2. You mentioned, and it was the opposite to that. We were seeing like Shoma with his triple steal, Dialga, Ferrothorn team. The amount of Ferrothorns as well that we actually saw in day 1 was way more than what I expected, but it made a lot of sense because then, coming into this tournament, there's obviously issues around Trick Room, around Amoonguss in particular, and you kind of look at it and you think, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense for this one Pokemon. It deals with all of those issues and gives, it just takes up 1 slot to deal with them, as well as offering a lot more. But yeah, in particular, that they were the teams that really kind of stood out to me, and there was a lot of Dialga in that field, and they did really well as well. A lot of them moved on into day 2. So yeah, it's Dialga for day 1 for me.
I think the big thing that players will have to look at in coming years is how you approach day 1 and day 2. And I don't think enough players are maybe putting the time in on that. I mean, back in the day when Lee and I and you were attending events together, and that's actually a quick note on Guillermo. One of the first years I ever met Lee, Guillermo was cleaning up nationals across Europe, and we were desperately trying to, keep up with him.
Knocked me out of top 16 at Madrid that year.
Yeah, he
and then
did.
he went on to win it.
we're having a good reminisce, but no. Back to the main point. It's like the day one meta game. You want something safe, like you say. It is the Wild West. You're going to see some absolute nonsense. You're going to see some teams you had never prepped for, and you've just got to be ready for that. So I think maybe taking something a little more stable on that day to deal with that and the variation that you're going to see is interesting. Then you get a little bit of time. You know what you've seen on day one, and then you can maybe try and make an educated guess for day two. I think it would be interesting to see more trainers change up their team. That's something I don't know how many people did, but it didn't feel, for anyone we featured at least, like anyone pivoted off or even made adjustments. So I think in the future, I definitely look at like my team on day one and definitely try and make some changes. I think there's a lot of room for somebody to springboard from like squeaking in on day one to completely dominating day two.
I think part of the format as well, when you look at Dynamax as a mechanic, is that when we're in this double restricted format, it feels like you have so much more pressure on you to get the Dynamax right. And so whether it's guessing what the Dynamax on the opponent's side is going to be, or figuring out which Pokemon is going to be best for you yourself to Dynamax, I think that does add an extra layer of maybe I do have to stick with something that's a bit more comfortable and something that I have personally found consistent.
Absolutely. And I think one thing that I do want to briefly touch on, of course, is that Europe has guaranteed the title, the World Championship title here. The first time that we have a World Championship outside of the US or North America, I should say. And that in itself is an incredible accomplishment because what's really interesting is I always felt like there were so many strong players from Europe. To me, like the day two players from Europe this year maybe felt like the strongest just in terms of average level, right? Japan had a lot of players, and that's actually one thing I also want to briefly touch on, where Japan actually maybe underwhelmed a little bit at this World Championship. I considered them to be one of the heavy favorites to win. I thought that like kind of the crazy team building would definitely give them advantages. I think a lot of their top players ended up just opting for more standard compositions though, which may have led to them, I wouldn't say underperforming, but at the end, like the North American and European players are so good and have mastered these, very standard comps and taking it to the extreme. But I do want to briefly touch on, just Europe winning, right? Like that's a big deal. We haven't had a European World Champion since Arash Ahmadi. He's the only Masters Division European World Champion. And so, were you guys surprised, or what country did you guys think would, win the whole tournament here?
I was with you. I thought that Japan was going to have a really strong performance in this tournament, and so to see them not in like the top two now, I think is just kind of a surprise. But also when you look at who ended up making it, there's a lot of consistency there. There's a lot of experience. And so it really doesn't surprise me to see Guillermo and Eduardo in grand finals.
I got to triple down now on the Japan underwhelmed thing. It was certainly something I was expecting. And I remember looking before the tournament, they've been playing at their nationals, and there were some insane teams in their top cut. The big thing for me is like, they did bring all the heavy hitters and they all put on a pretty good show, but they just couldn't quite get it over the line. I mean, we saw Rinya running, Rinya's son, then he fell to a European player, which kind of shows that maybe there's a level of experience that comes from the format that they play. They do play their tournaments a little bit differently, a lot more online, a lot more best of one. There's definitely a level of experience and kind of a culture around it that the European tournaments and the North American tournaments breed. So being able to understand those best of threes, make those adaptations in a game, and not just rely on the surprise factor is really important. Europe, home field advantage, definitely not surprised by either of these players being in the final. Have seen them at events for absolutely years, over a decade now. It's definitely their time to get up there, and I think both of them got to be happy with the performance, but they're going to want to take it all the way.
I have to quadruple down on that. I'm sorry. But I expected. I was exactly like you all, I came into this event and I really thought it was going to be very similar to World Championships in 2015. I really thought the Japanese were going to come in and really overwhelm the rest of the player base. But at the same time, it doesn't surprise me because you look at the names that are there in that top cut from Europe, from North America, and it doesn't surprise you because you know how strong these players are, and then you watch them over and over again, and you see how high that skill level is. And I was totally wrong. But happy because it is nice to have a European champion, like you say. It's in 2013. It's been a long time, and I think there are in every single region there are such strong players, but you know, being a player amongst this region, it's kind of nice to see some of these players that you know have the skill level to finally kind of get the championship. So yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Masters, but I definitely want to go back to the lower divisions a little bit. First of all, they're always just so fun to watch, right? Because like I think when people look at the younger divisions, they're like, oh, they're really just kids, but they are stone cold. Like they are so good at the game, and I think like the junior division and senior division world champions, like they really can contend with the best in Masters, right? What's interesting to me is also looking at like the regions that they're from, where like Kira and Nicholas Khan are from Oceania, and Kosaku and Yasuharu are both from Japan. So no North America, no Europe, and so we have like a APAC versus Japan kind of duel, which I think is super interesting. And yeah, I just want to highlight that because I think that I feel like North America, Europe, and Japan probably get so much of the attention when it comes to VGC and Pokemon, and a lot of it is because, like, obviously a lot of the events in North America and Europe are streamed, and Japan has their own circuit, everyone pays attention to them. But there, one thing that I wanted to see in this World Championship is like newer regions rising up. I think let players across the globe continue to improve, especially in kind of underrepresented regions. And so, yeah, I mean, looking towards juniors and seniors, is there anything that you guys are excited for in those matches?
I think just looking at juniors and seniors matches is always so exciting because they have such a different approach to the game. Whereas at the top tables of the Masters division, you see very standard things, I think, for the most part, of just lines and figuring out exactly what you need to do and having a game plan as you get into the game. But I feel like for juniors and seniors, you see something a little bit more off the cuff. And so I love seeing the strategies they come up with on the spot to be able to deal with situations as they happen.
Focusing on the seniors, I think there's a big conversation we need to have. I know you and your brother have played for a long time, and you were both very, very successful, and you still are. But the Khan family are absolutely insane at Pokemon.
Sure.
Definitely looking to just really secure it as the most decorated family. Don't forget, older brother, Christopher, winning world championships in the TCG, then changing over to VGC, picking up international titles there. As you mentioned earlier, Nicholas winning multiple events, world championships, internationals. Got to be feeling pretty good about that. And I also found out recently there's a secret other brother who plays TCG, a middle brother between Christopher and Nicholas. So yeah, that if they can really cement that, I mean, the juniors to seniors pipeline of growing and taking the world championships there would show that by the time he gets to Masters, I wouldn't want to be playing him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that is, one of the most exciting things for me is watching the juniors and the seniors, because these are potentially the next kind of crop of talent that are coming through the player base. And it's always interesting for the seniors in particular, and those seniors that are kind of making that step up in maybe a year or maybe 2 years' time to see how well they adapt into Masters. We've seen so many times these seniors come into Masters and you think, oh, they're a little bit younger than the rest of the field. They're probably going to take a little bit of warming up before they get started, and then bang, it's like, okay, I'm winning internationals or winning regionals, and you think, this is where, and you can look back to these finals where these seniors played and you think, well, this is where it all starts. So it's kind of nice to see where their Masters story begins, but also to kind of follow how they've already done and their story so far, A bit like you, Aaron, when we were playing and we kind of saw you rise through those ranks, and you kind of did so well, when you made that step up. And it's such a nice story and kind of progression to see these players make in the video game. So
yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't want to fight Nicholas Khan when he gets to the Masters division. Like, he's already so good, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is able to take home another World Championship title. I mean, one thing I've always wanted to see is, is it possible for someone to win Worlds in 3 different divisions? That's hard enough to win one, right? So how crazy would that be? But he, of course, is going to look for that next World Championship title in the seniors division. We don't have that much time left, so I want to ask you all, what is your one spicy prediction for any of these finals? Just, it can be anything, whether it be a player winning, something crazy happening. I'll go first. I started the stream saying, or started day one saying, I don't think Zacian is going to win the tournament. I am going to stand by that. I'm going to predict that Guillermo is going to win with his Lunala Groudon combination.
Okay. Dynamax Shedinja.
That is a spicy one.
Yeah. No more needs to be said at that point, right? It's like
Cut the stream, that's it.
I think we're going to end up in seniors with just some nuts Bronzong endgame situation causing chaos.
I'm gonna me and Lou have been following Gastrodon, as you probably know, quite closely all season.
Wait, are you a fan of Gastrodon, Lee?
Have I not told you, Adam?
Oh, tell us more.
Where to begin?
You never mentioned it.
So I'm going to say Gastrodon. I'm going to say Gastrodon winning the World Championships, just to kind of neatly tie off that little saga between myself, Lou, and Gastrodon.
Well, it's done it before. Paul Ruiz, of course, won the World Championships with Gastrodon a couple of years ago, so we'll see if the cute slug can pull it off yet again. But that is going to be it for the pre-show. I believe it is time to get started with the World Championship final. So thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you to all my fellow casters for joining me here on the couch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Pokemon World Championships. Sierra Hunter and Joe Brown on the desk for our first VGC finals. It's about time to crown our first video game champion.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting in the junior division. A lot of VGC players and fans watching along. Typically, it's really fun watching the juniors, watching these trainers who are, for their short in size, but their brains and their skills are arguably just as strong as seniors and masters sometimes. And if you've made it to the final two in your age ranking in the junior division, like, that's a gigantic accomplishment.
It is, and they talked about it a little bit on the couch about maybe a player one day being able to win in all three divisions, and being able to take this win now for both of these players, still having this chance and being so accomplished in this junior division would definitely be a way to start working towards that track. Because I am terrified of when these players start aging up, that is for sure.
Yeah, if I were to lose to an 8-year-old, I don't know how well I would recover from it. But
have you not yet?
Well, they're hanging out in their own division. I'm not playing against them there. So, and we did talk about it, or they did talk about it on the couch. Typically, how the junior metagame is a little bit different. You'll see common Pokemon, you'll see Zacian, Kyogre, Groudon, all those great restricted Pokemon, but it's much more aggressive. Protect is a myth down in the in the juniors division. We want aggressive plays, Tailwind, trying to go for KOs as fast as possible. There typically are not many 14, 15 turn matches in the juniors division because of how aggressive the play style is. So usually if you are dropping Protect, that means you have room for other move coverages as well on your team, other type of attacks to hit your opponents with. So that's what I always like to focus on with juniors matches, is these the variations on their team building compared to the masters.
See, the way I'd like to describe it is that these juniors are brave. Sometimes I've heard it as well, even the course of this weekend, the master players talking about playing a little too passively and it ending up losing them the game because they're playing not necessarily to win, but to not lose. From what we've seen in juniors division, these kids have no fear. They're going to go out there, they're going to click the strongest move and do what they need to do to put the damage on the field, to grab these big KOs and get this commanding leading position. And I love it. We might get some surprises because, they're not omitting Protect. They're still there. They're just opting to, okay, what is going to get me this fast advantage and get me out on the right foot? So I'm really intrigued if that's what we're going to see today, what we've seen typically in the past coming out of juniors divisions, or if it's going to be a little bit more fine-tuned considering this is the World Championships.
Yeah, they definitely have bolder strategies typically compared to some of the other divisions, and that's what makes it so exciting to watch. And you see the excitement on their faces, the experience that they're gaining here that they're going to take on to the seniors division and to the masters division. And only, if you win here, hopefully we can get that 3 for 3.
Fingers crossed, right? Well, it is time to introduce our players and take it over to the stage.
Thanks so much. Look at this beautiful crowd. Look at you. It looks like you're ready to see the junior finals for the Pokemon video game. Let's welcome our players. First, from Australia, we have Kiara Nguyen. And from Japan, Kosaku Miyamoto. As we get right into this match, let's give them a big round of applause and encouragement. Casters, back to you.
I am so ready for this finals. I feel like, too, it's the most wholesome thing. And the juniors plushie game, on point. Best out of any age division every single time.
No, absolutely. It's something you always have to respect because those Pokemon that they're genuinely their favorite Pokemon. Like for Kiara, or Kiki as her friends like to call her, Eevee is one of her favorite Pokemon. So having the Glaceon plushie on the desk is really, it could be that confidence boost she needs to win here.
Definitely, but let's start talking a little bit more about these players. First off, we do have Kosaku. So most recently for an accomplishment, 2022 top 8 at Japan Nationals. So sometimes the accomplishment list is a little shorter, especially as new players are getting into the era. And I'm really excited because getting to the second at least, maybe even first at the Pokemon World Championships will be another to put onto that list, and that is exciting.
Absolutely. For Kosaku, this would obviously be the biggest win in his young VGC career at this point. But for Kiara, she has a lot of titles under her belt in the juniors division, a multiple-time regional champion as well as a multiple-time international championship top cut player. So the stage is not too big for Kiara, and there we can see those regional championships. Top 4 EUIC, top 8 OCIC, and top 8 NAIC as well. Kiara is ready for this moment.
Yes, and it's not the first World Championships that she's competed in either. So this is somebody who is used to this big stage and this pressure, and this could be the moment to take it all down. This is so exciting. The fact, too, that she's been playing since 2018, I feel like that is especially impressive once we get into the junior division, considering the age of these players. Looking into the team, though, we did talk about the aggressiveness that we'd like to see down in the juniors division. And these teams right away are telling that exact story. We can see that there is these tailwind setters. We can see that there's these strong restricteds coming out. Zacian's all around. We have that Calyrex Shadow Rider. These teams scream aggressive and go fast.
Yes, these two trainers have a need for speed in this matchup, both with Prankster Pokemon available to them. That Whimsicott versus Tornadus matchup is going to be very crucial to determining who wins this battle because they both have those priority attacks or access to Tailwind. And what do you have against each other? Typically, Tornadus can have Icy Wind to slow your opponent down, so even if both trainers go for the Tailwind, you can still have that speed advantage. But the other Pokemon to focus on, Kosaku, throwing it all the way back with that original Water-type first partner Pokemon in Blastoise. Can be supportive, but can be an all-out threat with that G-Max Cannonade as well.
And we have seen so much Venusaur and even more Charizard. So having Blastoise now in the grand finals is amazing. But here it is. It is time for our first match here in our junior finals here in London. And to lead it off, it will be that Blastoise and Whimsicott pairing off against Zacian and Tornadus.
And there are those two Prankster Tailwind Pokemon we were talking about in Team Preview. Tornadus and Whimsicott are both incredibly fast, have priority moves on their supportive attacks like Tailwind or potentially anything else that doesn't do any damage. So both of these trainers have to be aware that their opponent does have a way to match the speed on the other side. Now, do you have to worry about if you're wasting a turn of Tailwind when they're clicking something else more supportive on their side, and they can stagger their Tailwind turns later on in the matchup to have the speed advantage on the later turns?
Well, it already is going to be aggression from the start with Kosaku Gigantamaxing this Blastoise. So fitting to see this out on the main stage. This Blastoise, it might not be as popular as the other two, but it definitely can deal some massive damage with those max Cannonades. Now the Tailwind, this will be the first round. The Whimsicott moving first. We'll have to see if this will be matched in the speed it is. Both players are making sure that they're not at any disadvantage and not having speed on their side. Now Behemoth Blade from Zacian, we know just how devastating these can be, but considering it's going to go into the Whimsicott, it's not going to take that well, and in lack of Sash, it'll be a one-hit KO.
Yeah, no Focus Sash, meaning this Whimsicott cannot stay around for one more hit to cause more havoc later on.
Max Hailstorm, also a devastating attack, and sure, it will bring the Tornadoes down to Sash, but considering the hail that set up, essentially one-hit KO as well.
That's a one-for-one trade, essentially, for both of these trainers there. Their Pokemon, their Prankster Pokemon were only able to click Tailwind, but this can be beneficial for both of them, as now you can have a Pokemon that typically does much more damage, like, say, the Kyogre or Landorus or Kartana in the back on Kiara's end, and something like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, or Zacian for Kosaku. They would really prefer to use these turns of Tailwind much more than their Prankster Pokemon teammates can.
And it's important, too, to make sure you get your Tailwind up, but you're also taking down the Tailwind setter from your opponent to punish if there is going to be any other thing that they're going to click on the first turn. Sometimes they like to stagger the max, the Tailwind here, so making sure that if they didn't go for it, it's instantly punished. But bringing out the Zacian for Kosaku, matched with the Kartana on Kiki's side. This Kartana can do damage because there is that Max Blastoise on the other side.
Yeah, and speaking of staggering, another aspect of VGC is staggering Dynamax turns. Kosaku has already used his first turn of Gigantamax on Blastoise. If Kiara were to opt for a Dynamax Kartana, which is very common, has great access to Max Airstream, Max Overgrowth to hit this Water type in the Blastoise, could be a really strong spot, and then she would have that additional turn of Dynamax later on when Kosaku's had already been used up. The one thing you have to worry about is if Kosaku did not bring a Mungus in the back, there is not a grass resist to a potential Max Overgrowth on the switch-in.
Whether it's in the back or not, we don't know yet, but regardless, a lack of switch means that this Max Kartana coming out can do some devastating damage. This Pokemon is known for having such a great attack stat and fantastic coverage all around, even though the special defense is lacking at times, making it a little bit of a volatile pick. Close combat from Zacian for Kosaku, bringing it down right into the yellow, making sure that as much damage impossible can be ringing off. But of course, Zacian being so fast, Kiki will now have the chance to respawn, and that will be right into the Gigantamax Blastoise. But look how well it takes that hit.
But that's double damage from the Behemoth Blade, though, so that's still down to half, and the Max Overgrowth would be enough to get the rest.
Yes, making sure that you can deal just enough to when this Max Overgrowth comes off. It can finish this Blastoise off once and for all. The critical hit just to make sure this is cleanly done. Get the terrain as well, heal yourself up a little bit, but a great position for Kiki right now.
That's an incredible turn from her there, because she knew Dynamaxing Kartana would mean Zacian would not be able to one-hit KO it, and double targeting that Blastoise slot would ensure the KO, giving Kartana its first Beast Boost of the game. And Beast Boost works just very similarly to Grim Neigh and Chilling Neigh boost. Every time you get a knockout, the Kartana is going to gain a boost to its attack stat, meaning that next knockout is even more likely because you're even stronger now.
Yeah, and now two Pokemon already KO'd for Kosaku and down to his final one. That Calyrex Shadow Rider. We've talked at length about this restricted and just how strong and powerful it can be. And going up against this Kartana, known for not having the greatest special defense. Be interesting to see how it fares.
Absolutely, and it's already such low HP at this point because of the close combat from the previous turn from Kosaku Zacian. So the Tailwind is still here for both of these trainers, meaning that speed advantage would go to Kosaku because Calyrex Shadow Rider is typically faster than Zacian, and especially the Kartana there. Not clicking Max Airstream means that Kartana would not be able to outspeed a potentially very fast Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side.
Definitely, and sure enough, the Astral Barrage, Zacian for Kiki, going to be nice and safe, but the Kartana is not going to be able to hold on and is going to be taken out.
And now with Kiara down to this Zacian who just protected, you're still worried about speed ties every single turn when you see your opponent also has a Zacian.
And we were just talking about the boost that these Pokemon can have when they KO something, and now that is going to be a special attack boost for this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is so fast, and having that boost under its belt when Kiki's now down to her final two Pokemon as well could be really dangerous.
And we talked about it all weekend, Sierra. The ability for Calyrex Shadow Rider to wait for the perfect time to come at the end of the game and start sweeping with Astral Barrage. Start getting those Grim Neigh boosts, increasing its special attack, and making it so scary for if this Zacian ever wants to go for an attack, it'll take a lot of damage from that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and the Kyogre now for Kiki's last Pokemon hitting the field, bringing the rain along with it. So this is where we talked about the speed that's going to be coming out. Sure, this Kyogre can deal some devastating damage, but it needs to be able to get to that point in turns to have that ability.
And anytime the Kyogre takes damage, if its main attack is Water Spout, that's based off of having as much HP as possible, which Kiara will not have.
Now, the Astral Barrage, so much damage, bringing both Pokemon down to the yellow. And Zacian on Kosaku's side going to be moving first, targeting into Kiki Zacian. That is going to be enough to take it out and eliminate it. So it's going to be just down to Kyogre. The Origin Pulse instead, and it is going to connect onto both targets. See how much damage this does. Knocks out one, but not able to take down the Calyrex Shadow Rider, holding on with 19 HP and should be able to clean this up.
That's a huge survive for Kosaku. The Zacian was definitely going down because of that prior close combat earlier on in the game, lowering its defense and special defense there. So in the rain, that was going to be enough. But the Calyrex just barely hanging on. Now the Kyogre is at half HP, but Astral Barrage is single target. You're going to have to use this turn to get that misty terrain, or excuse me, grassy terrain recovery just to help out a little bit. Energy Ball's revealed.
Energy Ball from the Calyrex Shadow Rider to try and do enough damage, knowing that maybe after he feels that this grassy terrain recovery might not be enough, despite it now being a single target.
Yeah, and with the grassy terrain actually would be boosting the amount of damage that your Energy Ball does there. This is what we were talking about, where the junior division have a lot more room for tech moves like Energy Ball in this matchup.
Here it is, going for the second go. It will be enough to grab this KO, and Kosaku taking the first match here in the finals.
That was as close as you can get, just barely hanging on from that double Origin Pulse in the rain from the Kyogre. Very different game if that knocks out, obviously, and then Kiara would be in the front position. But Kanto fans can rejoice as potentially Blastoise is one win away from winning a world championship.
And really showing how important it was for that Calyrex Shadow Rider to grab this KO onto the Kartana and get that boost, because every single boost in those endgame situations too, maybe if it was neutral, wouldn't be able to do so much damage the first time around, to where things could have turned out a little bit differently. But obviously a big missed KO from that Kyogre. Now you have to think a little bit, all right, this Kartana, great against the Blastoise. What other ways can I maybe try and put this pressure on, or maybe even try and get that speed advantage? We talked about that lack of max airstream to secure this KO onto the Blastoise, but then when there's the speedier Pokemon on the other side, you're still in a weird position.
And Kiara is somewhat of a veteran in the juniors division, which kind of doesn't sound like it makes sense, but she's been around for so long. She has played so much VGC over the online era of Sword and Shield that she can definitely recover here. The benefit, though, for Kosaku is I did learn from our fellow commentator and junior division correspondent, Lou, that Kosaku in the juniors tournament this weekend was really good at learning information in game 1 and then adapting in game 2 and 3. So if Kosaku had already gained the advantage here by winning game 1, I wonder what other adjustments he can make. Be thinking about the Whimsicott not having Focus Sash, it shows that pretty much all he can do is get Tailwind up, so you are never in the speed, disadvantageous position. You can always match that speed on the Tornadus' side that Kiara has, and then let Whimsicott get knocked out to let the real damage threats take care of the rest of the game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see going into this game too, just exactly where those adjustments are going to be, because there was a lot of that aggression and that speed control. And I'd like to see just a turn or two different coming out here from Kiki to try and make sure things can be back in her favor. Obviously, the Kyogre dealing such devastating amount of damages is just not at the point to where it's able to outspeed the others, even though it was able to survive through the original turn.
And if you're looking from her perspective, she was almost one hit away from actually winning that game. So it's not like Kiara has to make too much of an adjustment in this matchup. Those 4 Pokemon really did prove to be very effective for her in this match. Just that one turn where using the knockout on the Blastoise meant that you did not knock out the Zacian.
But now it's time to head into game number 2 and see how these trainers are going to fare. And yet again, an aggressive start from these players. There's going to be the Tailwind setters, and that Blastoise making an appearance back on the field.
And let's see this time around, if G-Max Cannonade is an option for Kosaku. When you have a situation like this, if you're leading in the same thing, not often do you want to just click the same moves you did in the previous game because it's much more of an expected decision from your side. So we clicked Max Hailstorm in that first game for the KO, but G-Max Cannonade, in theory, if the Tornadus is going to get low enough anyway, would also be able to knock out and break through that Focus Sash just the same way that Max Hailstorm does. And then you have that residual damage every turn for those next few turns, just like Charizard and Venusaur have shown time and time again that Blastoise is also on their level.
And Blastoise, just like in game 1, is going to get on another level with this Gigantamax. We got to see just how strong it was the first time around, and it's going to be no exception here in game number 2. Now, considering the Pokemon on the field, we can only assume what's going to be happening, but instead, here's already a big adjustment, a Protect. The Tailwind will come out from Kosaku. This is what we talked about, though, with staggering these Tailwind turns. As long as it makes it through, it'll be fine. It'll be the Max Cannonade, though.
Is it going into the Protect? No, it's hitting the Zacian for full damage there. Zacian's already down to under half of its HP just in the first turn.
Yes, but of course, it's going to be able to survive, and it's going to be able to fire off attack in retaliation and take care of this Whimsicott. Now, the support Pokemon from Kosaku is gone, and Kiki still has hers, and one more turn of Tailwind in that previous game could have been that difference between taking the win and the loss.
I genuinely loved that Protect from Kiara there, even if it didn't work out because the Tornadus was not targeted. If the same play worked out of the Max Hailstorm from the previous game into your Protect, would not be enough damage, would not knock you out, and now that Tornadus is still so healthy, you have access to your Prankster Tailwind and that staggered speed tiers there, so that at the end, the one turn that Kosaku speed has been returned back to normal, you would still have that double advantage. But the threat for Kiara at this point is Zacian is already so low. And you saw that this Behemoth Blade into the Blastoise only does half to it, which is a lot since it is a restricted attack, but it's not enough to be able to take it out if the Blastoise wants to go for another attack into the Zacian slot. Luckily for Kiara, though, if she does click Tailwind on this turn, you would be back to that somewhat normal speed tier of double speed from both sides.
A Protect from Zacian as the Tailwind is going to set the speed to at least match what Kosaku has on his side. Astral Barrage, Zacian's going to stay nice and protected, but the Tornadus is going to be a little bit of a different story. We did get to see the Sash, but considering the residual damage, no longer has that still hanging on, though. Now, another round of G-Max Cannonade just to be dealing the damage. It is just going to be into Tornadus, though, and finish it off.
If that Cannonade went into the protected Zacian, it still would have brought it low enough to the point that Cannonade on this turn, that damage would have knocked it out, and it would have been a clean double KO for Kosaku. Instead, this Zacian, this is Kiara's last stand. You would be knocked out by the next turn of Cannonade damage, and Kiara used the Kartana in game 1 as her Dynamax attacker at full HP right now, and not worried about that close combat from the previous game since the Zacian's not on the field. The Kartana is definitely feeling much safer to yet again Dynamax and go for that max overgrowth.
Yes, but this is still such a tricky situation, especially considering how low the Zacian is. This damage that has been built up from this G-Max Cannonade and the damage it deals over turns has been devastating. Even when you had that survival on the Tornadus, it was unable to hold on thanks to that. So this is where the Kartana really needs to be making an impact. We talked about the overgrowth. We talked about the impact that a Max Airstream could have in this position. We'll have to see which one she's going to prioritize going into it.
That would be a way that if you have, you can try to outspeed the Calyrex Shadow Rider if you are going to go for the Max Airstream, but then that's not a super effective hit into this G-Max Blastoise.
So much damage onto the Kartana from the Astral Barrage, and that's a Grim Naboost now on Kosaku's side of the field. Kartana, though, is going to be faster than the Blastoise and go for this Max Overgrow. Blastoise is going to hold on, bringing it just down to the yellow. Now you don't have the speed. You're dealing some damage, but sometimes, depending on how this Blastoise is being brought to the battle, that could be fine. Retaliation, though. Look at this, a Max Darkness, it's not going to be picking up the KO, holding on with 30. We'll have to see how the residual damage adds up.
Yeah, Max Darkness being revealed on Blastoise here, meaning it has that extra move coverage, and the cannonade damage is not enough thanks to the Dynamax. They're hanging on at 7 HP, and this is why Kiara went for the double target into G-Max Blastoise in game 1, because Max Overgrowth by itself was not enough for the KO. So now she is down to her last stand of Kyogre and a very low health Kartana in this spot. Calyrex is still feeling very, very strong at this point to go for a spread Astral Barrage, and it just might be one of those situations that we were talking about that Calyrex can come in later. Blastoise took the brunt of the damage, tried to get everyone as low as it could, and then Calyrex can finish it off.
And this is such a tricky situation too. I mean, the Kartana still has a turn of max left, but not having the same speed possibility, maybe double protect. Look at this, helping hand from Blastoise. Not just this offensive, but making sure that it can help its partner Pokemon here. And Astral Barrage, it's gonna KO the Kartana, but Kyogre holding on with 10 HP.
And you got the Origin Pulse in the rain this time around. Yet again, just barely hanging on. Kiara is gonna need to get some KOs if she wants to force game 3.
And it's going to connect onto both of these targets here. We got to see how much it did the first time around, but yet again, holding on. Maybe this has been trained to take this. Maybe it's not Kiki's day, but regardless, not enough damage. And with this Kyogre so low and the last Pokemon on Kiki's side, there is, though, that Tailwind. This was so important earlier on.
That's right. The Tailwind is now 1 turn left for Kiara and has expired on Kosaku's end. So the rain is up. Kiara is faster right now. Obviously, anything would knock out the Calyrex since it's such low HP, but this is all going to come down to this last turn. If you have Protect on either of these Pokemon, you can then wait out Tailwind if you are on Kosaku's side, so you can go back to being faster.
Such a good protect at this point, but the quick attack from Zacian, another way to clean up the game, and that is going to be Kyogre taken out. Kosaku Miyamoto, your new Pokemon World Champion.
That is an awesome 2 games we just saw by 2 of the best trainers in the juniors division. What an incredible display, and a round of applause for that helping hand Blastoise. The G-Max Cannonade showing up in London and taking names and turning Kosaku into a champion.
Never would I thought Blastoise would have been that first out of those 3 that would take the World Championship title, but hey, I'm here for it.
No, absolutely. Now Charizard and Venusaur are going to have to step it up throughout the rest of the day here on the stage, but it's just a very exciting matchup. I think when you have those Tailwind turns, and I think we really talked about it well, Sierra, if you are going to Tailwind at the same time, then it kind of almost acts like Tailwind doesn't exist, right? Because the speed is doubled for everybody, therefore it's not benefiting either side. But then if you can get that 1 turn of a speed advantage later on, if Zacian did not click Protect there, Origin Pulse can have some really exciting interactions. Maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't, but very safe play from Kosaku there to secure it. You don't want to take any risks in that spot. You want to make sure that nothing gets between you and your World Championship, and that's what Kosaku did.
Yeah, it's such a great accomplishment, too. We talked about the accomplishments beforehand. 2022 Top 8 of Japan Nats, and now you get to add Pokemon World Championship to that title. That is insane. It was such a well-played match from both players, but just that adjustment and being able to make sure that there is those little outs that you had. You had the Protect, you had that quick attack. Ways to make sure the game was cleaned up was really well done.
And shout-outs to Kiara as well with a really cool, the Kyogre Tornadus combination has been very popular throughout many different years of the restricted formats that we've had in VGC, and seeing the Tornadus be able to have Tailwind and some of the other things that we didn't actually get to see, but I've loved that combination. So I like that Kiara brought something that is a very battle-tested, a tried and true combination to the World Championship stage and performed so well with it.
Yeah, and there was those adjustments that we wanted in that game too as well. It was just sometimes when you're that far behind and the Kyogre had taken so much damage, it can be really, really difficult. It was played well by having the staggered Tailwind, but those Grim Naboosts on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, just dealing devastating amounts of damage. You're unable to match that at some point. There's a reason that this Calyrex has been so strong in the format. It's a late game monster, and this was the perfect display of it.
Yeah, and I really got to credit Kosaku for how he has trained his team here. That Calyrex was able to take an Origin Pulse in the rain of both games, as well as G-Max Blastoise being not worried about getting one-hit KO'd from a Max Overgrowth from Kartana, which is a terrifying position if you're a water type facing it. But Kosaku understanding that without the grassy terrain already being set up, it's just not enough damage to get rid of his Blastoise from full HP. And I love Sierra seeing that the G-Max Cannonade, that water type residual damage just being showcased on the big stage.
Exactly. I mean, hey, Blastoise needs a place to shine too, and this is going to be it. And I'm glad too that we got to see just how the trainers went about that. There was no scaredness. This was, I'm going to go out here, I'm going to attack, we're going to put this pressure on, and it really makes for an exciting World Championships and finals.
Yeah, this is the best part of Pokemon, being here with the crowd, in the venue, in person, seeing everybody popped off when the Gigantamax Blastoise hit the screen. So this is why we all love Pokemon so much.
It is, but it's time now to head over to this stage with an interview with one of our world champions.
You're now world champion. How does it feel?
まずはですね、世界チャンピオンとなっておめでとうございます。今どんなお気持ちですか？
めっちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
I am insanely happy right now.
The crowd is also insanely happy. Is there anyone you want to say hi to?
監修してるみんなすごい喜んでくれてるそうなんですけども、監修してる方々の中で特に挨拶したい方とか何かお父さんとか家族とか友達ね一緒に来てくれるんだったらお言葉とかありますか？
一緒にDay3まで出てた練習とかしてくれた子がいるとお父さんに言いたいですね。不挨拶とかしたいですね。
I want to say hi to my dad, who's watching in the audience here, who stayed with me all the way to today and watched all of my matches up until now.
Yeah, cheers for Dad. Now, you're the juniors world champion. In the future, will you also be senior and master world champion?
将来に向けてですね、今ジュニアの世界チャンピオンとなってるんですけど、シニアリーグにも世界チャンピオン、マスターリーグにも世界チャンピオンになりたいと思ってますか？
絶対なりたいですね。
For sure, definitely.
One more question. Since we know you're going to be a champion for so long, what advice will you give other people who want to become champions?
長い時間を得て今そうですね、練習してきたと思うんですけど、結構ですね、ハイレベルなプレイヤーとなってるんですけど、今監視してる方々に何か一言アドバイスとかありますか？
クロバトダシアンすごい強いです。でもすみません。エルフーンが強いですね。
He said at first, he said, the crowned sword Zacian is really strong, but then he said, no, actually, Whimsicott is really strong.
All right, good advice. Let's take it. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and we'll be right back with more after this.
Just crowned our world champion of the seniors division of the video game, and now it is time to continue on with the seniors, and I cannot wait to get this match started with my co-caster Adam Doricott. I am Rosemary Kelly, and we've got a ton of VGC action still ahead.
I think we started out with a really good match in the juniors. We finally got to answer a question that we were talking about right at the beginning of the weekend. Is Blastoise playable? Turns out it's just as good as Charizard and Venusaur, and it's just proved that by winning a World Championships and showing off all of its cool tricks. So at the end of the day, I'm pretty excited that it finally got its moment to really show off as the Gigantamax Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of Venusaur, we see a lot of Charizard, but that Blastoise, I think, was one of those Pokemon we were all hoping to get a chance to see in the spotlight this weekend. But we have another incredible incredible match ahead as we get a chance to preview who will be our seniors finalists that will be battling it out here today.
Two fantastic players, the seniors division always ready to step up and become those future potential Masters division champions as well. So a lot of potential here, players that in some cases have been playing for a number of years, players heavily supported by their family as well. You know, there's a lot of support around certain players. Just once you get involved with an older brother or sister, then you keep playing as a family. Mum and dad get involved, and now, you know, you've got a whole family playing and leveling up together.
Yeah, it's a family experience. That's what we love about Pokemon, and getting a chance to see how these juniors players, they end up aging up into the seniors division, still finding success there. And when they get to the Masters division, they're going to be scary. That's all I have to say.
Some of them are, and we've seen players actually in various regions really do well when they level up from seniors to masters. I think it's so cool to watch a player who plays against their peers, they all learn together, they all level up, and then being able to bring that kind of forward and say, you know what, I can take on anyone, I can take on those masters division players. It's always really fun to see that.
It really is, and I mean, like, we've seen that a lot, even just coming back to live events for this year, just how those players that were in the seniors division before leveling up into the masters division, and just how well they have been able to perform. And so I'm looking forward to just kind of seeing what the new generation of Pokemon trainer has in store for us in this next one.
It's definitely going to be a good time to be a world champion as well. Being the only world champion in the Sword and Shield format is something that you can definitely take and carry on with for a long time. We do have a future coming up, but you know, you want to kind of cement the end of this generation in competitive play and be able to say, you know what, I was, you know, the best at that format.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bittersweet that we're here, and it's the 4th day of competition, but it has been a really tough one for every trainer that has competed here. I hope, you know, that the trainers are proud of making it this far, because qualifying for the World Championships alone is difficult, and then also getting to the final 2, you are one match away from taking home that World Championship title.
The competition's now a whole day longer than it ever has been in the past. We extended things out. We broke up that day too, so the Swiss then becomes Swiss and Top Cut on separate days. We just got so much more to watch, and I think getting to watch more VGC is never going to be a bad thing, right? We get more fantastic games to see. We got to look at everything from top 8 onwards, so we definitely know that there's some top players out there and some really top strategies that these trainers can key into as well.
Yeah, and we've got a chance to, you know, talk about that a little bit in the pre-show, and, you know, when you and I were preparing to cover the seniors division grand finals, we were looking at the teams and looking at just, you know, how these players were able to get to this point where they made it into the finals. And it's not an easy road. You know, you still have to deal with day 2 of competition, and then also, of course, the Top Cut, where you are facing against the best of the best when it comes to playing this game.
Across all 3 divisions, we just have such a fantastic and worthy set of finalists too, and being able to put on a show is a memory that will stick with you for a lifetime. I hope the seniors realize, you know, just how incredible it is to make this achievement and be able to say, you know, I was at least the top 2, and in one case, I was the best Pokemon trainer in my age division at this game. That's so awesome, and something you can take forward with you.
And we have such cool storylines coming into this next matchup as well. I know we have a lot of familiarity between the 2 of us of just Nicholas Khan and watching his particular adventure through the video game championship series. And so, you know, getting a chance to see him on this stage once again, and just one step away from claiming a 2nd world championship, I think that's something that everybody is looking at. Well, can you do it again from juniors and seniors?
Being able to claim titles in multiple divisions is going to be absolutely huge. And obviously, since we broke into the 3 different age divisions that we have in juniors, seniors, and masters, I don't think at Worlds anyone has been able to claim both of those titles once they age up. That's really going to be a massive achievement, and something you have to say, you know what, no one else is going to be able to do this. Yes, we've had people win multiple Worlds. We've had it in VGC. I know it happened in TCG as well. But, you know, being able to say, I'm a world champion in multiple age divisions, it is a huge accomplishment, basically meaning whoever gets thrown at you, you're able to, you know, take them on and deal with it.
Yeah, and then also looking at just the seniors, or sorry, the juniors division, they play like seniors, they play like masters. Like, that's why I get so confused sometimes. But can Japan take home another world championship title? That's another thing that we've got on our plate ahead of us.
Well, the big thing that we were talking about in the pre-show with Aaron is Japan underwhelmed a little bit, right? Particularly up in the Masters division where we were providing all our coverage. Japan just felt like they weren't quite there. They, you know, they made it a couple players into top 16, one into the top 8 as well, but they just fell a little bit short at that final hurdle. And while they had a huge number of players here, they weren't quite able to convert. So
So if they could pick up wins in juniors and seniors, that's got to feel like it'll take the edge off a little bit for, you know, that region and feel like, yes, at least we're still the top region in a couple of divisions. We've just got to catch up in Masters a little bit.
Well, even just looking at the team too, we're still seeing some interesting creative picks. The Bronzong was one that we were able to highlight in the pre-show where, you know, when it comes to Japanese players and how they end up team building and just the way that they approach the game, they are able to take these unique and creative approaches which allow them to use Pokemon that, okay, we saw a little bit of it in maybe some of the more previous North America regional championships, but Bronzong as well. Making it to the finals of the Worlds is so cool.
I think bringing Bronzong to the World Finals is actually very respectful. We decided to have our tournament in London. Many tourists, people like yourself, come over and ask to see Big Ben. Now, not everyone knows that Big Ben is actually not the clock tower on the Houses of Parliament. It is indeed the bell inside. So the thing that bongs on the hour is the bell. I really hope that is the reference. If not, I sound like a bit of a fool. But at least there's you know, an acknowledgement and a nod to our time here in London in the team selection. It's also a good Pokemon. Let's just get that out of the way. It is also very good.
No, it is. I like the call out there. I feel called out right now as one of those people that definitely thought that Big Ben was just the clock. So.
It's the clock tower. The bell inside is Big Ben. So when Americans come over and say, when do we go see Big Ben? I always correct them and say, you're not going to be able to see it. You will be able to hear it.
True.
And then there's a whole conversation about how I was rude to the tourists. And we have to get past that.
We will get past that for sure. And we are just waiting for our players to get ready on stage before we do throw it over there and get a chance to introduce the players a little bit more and also talk about their teams. And with that being said, let's just get into it. Who is ready for the Seniors Division World Championship Finals? Let's go over to the stage to introduce to you our two players that are competing. They made it through such a gauntlet of games to get to this point, and now they are one step away from claiming that championship title. So let's head it over to Anna.
Thanks so much, Rosemary. This crowd is ready, I think, yeah? It's a good crowd. Are you ready? We're going to bring in our Senior Division Pokemon video game finalists. First, please welcome from Australia, Nicholas Khan. And from Japan, Yasuharu Shimizu. These two look ready, so give them some encouragement as we go to the casters. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Anna. We are so looking forward to watching the battle between these two incredible trainers. It is another OCE versus Japan matchup here, and we'll see who takes home the title. You know, looking at both of these players and how they were able to get to this point, I believe that Nicholas Khan actually went undefeated to be able to get here, so putting on an incredible performance so far.
The Khan family doing well at an international event. What a shocker. It's been done by his older brother, Christopher, and now Nicholas is carrying the mantle for them, trying to pick up world titles to probably fill up the shelves. I imagine at their house, their trophy cabinet is looking rather full, so it's probably going to be another shelf needed if he's able to take this one home.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side of things as well, Yasuharu Shimizu from Japan just doing so well to be able to get to this point too. And you know, when you look at that Japan circuit and how they have to play just a little bit of a different format, it's also more high pressure. And so you know that after you've gotten through that one stage of competition, then you are going to be able to get to this one. I think you're feeling really good about getting a chance at the World Championship title here.
If you get this close, you always feel like you can take it home. And Japan, being able to pick up the juniors division probably feels good for them. Being able to pick up seniors would feel even better as well in representing this region. So definitely two top trainers. I know the Japan format usually throws up some more interesting teams as well because of the way they do play a different format. They play a lot more online. They play a lot more best of one as well before moving to that best of three. And that can impact your team choice. There is a little more wiggle room for the element of surprise when you've only got to play one round for the first few rounds of the game. So really well, qualified players here. Just look at the roster from this year as well for Nicholas, coming in to the seniors division and absolutely crushing it. The Junior World Champion in 2017, then just this year winning EUIC and a couple regionals in his home region of Australia.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things as well, Yasuharu coming in here with a Japan national top 8. So already coming off hot off the back of some success to get here. And then of course in 2017 was a junior world's top 16. So already getting farther than that in the senior division, but of course looking to close it out with that championship title.
And definitely a player that he would be familiar with, and they should be familiar with each other, right? Looking at 2017, they were both up there at the top tables of the Junior World Championships. So certainly a bit of familiarity may be a factor here in this game as they decide how they play this one out. But we finally get a reveal of the teams, and we've gone to some very standard restricted pairings, supported by a medley of fun and exciting choices.
Nicholas Kahn actually has a lot of experience with this team. He used a very similar version of this in order to win the Europe International Championships, and it will be sticking to a similar core of that Kyogre and that Zacian, but it's also that Shedinja that sticks out to me, because that's a Pokemon that can really put a damper on things when it has that Wonder Guard ability, and you have to end up hitting it with a super effective attack. But we also saw just how powerful that Whimsicott can be. It's not about the Zacian sometimes. Sometimes it's about that Whimsicott.
The big thing is, is the Shedinja going to be able to get that position? And it's always something you have to look at as soon as you hit team preview with these teams that contain the Shedinja. Do you have the option that says, you know what, I know how to pin it, I know how to make sure it can't move? Or can you pull what we've seen on stream for the Masters Division, one of those nasty little bluffs with the Shedinja where you force their team choice, you actually kind of make your opponent play a certain way in team preview. They've obviously only got 4 slots to choose from, and if they're being forced to bring in something with those coverage options that can deal with the Shedinja, that can hit it through that Wonder Guard ability, then you can read into that, actually capitalize off it, and then decide to push on and say, you know what, now I've got you here, what I'm going to be able to do is take advantage of the 4 Pokemon you've bought that all answer Shedinja.
Well, you have to respect the Shedinja, because you do not want to end up in an end game where you just have no answer to it. And so you're absolutely right. But I think that when you look at Yasuharu's team, there are certainly good options to be able to hit that Shedinja super effectively. So I'm not too worried about Yasuharu being able to bring 1 or 2 answers for an end game that actually don't fit into his overall game plan approaching this matchup when you do have that Groudon versus that Kyogre.
And that's also the big bit of positioning that we have to start talking about, right? Is Groudon Kyogre, how do you play if you lose control of the weather? Do you just fight through it? We've seen a number of trainers really making those efforts to not pivot around so much, because they're worried if they pivot, it can be capitalized on, especially when you know what's coming in. You look at these teams, and the most common switch in Incineroar, right? If you lose that lead matchup, as the Kyogre players say, then you're able to, say, oh, what's coming in? He's going to try and switch it out to reset the weather. Then you can capitalize on it and keep the ball really rolling from there, especially if you're something like a Groudon as well. So that's definitely a lot to do in team preview for both of these trainers, and that is just the first 10-15% of getting through these games.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen just how some of the Masters division also approaches this particular matchup. It's very positionally based. You're definitely looking at trying to control that weather. But then also, when you look at that Venusaur being available, well, wow. Blastoise with that G-Max Cannonade damage. We just saw how influential and pivotal that can really be to make sure that you are securing knockouts. And so seeing that Venusaur also makes me a little scared for the Kyogre that's on the other side.
Well, there is the potential that we have a victory for Blastoise, Venusaur, and Charizard across all 3 divisions with the Gigantamax. And if there's ever been a debate, if anyone wants to, get into the nitty-gritty of what is the best max move, I'd say it's not a singular max move. It's actually the set that they have that leaves behind that residual damage and causes a lot of problems going from there. So plenty to think about with these teams, plenty to look at and say, okay, I've got to get a good lead, and then I'll be off to the races.
Yeah, but then you also want to look at just in general, how is that Bronzong going to fit into the equation? I think that's another Pokemon that we haven't seen a whole lot of when we look at just how the metagame has been approached. Obviously, yes, we saw it with some success, but I think the Bronzong in general, you look at that and say that's a little bit of a slower approach to the game, and so maybe that is one way that you can slow things down. But one thing is for sure, it is about time we get into the first game of this best of 3 grand final.
finals here at the 2022 Pokemon World Championships in the seniors division. And we will be seeing the leads from these trainers for the first time. Yasuharu starting with the Zacian and the Venusaur, and we will see the Whimsicott and the Zacian on Nicholas's side to kick things off.
Zacian, nice, safe, and solid from both of these trainers. They know how much it can do and how impactful it can be with some of these huge attacks. It definitely forces the hand a little bit when it comes to, do I just Gigantamax or Dynamax in some cases? The big thing here is it would be that Venusaur Dynamaxing, and what it doesn't have right now is access to the Chlorophyll ability. Also, if Chlorophyll gets set up, there is a world where Whimsicott is able to just balance that out immediately with a follow-up Tailwind, and then your advantage you've carved out is really not quite there. You're being outsped by so many things once again, and then you have to look at, is it worth it? The other thing is the sun's not here right now. That pivot in to get the sun set up is always hard. You then reveal the Groudon. There is an option later in the game where the Kyogre can come in and just capitalize with a massive Water Spout in the rain. So plenty of choices. I do like the Whimsicott on this team. I think it does a really good job of setting up the rest of the already very fast and very powerful team for success when there is a couple of issues you need to kind of get over and get through. The Incineroar coming in though, nice and safe. I think that's much more useful than the Venusaur right now.
Yeah, but the Zacian's actually just going to protect here on Nicholas's side. And so, you know, just playing it a little bit safe as the Whimsicott goes for the Charm. A huge reveal there to be able to drop the attack stat of this Zacian by 2 stages. So is now -1. And the Behemoth Blade as well being completely negated here for this first turn.
That Zacian's had an absolute western of turn number 1. Not being able to get anything done properly. Just getting charmed and then, of course, just attacking into a Protect is a huge waste of a turn. And that's just a little bit of momentum that Nick picked up. It's not like he picked up a knockout. He balances up those attack drops on Zacian, so they're kind of both starting to look a little bit worse for wear. But, you know, the big thing here is now Charm is revealed. You have to respect that at so many turns. If you're not worried about the potential speed control from something like Tailwind, then you can just start lowering stats. And while the rest of your team, if you're Nick, is able to just fire off these huge attacks, you know, Kyogre, Kartana, and Thundurus, they can cause a lot of problems that way. Then, you know, you just let the Whimsicott help out by meaning you don't get knocked out in return as it sets up the Tailwind.
Yep, Tailwind is going to allow the Zacian to move quite quickly, so we will see that damage go in. And despite the fact that it is going to be at neutral, that is still going to bring Yasuharu's Zacian to about half, as it looks to also fire off a Behemoth Blade. But after that Charm, it is not going to do nearly as much to Nicholas's Zacian. You can see how well it is able to take that. As the Flare Blitz, though, to follow up from Yasuharu's side, actually will do enough to knock out Nicholas's Zacian.
Yeah, the double into the Zacian, kind of returning the favor for turn number 1. Didn't let anything happen really well on that turn, so gets it back by knocking it out. I really think that play is very, very wise, being able to cause those problems. And the Incineroar not going for the fake out just shows that, you know, Yasuharu is trying to loosen things up a little bit and play a little bit fast and loose.
Yeah, we also see that now the Kyogre is able to enter the field with a free switch. The Tailwind is up, and so it should be able to move relatively quickly here to be able to put some pressure onto Yasuharu's Pokemon. They're already softened up a little bit, and that Incineroar certainly not looking to want to take something from this Kyogre.
Not at all. The Incineroar is going to be easily knocked out, and of course the Zacian is as well at low health. While there is control of the weather on board, it's even easier to reach for these knockouts. And the big thing here is, you know, once you get rid of these two, you could force a pair of potentially Groudon and Venusaur, which we've already seen in there, as there is the first Protect.
Yeah, and that's a big one. We don't usually see Incineroar actually carry Protect here, and so love seeing that option to be able to stop this Water Spout from being able to knock it out. But you also see that the Kyogre, too, just going to even the playing field a little bit, as now Yasuharu's Zacian is off the board.
And the Zacians are usually a pretty big piece of these teams, being able to do huge damage with the Behemoth Blades. Now both trainers may feel a little more free to, you know, try and open up the game a little bit and Dynamax without taking that double damage from the Behemoth Blade. That's something neither trainer has gone for yet, and you can tell with some of these very aggressive teams, particularly Nicholas's, then it's one of those situations where if you can carve out an early advantage, that way you can easily win the game, but maybe the board position is so important. The Kyogre's on the field, the Groudon hasn't shown up yet. We are going to figure out if that's the fourth and final Pokemon here. There it is. We're going to be playing in the sun for at least a little bit.
The weather is so important for Yasuharu to be able to get as well, just because you want that Venusaur to go super fast with that Chlorophyll ability, but also you're taking away a lot of the damage output that Kyogre will be able to do, and we will see a Dynamax here to kick off this turn, and it will be that Venusaur Gigantamaxing.
Why not? You've got the Chlorophyll active. You knew you were going to have it active for at least this turn because you were switching in the Groudon. So with that piece of information, you want to be able to to take some attacks a little bit better. Looks like we're not going to get a Dynamax from Nicholas on this turn, so definitely waiting. It's all about the position and the right time to use that key element of the game. That is going to slow things down quite significantly.
Wow, we see the Charm on the Whimsicott for that physical attack, and now we also see the Eerie Impulse to lower the special attack output of this Venusaur, and that Kyogre, despite that it had the Protect up, you know, it will be taking so much less damage. But more importantly for Yasuharu than just the raw damage output of that G-Max Vine Lash, you now have that residual damage on the board.
Pretty sure the damage between turns did more than the actual attack, and while I know it's a Protect, you know, usually it would still do a good amount, right? The Protect doesn't completely reduce it, but you can already see the impact the Eerie Impulse is having. And not being able to easily knock Pokemon out anymore means taking advantage of this Chlorophyll isn't going to be the easiest in the slightest. So a lot of things to consider if you're Yasuharu about maintaining this board position. It just gets so difficult. You've shown your son, you know, do you want to switch out the Groudon, save it for later? You kind of need the Groudon to leave at the same time as the Kyogre, so potentially they come back in together or force the Kyogre back in. That said, if you could maybe close out just down to the last two, you'd have control of the weather for the rest of the game. And I think with that Eerie Impulse, it's going to be a big ask to cause that problem. And honestly, with this Dynamax, you're definitely not getting easy knockouts anymore on to Nicholas's Pokemon. So is going to go for the Kyogre as the Dynamax choice. I really like that because you can control the weather without leaving the field.
Yeah, but you also need to look at how these speeds are interacting. You know, we did see the Tailwind potentially being on the field, but it really is going to be about playing a bit more of a defensive game here. As we see Yasuharu's Groudon go for the Protect, and Thundurus just continuing to try to control the damage output that Yasuharu is able to get on the field, as Kyogre going for the Max Geyser too. It's just going to continue to try to shut down this game and getting a little bit of chip damage into the Groudon through the Protect, but more importantly, of course, setting up that rain.
Now, getting the control of the rain means this Kyogre is going to be able to do so much damage over the next few turns as well. As the G-Max Vine Lash comes through after two Eerie Impulses, it is still going to get the knockout. That is, has to be a critical hit. It's the only way after the two Eerie Impulse, so all that work from the Thundurus just isn't going to be valuable.
Oh, and this is such a difficult position for Nicholas to come back from as well, because you don't really have a lot of damage output left with the two Pokemon that you have. It's the Thundurus that we've seen use a lot of those support type options, and of course that Whimsicott. But maybe there is a way out, and you know Nicholas is a player that will find it.
There is a lot of work being asked of these Pokemon, and with Thundurus revealing the Eerie Impulse, you have to wonder, does it even have an attack? I know a lot of people will kind of dedicate one slot to the Thunderbolt, but then if there's no attack on that, you're looking at really, you know, the options on a potential Whimsicott, and once again, it's only going to be one attack maximum, and that's going to cause some problems. So I don't know if this pair can clutch it out, but maybe a little bit of time, no time thinking. Looks like we're heading straight over to game two, as Yasuharu, with that massive critical hit in game number one, takes down the Kyogre, takes down the last offensive threat, and goes 1-0 here in the senior finals.
Yeah, look at the just expert positioning there, I think, from both of these trainers to neutralize that threat of the Zacian, and that patience to then go for the Dynamax after that. I think Nicholas did a great job overall of setting himself up to have a one-turn Dynamax advantage over Yasuharu, but absolutely, I mean, that critical hit it stings.
It completely turns the tide of that match. I think getting the rain set up, the Kyogre, if it was able to sit there for a little bit more, would have been able to start racking up the damage. It would have easily been able to deal with the Groudon, would have been able to deal with the Venusaur as well at some point. You know, definitely having access to ice moves in its kit. If Nicholas has one of those, he would have been able to do that. Would have, of course, lost the weather as well, though. So a lot of time being put in by Nicholas to control the Venusaur. That was the big focal point of Yasuharu's team. He threw it out in the lead, then positioned the board really nicely, and being able to get that sun set up and use that, make sure the Venusaur felt pretty safe, and just to have all of that work undid in one turn has got to be a real tough one. So Nicholas, back to the drawing board. I mean, step one, don't get crit.
Yeah, that's yeah, it sounds easier said than done, that's for sure sometimes. But I think when you look at just the overall way that Nicholas also approached that first game, I think he definitely has a great head on his shoulders of how he wants to kind of adjust and look forward to game number two. I love the way that he was focusing on that damage mitigation. That charm reveal on that Whimsicott was so impactful, and that's a move that we have started to see come to the forefront of these Whimsicott builds. In the most part, it really has been focused on Tailwind, even sometimes seeing it on a Sun team Zacian to have that sunny day, but Charm is one of those alterations that you can make to the moveset that can really put you at an advantage. You could see how well Nicholas Zacian could take the hit after that.
And just being able to eat up attacks when you're a very naturally offensive team, you know, it kind of gives you this pseudo defense, which feels really, really good, right? Being able to take a hit and not get immediately knocked out on something like the Kyogre, really, really important. So I think that's still got to be his strategy, right? He committed to 2 very supportive Pokemon, and that is a lot of work to have undid. If it works, Yasuharu could just be missing knockouts left, right, and center.
Well, it's time for game number 2 here of this best-of-3 series. Yasuharu in the lead right now with a 1-game win, and Nicholas looking to climb back into things and tie this series up. But we will see a little bit of an adjustment here as Nicholas is going to start off right away here with the Thundurus on the field, both Zacians and, of course, Yasuharu with the Venusaur.
That's an adaptation based off what he saw in game number 1. That Venusaur paired with the Zacian, definitely looking a little bit scary. That Zacian could easily switch out for a Groudon, and all of a sudden, we've got this Venusaur at top speed all over the field. So knowing about that, yes, the Charm was pretty useful, but it still did a good amount of damage. Maybe saving that Whimsicott for later and realizing that, you know, there's other ways to control speed. It looks to be the very supportive Thundurus, making sure we saw the Prankster already, so we know it doesn't have the Defiant. And without the Defiant, you know, it's just not an offensive threat in a lot of cases. I know some trainers think it's not quite there without a Defiant boost. So once that Prankster's confirmed, you have to be a little bit more concerned about what what moves it actually has, because there's a lot of good Prankster moves available now.
Yeah, but you can see as well that Yasuharu's continuing with this trend that he was looking at for that first game, rotating in that Incineroar, but what's this? Thundurus is going to go for a scary face here to make sure that Nicholas Zacian has that speed advantage. So the Behemoth Blade from Nicholas will be used first, but at neutral because of that Intimidate drop.
It still should be a 2-hit knockout, and making sure you win the speed tie every single time is very, very helpful. The Zacian's play rough, though, easily deals with that Thundurus. It's another critical hit.
That is going to remove the Thundurus from the field, and now Nicholas has to look at what will be brought in its stead. I think the one thing that is really going for him right now is he has this free switch into the Kyogre, and there isn't the threat of that Venusaur on the field just yet. Of course, Incineroar looking at maybe some fake out pressure here, but at least Kyogre could go for something like the Dynamax and just start getting out damage right away.
It's always a tough decision with the Kyogre on whether you Dynamax or not. I know a lot of trainers have been leaning into it, but the one thing it takes away is one of Kyogre's best properties, in my opinion, which is the spread attacks. Origin Pulse, Water Spout will be doing both. Kyogre getting caught there a little bit before the turn starts, and you know the Zacian had to fire off the attack before with the quick attack because of the speed drop from earlier and the scary face. So a lot going on there, but followed up with an easy knockout.
Yeah, Kyogre, of course, wants to go for that Water Spout, but that quick attack is really good as well because that Water Spout does scale damage relative to how much HP that Kyogre has, and so you are removing a little bit of that threat too, while you do end up seeing the Venusaur now rotate into that Zacian slot for Yasuharu.
And the big concern is there just going to be a world where the Groudon switches in once again? Yasuharu made that play in game number 1. It was very, very successful. I think if that's the case, the Kyogre is going to have to Dynamax and try and take that away. The big thing in this one, though, is if that play goes off, there's no Thundurus on the field, and the Thundurus was what caused the Venusaur to really struggle. Those Eerie Impulses took away the threat of the G-Max Vine Lash, and without that on board, I think they're still going to hurt through a Protect into a Dynamax. They're going to cause a lot of problems. So Yasuharu still in a very, very good position in this one. That early removal of the Thundurus took away a lot of the tools that Nicholas uses to get an advantageous board position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's a little telegraphed here that Incineroar will be swapped out in favor of that Groudon to reset the weather, get the sun up, and of course, allow that Venusaur to start moving very quickly here. And of course, we're going to see a Dynamax follow it up.
I think the Dynamax is a little bit obvious when the Groudon's coming in. You know exactly how this one's going to go. And a G-Max Vine Lash here could really accelerate Yasuharu to the world title. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Kyogre, no matter how it hits without the drop to special attack.
Yeah, and whether or not we see kind of a follow-up that on Nicholas's side remains to be seen, as I think you don't have an option in this case. You really do have to go for it, get that boost to your HP, hope that you are able to survive an attack that comes your way. And Yasuharu, though, I mean, this is going to be a big battle of titans here. You saw that the Venusaur Dynamax first, so it definitely has the speed advantage right now, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's got the ability activated, and it's going to be able to capitalize off that. But Kyogre playing it safe here with the Max Guard, I really do like that.
Whoa, but he calls it!
It's a big read. Max Flare into Zacian in the sun.
Oh, that Zacian is just going to be out of here right now. Yasuharu with a huge read on the board, just calling the Max Guard and going for the Zacian, and that play is absolutely huge. Now we're in a very similar position here, but whoa, what's this? It's going to be Shedinja now to get up to some tricks here on the board.
The Shedinja's got so much work to do. The big thing with the Shedinja here is it's not quite able to lock out the game. We've just seen Max Flare coming through from the Venusaur, so it doesn't really matter as the Vine Lash connects with the Kyogre. That is not enough, but it's still huge damage, and you know what happens between turns. The time is really limited for this Kyogre.
Really is, but at least it can go for the Max Hailstorm now. It will be doing damage into that Venusaur, and unfortunately not quite enough to knock it out, but you are at least going to help get the speed on the board to kind of limit that from the Venusaur now that the sun is gone.
I think the Kyogre just gets knocked out with the G-Max Vine Lash. The Rock Tomb even, then it's just going to get caught. Anyway, it would have been caught between turns. If the Rock Tomb had gone the other way, it could have been a bit different, but no more big damage. That is a very underwhelming attack from, the Kyogre. And yeah, the Poltergeist is going to get the knockout here on Venusaur, but looking at the remaining two for Yasuharu, there is no lock here with the Shedinja.
No, both of these Groudon and this Incineroar will be doing some work into the Shedinja, despite the Wonder Guard and the Hail that was set up as well will knock out Nicholas's Shedinja, and Yasuharu with a 2-0 to become your Seniors Division World Champion.
Looking at that Hail setup, I think at the end, Nick just knew and wanted to get rid of the Venusaur, but a phenomenal game by Yasuharu. I think game number one goes very nicely his way after all those eerie impulses, but he takes that information into game two and plays around it so spectacularly. He realizes what a problem that Thundurus can be, goes after it really aggressively, really early with that big play rough instead of just throwing Behemoth Blades around. As soon as that gets knocked out, the game plan becomes so much easier. Without seeing the Whimsicott, I assumed the Shedinja was going to be one of the options in the back, but I just don't think, as you said at the beginning of the game, there was enough room for it to kind of play and capitalize on that Wonder Guard.
And I think that was really cool for the Venusaur as well, is that, we've seen this Weather Ball tech on the Venusaur every once in a while, but the fact that it was included on this team and as such a good counter to such a strong Pokemon in the meta, that really did play favors. I mean, usually when you are looking at the Venusaur, sometimes it's that Max Quake that we will see as a type of response to these Steel-type attackers, but that Max Flare did so much work in that game.
That Max Flare, when you're putting the sun up for it with the Groudon, is going to do even more damage. Yes, you don't get a special defense boost, but you know what? It's got to feel pretty good to easily knock out a Zacian like that. Phenomenal play. I love that read. It's so aggressive, but you can do that a little bit more when you have the wiggle room. And after knocking out that Thundurus, no other support. The Whimsicott was dropped in lieu of the Shedinja. After all of that, I think Yasuharu did a fantastic job and played that game with the information from game one absolutely perfectly. Little disappointed we didn't see the Bronzong, but I'll get over it.
The Bronzong would have been a really cool Pokemon to see, but I think it makes a lot of sense that you don't really have the option to slow down in this matchup to be able to really get that Bronzong set up and go for, its kind of classic body press type of moveset. But wow, what a phenomenal performance by Yasuharu, and I mean, showing us the power of that Venusaur too. Blastoise Venusaur, is Charizard next to win the Masters Finals? Who knows? It's on the cards now.
It could be a very clear sign, and when we got the Gigantamax versions of them, I thought they were all very powerful, but now we're just being shown that they are world champion level powerful, and that is absolutely huge. Of course, the G-Max Vine Lash just doing so much damage, and the residual damage between turns is kind of crazy to think about. That's the most sort of between turn damage we've ever seen. We've looked at damage like the Hail damage, which really is truly chip damage, and that just takes it to a whole new level. It wasn't a huge factor in that game, but the fact that Venusaur finally got its chance to shine, I think a lot of people, particularly up in the Masters division, had shied away from it a little bit. It finally got a chance, and yeah, the Blastoise Venusaur Charizard dream is it's on.
Well, I think on this particular team as well, that Venusaur is just so cool. We'll have to talk about that a little bit more as we head to the stage for an interview with your Seniors Division World Champion.
Thanks so much. You've won. How do you feel?
今のお気持ちを教えてください。
いやすごい嬉しいと同時に結構緊張してます。
He was very happy, but he was very nervous at the same time.
What was the most important thing that helped you win that match?
今の試合に勝てたことでその試合を勝ったことで何が一番重要でしたか？
そうですね。ザシアンとカイオーガが相手のメインアタッカーだったので、それを重点的に落とすように考えました。
The Zacian and the Kyogre were the main attackers, so he focused on trying to paint them first.
You must have practiced a lot. I'm sure many people here have helped you. Do you want to say hello or thank you to any of them?
今まで一緒に練習してきた相手や家族や仲間に一言ありますか？
本当にありがとうございます。
He says thank you. He says thank you very much.
We always have to ask, because many people will now look up to you. What advice do you have for players who want to become champions?
今回優勝したことによってあなたを尊敬したり、参考にする方がいると思うのですけど、何か一言ありますか、彼らに向けて。
そうですね。本当にその人たちのおかげで勝ったと本当に思ってるので、本当にありがとうございます。
Says still thanks to them, to those people that have admired him and looked up to him. It's thanks to them that he's able to win.
Now, what will you do to celebrate?
これからどうしますか？何かお祝いとかありますか？
そうですね。今まだ決めてないですね。
It's still undecided for him.
We'll give you time to think about it. Let's hear another round of applause for our champion, and we'll be right back with more after this.
Well, 2 down and 1 to go. Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Masters Division Grand Finals at the 2022 Pokemon World Championships.
Here we go.
I am so excited for this, Lee. You can hear the crowd in the venue, and I'm sure all our viewers at home are just as excited as we are to crown our world champion. I mean, we've seen so much history over the course of this tournament so far, and there's only one more trophy yet to hand out.
We're at the final stage, the final hurdle now, and this is what the deciding factor is going to be to crown our 2022 world champion. And it's an incredible position for us all to be in, because the match that we've got ahead of us is going to be an incredible one, Lou.
Well, it's an all-European final in the Masters Division. We have got Eduardo Cunha from Portugal versus Guillermo Castilla-Diaz from Spain. And I am so looking forward to seeing how these two players are going to battle it out and bring that trophy home to Europe.
Yeah, we've seen their journeys throughout this weekend, and they've done incredibly well to get here, you know, coming up against all odds to get to the finals. And now they're at that final stage where they've just got one more opponent to beat before getting the trophy. But they've got really interesting teams as well, both different restricteds on their sides of the field, and it's going to make for a really tough duel between both players.
That's the thing, a lot of speculation has been had coming into this tournament and throughout the course of all the battles about which restricted pair is going to be victorious. Now, if we take it at Eduardo's side, we know that they're the two restricted choices there of the Zacian and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And on the opposing side, it's that Lunala and Groudon. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Lee, I don't believe they were ones that us or our fellow casters picked.
No, I didn't pick them. I didn't, no. But you know, it's no surprise after seeing them do so well throughout this different stages of this event that these are probably the best restricted combinations that we've got actually available in this format, and I think both players are utilizing them to their maximum potential. You know, the Groudon Lunala probably wouldn't have been something that I would have called, and I think I'm so pleased that Guillermo's proved me completely wrong on this, because I think the way he's piloted the team throughout this tournament, he's really showed that this is a restricted combination, that it works perfectly together. And not only that, it's the way that he's built the two Pokemon, because they're a little bit different from some of the other Groudon Lunala teams that we might have seen. I think that's what's giving him the edge in this event itself. Then you go over to Eduardo's side of the field, and he's got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, you know, that it's such a powerful, fast Pokemon, and then paired up with the Zacian.
Exactly. It's a great combination when you're pairing up that, you know, like you said, very fast and strong special attacking Pokemon in the form of the Calyrex, paired up with, again, another fast but physically offensive Pokemon in the form of Zacian. And I know a lot of our co-commentators and Aaron on the desk was saying about Zacian, you know, not necessarily winning Worlds, but there's a 50-50 chance here today in the Masters division.
Yeah, his premonition might come true. I think it could come true, yes. And I think it's a good call as well. It shows his experience from all the years of him playing, you know, but the one thing that you can look at with the teams, I don't think it's just all about the restricted Pokemon. A lot of it is to do with the choices that these two have picked for the supporting members of their team, you know. You've got on Eduardo's side, you've got that Gastrodon. On Guillermo's side, it's not so much a support Pokemon, but it's a very impactful Pokemon, and it's that Regieleki, and we saw that showcase yesterday.
Well, we also saw the Gastrodon showcase beautifully by Eduardo yesterday. I mean, I remember when Sierra and Joe were commentating and they had the Dynamax Gastrodon on Eduardo's side. I believe it was in their top 4 match.
Yeah.
And it was just amazing to see a Pokemon that we've seen be so disruptive in previous formats, and we've seen Eduardo pilot it so well in that top 4, in the Trick Room matchup. You know, it was difficult for him. He needed to find a way to stall out that Trick Room, and using the Gastrodon so beautifully to kind of stall through those Trick Room turns and force his opponent to have to set up multiple Trick Rooms does just show, I think, why Gastrodon is a fantastic partner Pokemon, and I personally would love to see it Dynamax. We don't know if it's going to happen, but there'll be no complaints from me.
Definitely not from me either, but I think it's a really good kind of observation of the Gastrodon, and it's not only good in that Trick Room environment, it's good at disrupting the flow of what your opponent's trying to implement. They're not going to be able to get that kind of momentum shift, because if they get yawned, if they stay on the field the next turn, then they are going to go to sleep, and that is costly because you don't want turns where you aren't having any impact at all. So that is something that Eduardo is going to be able to utilize, and I think something that Guillermo is going to have to be very conscious of.
I think you make a really good point about the yawn. That certainly really disrupts it, because it then will force your opponent to have to make those switches that they may not want to be able to do. If you've got your Pokemon in a position where you just want to start dealing out big, powerful, damage-dealing attacks, and suddenly you get hit with a yawn, you have to, you know, roll that dice of, do I switch out and then possibly have a Pokemon come in and take unnecessary damage, or do I capitalize on the fact that I could get big damage now, but as a result, fall asleep at the end of the turn? So Gastrodon does start applying pressure to not only the Pokemon on the field, but also to the mindset of the player piloting the team, because you have to make those decisions. And this is the grand finals. Every decision counts. There are literally the potential of 3 games left in order to determine our champion.
When you just put it simply like that, it just really hits home, doesn't it? And, you know, we mentioned at the very start, when we sat down here, how the atmosphere, how the audience, and it really is electric. And, you know, it is just down to 3 games now, potentially, until we do get our winner. And, you know, we're talking about the Gastrodon a little bit, and the Gastrodon itself is, I think, one of the key components for Eduardo's side of the field. I think as well, the Rillaboom is something that he can quite handily lean on, because I feel like you're looking at Guillermo's side of the field and maybe what options he's going to bring into this match. You've got to say that the Regieleki is a big threat, and I think those 2 Pokemon in particular, the Gastrodon obviously with that ground immunity to the big electric type attacks, really does well there. It's got the disruption. Has to be a little bit wary about something like the electric terrain. If that goes up, then you can't utilize that yawn. But the Rillaboom, it is obviously resists electric type with its grass typing, and it has a multitude of different options that it can utilize against some of the bigger threats on Guillermo's side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you've mentioned the terrain, because that is something that we discussed a little bit yesterday, where Rillaboom loves being in the grassy terrain because it can get that priority Grassy Glide move activated and might be able to get a KO here or there. But if you've got a Pokemon like Regieleki that can go for something like a Max Lightning, then it's going to bring the Electric Terrain to the field, overwrite it, not only boost up its own electric type attacks going forward, but then stop the Rillaboom from being able to capitalize from using that grassy terrain in order to give it the priority move. And I think something like that is going to be interesting in this matchup because potentially we're going to see the terrains playing a very strong role.
Yeah, on face value, when you look at the teams, you think, oh, the terrains probably aren't going to be that impactful. But when you really delve a little bit deeper into the teams, I think you make a really good observation where the terrains are actually going to be quite imperative to both sides of the field and both players' kind of strategies and how they're able to execute them. So I think the emphasis on being able to not only, most of this format, the emphasis is on something like the weather, where you've got either Groudon with its sun or Kyogre with its rain, and it's always about the weather battle there. But now we're looking at this, it's a bit more like the terrain and who can get that terrain up, who can keep it up, because one is going to be favorable for one player and one's going to be definitely favorable for the other. So it's going to be a little bit of a duel there behind the scenes, I think, in this battle in regards to the terrain control.
Well, if you aren't already excited enough, we have a fantastic video to get you even more hyped for this Grand Finals. Let's take a look at our two finalists and how they got here. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships 2022 in London.
Each of you now has a chance to compete for the title of Pokemon World Champion.
Double damage picking up this one-hit KO.
That was one turn!
Max Lightning.
Groudon from the back, knocking out its own teammate.
This is insane.
Come on, little Gastrodon. Yes, and it goes
hits.
for another Ice Beam.
Against all the odds.
What a comeback.
This Landorus still has one turn, and it reveals it carries the grass move.
This is amazing, and it gets the one-hit KO. What a turn of events.
VMAX Vine Lash is going to go first, and 1 HP. Insult to injury here as you get the knockout onto the Incineroar. Astro Barrage, single target into the Torkoal, and it is a one-hit knockout here.
He reveals the White God! He's going for it all.
There it is.
Enough.
But Goliath support hangs on with 2, but Drill Run is going to return and pick up the KO. Charizard gets paralyzed, allowing Ringus Charizard to go for the knockout.
Paul having to sacrifice his Calyrex to try to win this game. But slow and steady wins the race.
It's a max guard on the Lunala's side, so Lunala can now do what it wants to do. Charizard goes down in one hit.
Zacian with the Sacred Sword, and that is going to be devastating. Eduardo moving on into the Grand Finals.
Regieleki just going for it with the Max Light. That is a monstrous knockout.
Guillermo Castilla Diaz will make it to the finals.
Are you ready for the Pokemon Video Game World Championship Finals? Me too. We're going to bring our players up in just a moment, but before we do, let's take a look at what they had to say about this match.
My name is Eduardo Cunha, and I'm from Portugal.
My name is Guillermo Castilla. I'm from Spain.
My strategy for this tournament was using the Zacian Calyrex combination to set up a solid board position with Thundurus Incarnate, especially using the Dynamax mechanic.
That's going to be 1 KO to start the turn.
My overall strategy is to take advantage of my Dynamax, trying to style the opponent Dynamax.
One-hit knockout.
My comfort with the team and my understanding of its inner works will really help me win.
Have to take advantage of the damage and the speed control. He is one of the greatest European players of all time, so it's a honor for me to share the final against him.
Winning Worlds will be like a dream come true, honestly. Never would have thought one day being able to be the world champion.
Pokemon is something that it was in my life during many, many years. Winning Worlds would be the top for me.
I'm gonna try my best to knock out every single one of their Pokemon.
I think he's really good, but I'm better.
We are about to watch some dreams come true, and I can tell you are ready. So let's bring out our players. First, from Portugal, Eduardo Cunha. And from Spain, to watch you compete, so please take your seats. And casters, let's get this match started.
Thank you so much for that, Anna. What a great introduction there we had for both players, and they're just going to get themselves set up before we get into this match, Lou.
I mean, we have waited 3 years for this moment, for the Pokemon World Championships in London, and here we are at the Masters Division Finals for the video game competition. I mean, these two players are so well known. We've gone over their accomplishments a couple of times throughout the broadcast during this tournament, but I want to just talk a little bit about Eduardo here. I remember back when Eduardo won the Oceania International Championships. Yeah. I was there at that Grand Finals, and it certainly gave me a match to remember. So I am confident that going into this match, it's going to be another absolute incredible match.
Yeah, and I'll go back a few years before that. I remember back in Madrid in 2011, a long time ago, and Guillermo was crowned the national champion that year in Spain. Incredible. You know, both players very well established, have that experience from these big events before, but this is the pinnacle. This is the stage. It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is the match for both of these players. And you could see in the video there where we were able to see a little bit about the players, what the strategies were, how emotional they were getting, Lou, coming into this game, and what it means for both of these players.
That is definitely reflected into the audience here. You can feel the passion, the commitment, and the adrenaline that these players have coming down to this moment. Throughout their entire Pokemon careers, you're always building towards being the best of the very best, and that is what you are here at the World Championships to do. You want to be that champion, you want the title, and you want the trophy. Lee, I am so excited. I hope everyone is ready.
Yeah, well, we're nearly there now, Lou, and you can see there the recap of the accomplishments of these players. We did touch on a few before there. You've got Eduardo with that 2020 Oceania International finalist. Then you've got the 2019 top 16 at Worlds, and then you've got that top 4 at Worlds as well. So one of, you know, many accomplishments at this particular event, so very well established. And then you go down to Guillermo's, and I'm going to pass it over to you to take away.
Well, you can see Guillermo, like you said, Lee, over a decade ago was able to be the Spain national champion in 2011, has top 8 Worlds back in 2012, along with most recently in this season getting top 8 at the European International Championships. But the thing I love about these players, already they are at their best finish at Worlds. Guillermo has got top 8 before, Eduardo has got top 4, so already they have completely destroyed that record, and one of them will be able to take it one stage further and become the champion.
Yeah, and it's incredible as we are just setting up here, waiting for the players to start this match. The one thing that you can say is that we have to talk about it. We talked about it on the analyst desk before. Eduardo's run up to this point. He is undefeated in this tournament so far.
It's incredible to be undefeated at this level of competition and to potentially go undefeated in the whole thing and win the title. That is an incredible feat for Eduardo to complete. On the opposing side, you know, Guillermo is going to want to do everything in his power to stop Eduardo from having that undefeated run.
Yeah, and I mean, I go back to that video again. You could see the emotions really pouring out when Guillermo was talking about how much this meant to him. He's played for such a long time, so he is not going to let this go without giving it everything, and I think both players are going to give it everything coming into this one, which will make it an even better spectacle for us in this final.
Well, the moment is here, the pressure is on, team preview has started, and these players will have to start focusing on what Pokemon they are going to lead. We have seen a couple of times in this competition how important that turn 0 can be, and whether you are forced to reposition your Pokemon due to the offensive pressure that your opponent is emitting can really determine a match from the beginning. So this is a crucial moment for our players to think through every second and every opportunity in order to make the right decision.
Yeah, and it's quite an interesting matchup as well when you take both players kind of separately, because they have such unique play styles. You've got Eduardo on one side that's very, very, you know, he's got a lot of patience. He won't be over risky. He'll take his time setting up his board positions until he's got that perfect moment, and then he can execute his game plan to take the win. And then you've got Guillermo on the other side of the field, where he's very good at identifying opportunities that maybe other players don't see or overlook sometimes, and he capitalizes on those moments, and he's very offensive in those very short bouts, and that's what is very punishing about his play style, which is quite complimentary as a match, as a spectator for this particular game.
Exactly, we saw Guillermo not afraid to click that Swords Dance button or go for that Hypnosis yesterday, so he can definitely identify, as you've said, Lee, those high-risk, high-reward moments, and Eduardo is going to have to identify them too and find a way to play around it. But Pokemon trainers, here we go. The grand finals of the Masters division between Eduardo and Guillermo is about to begin.
get into it, Lou. I'm so excited for this, and everyone, let the players know that you're cheering them on. Here we go, Lou.
Out of the blocks for Guillermo, it is Lunala paired up with that Regieleki. And on the opposing side, you love to see it. Gastrodon and Rillaboom, 3 of the Pokemon we talked about, Lee, are on the field.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense for Eduardo to have that Rillaboom out and the Gastrodon, especially when you do have the threat from that Regieleki that has those big, devastating attacks. The one thing, though, that Guillermo has in his favor is if he does decide to go Dynamax here, go for that Max Lightning, it's not going to be very effective, but it will change the terrain and it will give him a bit more immunity from those potential yawns that come out from this side of the field.
Well, Regieleki's just going to get in on out of here and retreat in favor of the Incineroar. That's going to be able to throw a cheeky Intimidate down against that opposing Rillaboom and negate some of the offensive pressure it will be emitting, as well as allowing Guillermo the opportunity to use Fake Out in the following turn. Lunala's also going to play a little bit defensively, going for a Protect, doesn't want to get its Shadow Shield ability broken so early on. As Rillaboom goes for the knockoff, that would have dealt super effective damage and been so destructive to Lunala. Gastrodon following up the Icy Wind, revealing its disruptive speed control option. It's only going to catch the Incineroar, however, lower its speed by 1 stage. But already Eduardo is applying that lovely mix of offensive pressure with the knockoff and setting up a little bit of speed control with Gastrodon.
Yeah, it's a great lead here from Eduardo and going straight on the offensive here with that knockoff to potentially get rid of an item, which would be so beneficial for that Lunala. You know, it does rely on that Power Herb for the Meteor Beam to get that boost, but if you can knock it off, then it takes it out of the equation.
And really wise to Fake Out into the Rillaboom as Lunala gets the blind hypnosis straight into Rillaboom, identifying such a key threat of a Pokemon and shutting it down so expertly. Rillaboom, as you can see, is fast asleep. It's not going to be doing anything this turn, leaving the pressure up to Gastrodon to be able to capitalize on this situation and going for the Icy Wind. So it is going to break the Shadow Shield on Lunala and lower the speed. But I think that was a fantastic turn for Guillermo going forward in the match.
Yeah, going for that Hypnosis and actually hitting it is huge. The payoff here takes away the threat of that Rillaboom, where we know it's got that knockoff. It is going to threaten it really hard, and now the Lunala free to potentially go for some on the offensive or even go for another Hypnosis into that Gastrodon slot this next turn.
I mean, that would be incredible seeing a double blind Hypnosis, but I particularly love the knockoff on Rillaboom. When Rillaboom first came into the format, it was on almost every one of that Pokemon, but then it's kind of faded off in, you know, recent months, and you having a little bit more of a diverse Rillaboom, but being able to have the knockoff here, not only is it great to deal super effective damage, but you can remove a pesky item here or there. Lunala going for the Protect again. It does not want to have to take any unnecessary damage as Rillaboom takes a second turn of sleep here. Gastrodon is going to go for the Yawn. So you can see Eduardo really targeting down into Lunala, but Incineroar's going to give a little bit of respite by going for this parting shot. So again, Guillermo really targeting down Rillaboom. It's weakening its attack stack once again and allowing him the opportunity to pivot. If you're Guillermo now, you want to try and capitalize on this situation and try and pick up a KO before that Rillaboom wakes up or switches out to reset the Intimidate drops.
Yeah, you make a really good point, but he is using his time wisely. He's getting the Intimidate onto the Rillaboom already, and now utilizing that parting shot to further reduce the attack power of the Rillaboom, taking away its capabilities, and now getting the Groudon onto the field in a much more comfortable position. The Rillaboom is asleep. There is a potential it can wake up this next turn, but it is in a position to potentially get a big Fire-type attack into that slot and try and remove it before there is any further threat from it.
I completely agree. I also worry about that Gastrodon, however, though, because it could be in a position to go for a Yawn into that Groudon. Incineroar's going to switch in for the Lunala. I think it's wise to get it out of there. It certainly was very threatened. And to throw another Intimidate down against this Rillaboom. Groudon this time is going to go defensively. So Guillermo really trying to switch up ball positions to gain momentum as Rillaboom takes another turn of sleep. Once again, it's just going to be up to Gastrodon to give us action this turn. And it was going for the Yawn into that Groudon.
Yeah, and the other thing that you've got to think of here, where Guillermo's been very cautious, he's just playing what he's doing, what he needs to do, not taking any risks at the moment, and really wearing down statistically the Pokemon on Eduardo's side of the field. This Rillaboom now taking another Intimidate down, another stage of its attack stat, still asleep, and the Incineroar coming in now has the opportunity to go for a parting shot here, and all the time this grassy terrain is running out of turns.
Well, it's going to be a double switch for Eduardo, realizing the situation just wasn't in his favor. And I think resetting those attacks drops are really good for that Rillaboom. But it is always risky going for a double switch when you've got such an offensive powerhouse like Groudon on the field, because you could be taking some unnecessary damage. Incineroar's going to go for Fake Out into the Ghost type, so it's not going to be doing any damage, and clicks that Sword Stance button. Guillermo once again showing that he's not afraid to get the boost up on that Groudon. And now if you're Eduardo, you are forced to have to deal with this Groudon, otherwise it is going to get KO after KO.
It's a great play here from Guillermo because it puts an instant threat on the field after that Sword Stance. Now the Groudon is going to be hitting extremely hard and potentially picking knockups out on the opposite side of the field. It's got access to Max Quake, Max Rockfall, and you know, if it goes for either of those attacks into either the Calyrex or that Thundurus, it's going to be very threatening and potentially, like I say, Eduardo could be down a Pokemon very quickly.
I love this play by Guillermo. Like you said there, Lee, you could go for something like the Max Quake into the Calyrex, and then you're going to get that special defense boost as well to, you know, stop you taking so much damage from something like an Astral Barrage. On the flip side, though, you could go for the Max Rockfall and try and deal with that Thundurus. You'd also then set up the weather and start getting that residual chip damage with the Sandstorm. But we're going to see Gastrodon rejoin the field.
Gastrodon coming back in here, and you know, the one thing that I did like there from Eduardo was that he was putting that Thundurus on the field to kind of mitigate almost the Incineroar being freely able to come in with the Intimidate or parting shot, because you get punished for it with that Defiant ability. But we do see the Gastrodon come in, and we see a Dynamax Groudon here from Guillermo's side of the field, taking full advantage of these Sword Stances.
Yeah, first Dynamax of the Masters final here, and it is going to be that Groudon's Calyrex goes for the Will-O-Wisp though, and it connects. That is one way to deal and counter out with the boost that the Sword Stance gave that Groudon. It is going to go for the Max Rockfall though. I'm sure this is now going to catch the Gastrodon that has switched in, and a really nice adjustment by Eduardo, because Gastrodon's going to take that much better than the Thundurus would have.
Yeah, great play here from Eduardo to really nullify the threat from that Groudon, getting that Will-O-Wisp, taking away those boosts that you've already got from the Sword Stance, and then the Gastrodon. Oh!
Fantastic follow-up by that Incineroar, taking down the Calyrex to its Focus Sash, and thanks to the Max Rockfall setting up that sand, Calyrex is out of here.
That's one of Eduardo's restricted down here, and a great play from Guillermo. The adjustment from Eduardo was great there to bring in the Gastrodon to take that big Max Rockfall, resisting that, getting that Will-O-Wisp off. You thought, great, he's got himself in a position, but no, Guillermo coming back with that Thought Drop, taking it down to the Sash, and smartly, because he used the Rockfall there. It doesn't matter if it's not effective into the Gastrodon, it's doing its job. It's taking down that Calyrex that was on its Sash now with the residual damage.
Also, if you're Groudon, yes, you've been burnt, that's super unfortunate, but at least now you cannot be put to sleep by a Yawn, because you can only have one status affliction at a time. So if you're that Groudon, you don't have to worry about Gastrodon going for Yawn, and it kind of shows a little bit more of Eduardo's targeting, and you're going to be forced to go for the partner Pokemon if you want to go for those Yawns. Regieleki's going to join the field, though, very happy to be here in the Grand Finals, as Thundurus goes for the Protect.
Yeah, just want to kind of try and waste these Dynamax turns. There's two more, obviously this one, and one more after this for Guillermo. So Eduardo wants to try and stall these out, get through these turns without taking anything else as a loss here. So you're going to see the Gastrodon, like you say, though, the burn on that. Oh, it's an Earth Power into the Regieleki.
Oh, it gets the one-hit KO on Regieleki before it's able to do anything, Lee.
This is one turn after another here. You know, you're explaining the turn, and then pow, these slower Pokemon are picking up the knockouts and showing why they've been chosen to be here, because they are the impactful ones. What a great predict there from Eduardo. Predicting that the Regieleki coming in there, using the Earth Power and picking up a huge knockout on what is a massive threat to Eduardo's side of the field.
Hey, we have not hyped up Gastrodon for 4 days for nothing. You can see how well it is fitting onto this team. Being able to get that KO, then stop Guillermo from being able to capitalize on having such a offensive and speedy Pokemon like Regieleki on the field. Lunala's going to come in and have to take a taunt. I love seeing this choice on a Defiant Thundurus. You know, you still are able to shut down those status moves, but Lunala's not going to fall for it, not going to go for any Hypnosis here. Instead, the Moongeist Beam. Going to jump up into the sky and fire down a beam of light into that Gastrodon, but you can see it's barely doing anything here. Gastrodon able to survive, as Groudon's going to follow up the Max Quake. I like this being able to get good damage onto the Gastrodon and the KO to boost
knockout
and get the special defense boost. Poor Gastrodon's gone.
Not able to take that double up there from the Lunala and the Groudon. A huge knockout, huge advantage that Guillermo's just giving himself there, and not going for that Hypnosis, kind of suspecting maybe the Thundurus is going to have something like the Taunt to shut down that option. And also it is kind of risky in that situation because of the low accuracy that something like Hypnosis has, going for the more consistent option and really capitalizing in this position.
Now Eduardo forced down to the last two remaining Pokemon. So Rillaboom is going to rejoin the battle, set that grassy terrain up, but it is still taking a little bit of a nap here. I have to really credit Eduardo's Thundurus in this situation. You know, we often see a Thundurus and go, is it Defiant or is it Prankster? And having that flexibility of still having status support moves while also being an offensive powerhouse on the field allows Eduardo to be able to go for those moves. Unfortunately, however, for Eduardo, Guillermo seems to be in such a strong position. You've got both of your restricteds here on the field.
Yeah, you do, and I think the one thing that Eduardo does have in his favor is he's still got access to Dynamaxing something. Could go for either of these Pokemon that are sitting on the field right now. Probably not as favorable for the Rillaboom because is it going to wake up this turn or not? And that's always a question you've got to ask yourself. But also, if you go for the Thundurus, have you got the attacking options to hit that Groudon for super effective damage? Obviously, you can hit the Lunala for good damage with your Flying Electric and
yeah, you could do some big damage with the max move, for sure. But I think the Rillaboom might be high risk, high reward lead. As you mentioned earlier, with the move pool that it's got, it could go for something like a Max Darkness from that knockoff into the opposing Lunala. But instead, it is going to be that Thundurus. I think Eduardo wanting to make sure that if you're going for the Dynamax, you want to be able to go for your moves. Don't want to have to risk taking a turn off sleep.
And the nice thing about the Thundurus on the field is, like we mentioned earlier, because of that Defiant ability that it's got access to, it's going to punish any time the Incineroar wants to come in onto the field and even further boost that Thundurus' attack.
Well, that time will be now because Lunala has been KO'd. Guillermo is going to be forced to bring that Incineroar onto the field and will be able to get the Defiant boost on that Thundurus. So Eduardo picking the perfect Pokemon to Dynamax, and this Max Airstream is going to be so critical towards the end game. Groudon is going to go for the Rock Tomb, not get the KO though, and I really like this play by Guillermo because, as I was about to say, the Airstream gives you the boost, but the Rock Tomb takes it away. But again, the Defiant is really paying off here. I think the speeds are going to be interesting going into this next turn because if that Thundurus can stick around, it's going to be able to get a KO thanks to all of the attack boosts it's getting.
And it's going to get another one as we speak with this Incineroar. Inevitably going to hit the field for Guillermo, going to activate that Defiant boost. And like you said, it's so important in regards to the speeds here because if the Groudon can outspeed the Thundurus here, it's going to be able to knock it out before it is able to do something. So kind of mitigating any of the Defiant boost. Doesn't really matter if you're going to give it the boost, if you can knock it out before it can attack. But on the other side of the coin, if that Thundurus is still faster than that Groudon in particular, then it is going to be able to do some big impactful damage this next turn and maybe put the Rillaboom in a position where it's able to close the game out. Eduardo got himself into a great position in this endgame that looked a little bit dicey earlier on.
I mean, that's the thing. We saw the Thundurus move first in the previous turn, so it's very likely here, considering that you can't fake it out and flinch it as it's in its Dynamax form, it could go for a Nullamax Airstream, try and pick up a KO on that opposing Incineroar and leaving the Rillaboom to deal with the Groudon. It's going to go for the Grassy Glide, takes it just below 50% HP remaining as Thundurus can follow up with that Max Airstream into the opposing Incineroar. It's going to be able to get the KO!
It's a huge KO into the Incineroar here, and that puts Eduardo right back into this game. Outspeeding the Groudon, like we said, is the biggest thing here. The Grassy Glide as well, doing some really good damage into that Groudon now. And for this next turn, we're going to have another Grassy Glide that's going to be able to potentially pick up the knockout there after that residual burn damage.
And I mean, side relief that Thundurus as well. The Sandstorm is gone because you can see it's taking that little bit of Life Orb recoil. If it was also taking that little bit of Sand Chip, then it could possibly end up KOing itself. It's not going to benefit from the grassy terrain as it's up in the sky. But I mean, what a fantastic way for Eduardo to put himself right back in the driving seat for these last couple of turns of game one. Rillaboom just needs to go for another Grassy Glide, deal a huge chunk to that Groudon, and at the end of the day, the burn's going to be the last bit of chip to deal with Groudon if it's even needed.
Yeah, and you've also got the Thundurus to contend with as well, with all of this Defiant boost, and Guillermo realizing that, conceding the first game, and Eduardo Cunha going 1-0 up in this first set of the World Championships VG Masters Final.
One game down, potentially one more to go for Eduardo in order to take that title. But if you're Guillermo, you're going to have to now think, I'm down one game, but I can still claw it back. We've seen it time and time again where players are able to focus and come in and take games 2 and 3. And this is going to be one big final to watch out for. Eduardo has the advantage now, and I think played so well around the Pokemon on the opposing side. We could see that Guillermo came in and immediately started targeting down that Rillaboom. But Rillaboom had the last laugh. It was there still at the end of the game and able to get those critical KOs.
Yeah, the whole way through that game, it looked like Guillermo was kind of capitalizing most turns and putting himself into a great position, and he was ahead. He got the Dynamax off, and he really got some return from his Groudon when he did Dynamax it, and it didn't look great for Eduardo, but I think in the back of his mind, he probably had that board position, the Rillaboom and the Thundurus in his mind, thinking, okay, if I can get through these Dynamax turns of Guillermo's, and I get my board position set up, I know my Rillaboom's only got, it can wake up on this next turn, and it will be able to attack, it will be impactful. but then the Incineroar is not going to be able to do anything, because if it does, I can punish that with my Defiant ability and really close out this game with the combination of Airstream and Grassy Glide.
I think one thing that was really detrimental for Guillermo there was getting the burn on the Groudon. It was extremely awesome to see the Swords Dance go up, puts him in a great position, but then the Calyrex coming in on Eduardo's side was just able to completely negate that. And then, yes, you're Dynamaxing up your Groudon, you look to be in a strong position, but you're not going to be able to get the big KOs. And the fact that you were still leaving Pokemon on the field meant that they had the opportunity to retaliate and get a KO in return. And I feel like if you're Eduardo here, you're going to want to try and make sure that you keep that Groudon in check in game 2.
Yeah, because the Swords Dance are so threatening, you know. If you take away the burn like you mentioned, then how much damage would that Rock Tomb have done to the Thundurus? Would it have been enough to potentially knock it out? And like you say, take it out of the equation, so that endgame isn't a situation anymore. So the burn is something to keep in mind. It has got its pluses in this match because it can't be then put to sleep, but maybe there's another route for both of these players to look at going into game 2.
Well, they're shaking things up a little bit. It's Zacian with the Thundurus for Eduardo. And on the opposing side for Guillermo, it is the Grimmsnarl paired up with the fan favorite Charizard.
Charizard coming out here for Guillermo, and something he's not really leaned on too much in this tournament so far. So interesting to see that he's changing it up, going with his kind of plan B here, adjusting, and it's in a good position against the Zacian. But then you look on the other side of the field, and there's that Thundurus there that really threatens it quite hard. But you do have as well the Grimmsnarl. It is known for having screen support, so it is going to be able to help the defenses of that Charizard, although it will be slower than both things on Eduardo's side of the field, so you've got to be aware of that.
Well, straight out of the blocks here, Eduardo is going to go for that Dynamax. Judging by the item and, of course, the Pokemon on the field, it's going to be that Thundurus. So immediately applying great pressure with something like a Max Airstream in order to try and keep the speed advantage on Eduardo's side, particularly when you're facing down against something like a Charizard that can also go for those amazing Max Airstreams. It does look like it's going to be a Dynamax apiece, though, Lee. Do you think it's that Charizard?
It's got to be the Charizard. I'd be surprised if it was Grimmsnarl, but I think it will be. Yeah, both players going for their Dynamax here, or Gigantamax here with the Charizard. It is hitting the field. There's no Sun Up, so it's not going to have that solar power boost, but it'll be interesting to see what item is played on that Charizard.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment. Bringing Charizard into this game, too. You can get that G-Max Wildfire set up and start going for the residual damage. Grimmsnarl's going to help out as well with a scary face, reducing the speed of the opposing Zacian by 2 stages here. Thundurus is then going to be the first to move outside of that Prankster ability and going for the Max Airstream, and you can see that it is not enough to get the 2 hit on the opposing Charizard. It is, of course, going to give the speed boost to Eduardo, but this does still leave the Charizard in a position where it can go for some big damage with that G-Max Wildfire. It's going to fall down onto the opposing Zacian. It is not enough to get the KO, but the residual damage will lead.
That's a huge survival here. The Zacian getting that speed drop, so you think, oh no, it's in the worst possible position. It's not going to get any attacks off here, but it is, and it is able to go into that Grimmsnarl and pick up a big knockout, Lou.
It may be slow at the moment, but Zacian is still powerful. Gets the 1-hit KO on that Grimmsnarl. That now means Guillermo doesn't have the utility to set up things like a Reflect or a Light Screen. Zacian will go down to that G-Max Wildfire, so a big KO apiece very early on in this game too. But the critical thing here, Lee, is they now have the option to bring a Pokemon in from the back.
Yeah, they do, and it'll be interesting to see what both players have kind of opted for this time around compared to that first game, because they've obviously mixed things up a little bit from that first game. But a big turn here. Both players kind of going straight in turn 1 with those Dynamax, the Gigantamax, and both players losing a pretty pivotal Pokemon to their side of the field, you know. The big thing for Guillermo is he's got no speed control now other than Max Airstream. But if you're going down the Max Airstream route, the Thundurus is already ahead of you, and it's already got a Max Airstream onto the field.
Yeah, we're now in a dangerous position for that Groudon, you know. It's great that it's coming in and throwing the Sun on the field to help Charizard out, using its solar power ability to boost up its moves. But we saw in the previous game how that Shadow Rider Calyrex that Eduardo has now brought in was able to just shut down that Groudon with a Will-O-Wisp. So if you're Guillermo now, do you play a little bit defensively, or do you maybe try and call a hard read and go for that Swords Dance?
It's hard to say, but the big thing is now when you look at the Calyrex, you'd be a bit concerned about the Focus Sash there, because you know, you need to break that, but with the residual damage that you're seeing, not going to get that, as we see that Charizard just go for the Max Guard this turn.
Yeah, so Charizard not taking any damage from the Max Lightning or the Astral Barrage, but Groudon is going to have to take a little bit of damage, does about a third there, and is able to fire off a Precipice Blade. Now, I love this play. You're not going to hit the Thundurus, but you're going to do a significant chunk to the Calyrex, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough when paired up with the Wildfire to actually get the KO. So Calyrex is going to hang around a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to get another opportunity to fire off another Astral Barrage if it wants to, or go for another option, potentially, that's carrying. We have seen that Will-O-Wisp, it can threaten the Groudon. If you can land that again, you really shut down the kind of offensive presence that the Groudon has.
Thunderous is going to go for a Max Lightning, this time find its mark on that Charizard and get the knockout against it. Big KO there for Eduardo, leaving Guillermo with just 2 Pokemon remaining. Groudon still out on the field, and the electric terrain is going to be set as well.
Yeah, and now the Calyrex is going to be able to get a single target Astro Barrage. It's going to be more powerful than that spread attack into this single target Groudon, and will it be enough to pick up the knockout?
This could be huge and swing the momentum into Eduardo's favor. The single target Astro Barrage will not get the KO.
It survives!
It goes for the Rock Tomb, able to just hang on and deal with that Calyrex. Calyrex is out of there, but I mean, what a precarious situation for Groudon. Thunderous still being so formidable as well. I mean, wow, what a turn. My heart is racing.
Both trainers are just trading blows at this point, picking up knockouts left, right, and center. And here we go, the Groudon survival. They're able to get the knockout onto the Calyrex. It's huge. Just out of, obviously, with the residual damage, they're helping out a bit. But both players now down to that last 2 Pokemon.
I mean, Incineroar is not the Pokemon you want to bring in while facing down against that Thunderous. It's going to be able to get a Defiant boost thanks to Intimidate being thrown down against it. And with the speed that Thunderous is applying at the moment, it's going to be in a great position to deal some good damage to something like this opposing Incineroar that we saw kind of play out towards the end of Game 1. The one issue we've got, though, is the Dynamax turns are over. You can now go for a Fake Out into Thunderous.
You can, yeah, and you've got to keep in mind that residual damage will be stacking each turn as well for the next couple of turns. So that has to be kept in mind from Eduardo. He does have Rillaboom on the field, though. The Grassy Terrain is up. He has got access to Grassy Glide. Can go for it into that Groudon. You remove that, you only need to concentrate onto that Incineroar.
Oh, Rillaboom going to go for the Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar. As Thunderous files out with a Wild Charge. Not going to be able to get the KO, but of course Incineroar's not going to be able to move in this turn as Groudon goes for the Rock Tomb. Really targeting down the Thunderous and will be able to get the KO. It's just Rillaboom against Groudon and the Incineroar. Do you think Rillaboom's got enough, or are we going to see a Game 3?
This is going to go right down to the wire here. The Groudon on minimal health, but able to get the knockout onto that Thunderous here. And the Incineroar not in a great position, but is it in range from something that the Rillaboom's got? Maybe something like that high horsepower. Can it go into that slot, pick up the knockout, and then survive whatever the Groudon's able to throw out onto you to pick up the knockout the next turn with the Grassy Glide? Problem is, if the Groudon has got access to big fire type attack boosted by the sun, it will be able to potentially pick up a knockout onto the Rillaboom depending on how it's trained.
Yeah, Groudon just going for the Rock Tomb. Doesn't seem to be carrying that Fire-type move into the Rillaboom. Does a little bit of damage, of course, reducing the speed of that Rillaboom, allowing the Incineroar to go first in the sun with a Flare Blitz into Rillaboom. Gets the KO. We are in a Game 3 lead.
Here we go. There we go. Guillermo swinging that momentum back to bring this game back, tying it up, taking it to a Game 3 here. That was incredible. That was backwards and forwards. You know, they're both trading blows. What seemed like every turn, something was getting knocked out. A very fast-paced game, which is not what I expected going into a Game 2. Incredible set from both players. Guillermo doing extremely well, though, to get that end position like Eduardo got in that Game 1. He kind of flipped the tables there, and he pulled this back. 1-1 Lou. We're going into a Game 3.
I mean, both of our trainers there put the pedal to the metal, and the offensive pressure was on. I have absolutely mad respect for that Groudon as well, surviving on only 4 hit points remaining. It could have been a very different match and all over there for Guillermo if the Groudon wasn't able to survive, but it was able to and pushed through to get a Game 3. I mean, going into this point of the competition, it's one more game, and then we will have a world champion. It's going to be one of these guys, either Eduardo or Guillermo.
All comes down to this, Lou. I can't imagine how both players are feeling, though, right now. They must be feeling so nervous with knowing that everything's on the line going into this next match, and it's so close as well. You can see the caliber of both of these players. You know, the skill level is the pinnacle of this, you know, this scene, you know, in the VG format. These are the 2 top players in the 2022 format, and they're heading off here, and they're showing and giving everything in this match, and it all comes down to this next one game.
I mean, it's incredible. There was so many adaptations going into that Game 2, and when you're now going into a Game 3 and everything's on the line, do you maybe go back to the strategy of the game that you won? Or do you go for something completely different, throw off your opponent, and try and do something to enable you to get that win?
I think if you've got a trick up your sleeve that you maybe hold them back, this is the time to do it. Why sit on it? You know, this is the point. This is where the combination of that will pay off for you. So you've got to bring it this game if you feel and believe like it's the right thing to do, of course. I think we've seen some interesting approaches from both players here. We've seen which Pokemon are the pivotal ones for both sides of the field. I think for Eduardo, it's obviously that Thundurus, and can Guillermo kind of control it. He does have options to hit it for good damage. Obviously, we didn't see the Lunala in that match, but it does have access to that Meteor Beam. It is an option there. But on Guillermo's side, the big threat is obviously that Charizard.
And speaking of Charizard, it's back. Paired up with the Grimmsnarl once again, and Eduardo has gone for the Thundurus and Zacian combination for this Game 3.
Yeah, same Pokemon out for this Game 3, so both players very comfortable with their choices here. Got the same situation again with the Charizard. It is putting a lot of, you know, it's threatening that Zacian. But without the Sun, we know the Zacian can survive the big G-Max Wildfire, you know, at least get an attack off before it goes down. So that's something to consider, maybe adapt, change a little bit going into this turn.
I was going to say, I'd probably love to see just the Rogue Groudon switch in, but not happening here. It's going to be a Dynamax on that Thundurus. Going to be playing out very similarly to the way Game 2 is here. Both of these trainers decided to Dynamax very, very early in Game 2 and apply that offensive pressure straight away. We see the Dynamax for Eduardo, but not for Guillermo in this turn, instead opting to go for a Protect and play a little bit defensively. Coming back onto the battlefield, Grimmsnarl is going to set up the Reflect, and I really like this adjustment. The Scary Face wasn't too beneficial in the end. Being able to get the defensive measures up are going to protect you from both of these physical attackers on Eduardo's side. Behemoth Blade comes out from the opposing Zacian, however, it will connect onto that Grimmsnarl, but with Reflect in play, it's still not going to be able to survive.
No, it goes down, and that, I think that the decision here, you know, Guillermo's like, if the Zacian stays on the field, which it will this turn, I'm protecting with my Charizard, I have to get some more out of it. I didn't get any value out of it that last game because the Scary Face, it was gone after the Zacian kind of was knocked out. Now you've got the Reflect in play against these big physical attackers. It's way more impactful, especially protecting your Charizard that you saw obviously taking the Max Airstream there that turn, but not taking as much damage as Guillermo would have been taking that previous game without the Reflect.
I mean, this is where things could change slightly. You've got the Sun on the field. Charizard could be in a position to go for that Gigantamax and put down big pressure with a G-Max Wildfire, try and deal with the Zacian. But the issue is Eduardo has got such speedy Pokemon at the moment. Something like a Max Lightning followed up by Behemoth Blade could be enough to completely remove that Charizard from play.
Yeah, and that's the you know, if you get a Max Lightning into that slot, you've got to be very aware, but the Reflect gonna at least help you take that a lot better. And then you get that the G-Max Wildfire off. You're a bit later on in the game as well when you decide to go for the Gigantamax, if it is the Charizard at all. You know, you've got an extra turn of that Gigantamax because you kind of protected the last turn, whereas, you know, Eduardo's got this turn with his Dynamax Thundurus and then one more turn, and then that's the end of it. So he needs to really make sure that he's getting the most out of these turns while it's still intact. And it'll be interesting to see if Guillermo is indeed going for that this turn.
I mean, you're right, picking the time to click that Dynamax button can be so critical, and even though Eduardo's already gone for it, Guillermo held back a turn, and Gigantamax Charizard is now going to be on the battlefield applying pressure, doubling up its HP stat to give it the extra bulk it may need in order to survive a double up. If you're Guillermo, you want to get the G-Max Wildfire out on the field. Zacian is going to move first, going for that Behemoth Blade. Now, even though it's not necessarily super effective against the Charizard, it's still in its Dynamax form. It's going to do a good chunk of damage and possibly put it in a vulnerable position to take a super effective attack like the Max Lightning. Thundurus goes for it. Charizard takes it, but is not able to survive.
It's down. That is a huge turn. I think you were banking on that Charizard surviving here. It was slower than both the Pokemon on Eduardo's side of the field. If the Charizard was able to survive through that Reflect, then it would have been able to get an attack off and really swing that momentum back into Guillermo's favor. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Now that huge Behemoth Blade able to get enough damage where the Thundurus able to capitalize and pick up the knockout and not have any impact from that Charizard at all.
I mean, the crowd is going wild here with 2 turns in, 2 KOs down for Guillermo, and Eduardo in such a strong, commanding position to try and take the title.
Yeah, and now it gets a little bit worse as well with that Thundurus's Defiant ability activating, getting an attack boost from the Intimidate on that Incineroar. And the difference is this time around, Eduardo has still got that Zacian on the field and a very healthy Thundurus now. Boosted attack, it's going to be doing a lot of damage into that Incineroar.
Well, Zacian, I think, wisely going for the Protect here. You've got Fake Out on the opposing side. You don't want to be accidentally finished, but there's no Fake Out, actually. It's just going to be a Max Airstream into the Incineroar. Not enough to get the KO, but again, Eduardo just dealing so much damage against Guillermo that there isn't really the respite to have any option for recovery. Speed is obviously going to boost up on Eduardo's side as Groudon goes for the Rock Tomb, trying to counter that speed boost, but just dealing such insignificant damage. Thundurus is just in such a healthy position with another Color Defiant boost that it is so strongly positioned to get a KO on this next turn. That said, Incineroar has something to say about it. It's like, I'm sorry, Lou, no, I've had enough of Thunderous, let's get it out of here. I want a KO too.
Yeah, and you see that the double up really nice as well. Obviously taking advantage of the turn where there is fake out pressure. That's why we saw the Zacian protect there, not do any damage this turn, and really Guillermo capitalizing on it. And he has to capitalize like that every turn going forward now. Unfortunately, the Calyrex Shadow Rider now hitting the field, which is going to be faster than both that Groudon and the Incineroar, and the Zacian in a position to potentially pick up the knockout here, and the double up onto the Groudon looks like it's incoming.
And in contrast to previous matches in this set, we know the focus sash is on that Calyrex, but there's no Wildfire and no stand to chip away at it. So if you're Guillermo, you have to double into it to remove it from the field. Zacian's going to go for the Behemoth Blade into Groudon, not dealing too much damage, but just chipping away at it to allow the Calyrex to return with an Astral Barrage. Now, the Grimmsnarl earlier did not set up a light screen, so this is going to deal big damage, get the KO on Incineroar, and put Groudon in range of a KO in the next turn.
This is getting right down to the wire here. We are seeing that Grimnir ability activate and getting a boost in its special attack for the Calyrex here, so it's going to hit even harder that next turn. Precipice Blades does connect, but not enough to take down the Calyrex here for Eduardo.
I mean, you get rid of the Zacian and you bring Eduardo down to the last two remaining Pokemon, but we've already seen the way the speeds are playing out. Rillaboom's going to join the field, however, set that grassy terrain, and I think Rillaboom's one of the key Pokemon in games 1 and 2. But in this game 3, it's really been coming down to the way that Thunderous was able to pivot around and have this Calyrex in a position where it's going to be able to get a KO.
Yeah, and I think the key factor there was how long that Zacian was allowed to stick around on the field. And as we see, Eduardo Cunha
is your 2022 Pokemon World Champion!
Incredible games, incredible set. Massive congratulations to Eduardo, our 2022 Pokemon World Champion.
That was incredible. The crowd is going wild. Eduardo is celebrating on the stage. Huge congratulations to our champion. Wow. I mean, what a set.
I'm still catching my breath. I'm sure everyone here is. What a moment. And for us to be here to experience it, incredible. Massive congratulations to both of our competitors here. Performed extremely well throughout this entire event. And what a set. It was perfect. A perfect way to end a perfect weekend.
And you know what makes it 10 times more perfectly? Gastrodon is a world champion.
I knew you'd be happy about that. Yeah, the Gastrodon has, and it was, you know, it might not have been as impactful as we wanted to be in that game, but it was there, and it definitely did a job when it was called upon throughout this tournament. The plays there from both players are incredible. You know, we saw the game 1, Guillermo capitalizing and using his kind of, what he's renowned for, play style, to really take the game to take the game to Eduardo's side of the field, and it was just incredible to see. Then Eduardo adjusts a little bit in that second game. Incredible to see how he was able to maybe identify some ways around what Guillermo was trying to do. Obviously, there was adjustments as well for both sides of the field, but that Thunderous was so impactful, was able to really shift the momentum there, and then we really saw how impactful it was that second game, and how getting rid of the Charizard was the big thing for Eduardo, and closing that up and winning him the title.
I mean, I think the Charizard adaptation for Game 2 was really good for Guillermo. You know, being able to get the G-Max Wildfire on the field and applying such formidable pressure with a Pokemon that can deal so much damage to a lot of the Pokemon on Eduardo's side, like the Rillaboom. You can also deal well with the Thunderous, the Zacian, for example. And I feel like coming into that Game 3, Eduardo just knew that he had to get rid of it and called all the double targeting perfectly in order to get those KOs. And we saw in the Game 2 how close he was to actually wrapping it up in a 2-0 set if he'd been able to KO that Groudon. But thankfully for Guillermo, it was able to survive and push to a Game 3.
Yeah, and that's the big thing there. We were treated to a Game 3, which is what it's all about. You really want these games to come down to the wire, and I really think it pays tribute to how, you know, skilled both of these players are, and it was a real showcase today, and an exceptional game between two top players from Europe. And I think the big things from the game were that the Thunderous was a massive impact, and the adjustment where Eduardo decided to bring it over the Gastrodon, didn't decide to lead it, and said, well, okay. I mean, you saw how fast-paced that second game was. It was way more fast-paced than that even first game, where they just trading blows one after another, and then it got to the end position where Eduardo was in a position to you know, close that one up.
I mean, it is the World Championships. You have to lay it all out on the table and have no regrets about your play. And one thing that I really loved about the way Guillermo played that, particularly I think very early on, going for the hypnosis so early, going for the sword stance, he was prepared to take those risks and capitalize on them. But just unfortunately for him, Eduardo showing why he also was worthy of this finalist spot, because he was able to play around it and go, I see the opportunity you're going to try and go for, and I'm going to negate your impact of it.
Yeah, and almost switching role reversals with these Pokemon choices as well, you know, like I mentioned there, just leading out with the Thundurus and saying, oh, well, I'm just going to get these airstreams onto the field. I'm just going to get the damage on, and I'm going to prevent you from bringing that Incineroar in whenever you feel like it. And if you do decide to go for the Rock Tomb, well, I don't mind the speed drop, really, because I've already had a speed boost, so you're just kind of mitigating my already fast speed. So, you know, I think that things like that identified throughout the set were the big things and why Eduardo's been able to kind of move on and take the trophy.
Well, I think it's time to kick it over to Anna and the stage to interview our newest world champion.
The casters just called you the newest world champion. How does it feel to be called world champion?
It's insane. I'm speechless. Well, not really speechless, otherwise I wouldn't be here, but I'm just so happy. I don't even know how to describe it. Thank you for everything, everyone, really.
Let's reflect on the match just for a second.
Yes.
What was the moment that you think, when you look back on this in many years, what's going to be that most memorable, important moment during this match?
I think trusting myself on not going back to my Game 1 plan in Game 3, knowing that it was likely that it would stick to his game-winning plan in Game 2 was extremely key. And also believing that attacking there with Zacian was the right play. Going in and getting rid of the Grimmsnarl would mean the right spot to clean up. And yeah, just trusting myself, trusting my ability to flow chart the matchup and know what to do in the end. And yeah, I'm just happy I stuck to that.
Learning how to trust yourself takes some serious practice and preparation. I know that there are a lot of people who have helped you with that. Do you want to say hello or thank you to anyone?
Yes, thank you all so much. I would, trust me when I say this, I know it's cliche, but I would not have been here without all the support and help I get from everyone. Obviously wouldn't be here without my family either, especially my mom, who've been, just supporting me always and, making me a better person, helped me develop into a much better human being than what I was, and being able to stand here proud of my accomplishment despite what I might have done in the past.
That's wonderful. And what advice now from this spot would you like to give others who someday will look to you for advice as world champion?
Of course, the advice is to, never fear learning from others. There's no shame in reaching out, asking for help, be it in Pokemon or in life. It's absolutely no shame. We all need help. We cannot live alone. And yeah, just, stick to your friends too, because those are the ones that you will take out of this game. It's not the trophies, it's not the Pokemon itself, it's what you learn and the friends you make along the way.
That's such meaningful advice. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Anna, and thanks, Eduardo, for what are some wonderful words there. Massive congratulations to him. But fortunately, this is the sad part, because that is it. It's exciting, it's overjoying, because we've got a brand new champion, and we've had, day 1, day 2, and then we had the top cut, and now we've had Championship Sunday, and it's over, and we've been able to crown our champion. It's been an emotional roller coaster. We've seen some amazing games this weekend. We've had some amazing experiences. People sharing them, coming here, after so many years where we weren't able to have this event, and for it to be back now, and then to kind of cap it off with this match, that speech right here with all of you, it's just a really precious and special moment.
I couldn't put it any better myself, Lee. I think I'm tearing up a little bit. The emotions have been incredible, and we're now here finishing off Championship Sunday after having day 1, day 2, top cut, and that phenomenal finals. And it has just been the most incredible weekend of memories for Pokemon. But let's just refresh a little bit how the final bracket looked for the video game series. There were so many amazing players throughout all of the World Championships, but you can see how our top 8 came down to top 4 to the finals, and there you see Eduardo being the victor at the end of the day.
Incredible routes, you know, you look at the players that these two have kind of overcome to get to the finals today. It's absolutely incredible. The caliber of players, you always want to judge yourself against the best. And that's what these two players have done to get to the finals. And Eduardo obviously judging himself against the best, against Guillermo, because he is an extremely high-level, top-caliber player. So amazing journeys. It's been a special one to be a part of and kind of watch the journey unfold this weekend.
I mean, the show's not quite over yet. We will, of course, have our amazing closing ceremony, which I am sure everybody is looking forward to. But just to kind of sign off a little bit from the desk here, I have been Liza Akjosh-Cromie, casting alongside Lee Provost, and it has been such a joy to cast with you after so many years working together.
It's been
to be
amazing.
here at Worlds, at Finals,
Oh.
amazing.
I'm going to cut you off. Before
Okay.
we do anything else, throughout our time,
Yes.
we have had a bit of a trend, especially this season, and it is our cheeky little friend. So we got you a gift to celebrate Gastrodon. And obviously you're doing well in the final as well.
It's a world champion. I'm honored to have you join us here on the desk, Gastrodon. Oh, I mean, he doesn't look too happy, but you know.
He's happy.
He's only got a little bit of screen time.
He's really
Let's
happy.
pop in there, and he can round out the show. And from both myself and Lee, our other video game casters, Rosemary, Adam, Sierra, and Joe, we want to say a thank you for coming on this journey with us. And sit back, relax, and enjoy that closing ceremony.
Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang here, and today we have crowned a bunch of new Pokemon World Champions. And to recap the action, I have some wonderful casters for all of you. Got some new friends here on the couch. I mean, first of all, that finals was crazy. As the VG person, you know, actually, you know, a bunch of us are VG. Gabby now on Go. Sorry. But, I mean, first of all, that finals was truly incredible. I think it lived up to the expectations. Congratulations to Eduardo, obviously, for one of the most, if not the most dominant World Championship victory in video game championship history. And I kind of want to just go through all of the respective games and what the most exciting moments for all of you were this weekend.
Well, we definitely have that VGC representation around here, so it's fantastic. But no, honestly, at every point of the competition, Rodo, you cannot deny that it was on a different level this weekend, every point of the road, and it was so cool to see this face-off in the finals. And we were out there watching it with the crowd. There is some points of the competition you do not know at any point who's going to come out ahead, and I think being able to have that going down into the World Finals is spectacular.
Yeah, for Pokemon Go, I mean, we had some really fun times in our finals. We actually had a best of 5 into a bracket reset, into another best of 5, and both best of 5s hit all 5 games. So it took 10 games to determine the first Masters Division World Champion in Pokemon Go, which was super, super hype. And it's only the beginning. I mean, this was our first year at Worlds, and we're already on our way to our next regional championship series. And who knows, you know? Who knows who's going to be there next year?
I think when it comes to the TCG, just the thing I was most excited about was just the wide variety of decks that we got to see. Like going into day 1, going into day 2, we had expectations about the metagame, and one thing that happens consistently with the TCG is the casters expect one thing and the players are always mixing it up. As the field narrowed down, we still got to see decks that, like Palkia for sure, that were all over the place that we were expecting to see. But even those individual matches were incredibly hyped going to game 3. You know, when your opponent plays Roxanne, that resets your opponent down to 2 cards, and then you have no resources left, and you have to get that final top deck to bring yourself back into the game. A lot of clutch moments in the grand finals for those too.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we had some really great finals throughout all the different games this year. And of course, we had 5 different games alone at this World Championship. That's the most, I think, ever. And it's just amazing to see so many Pokemon fans from all around the world come to Worlds after a very long time. I'm sure all of us missed it. I missed it very much, and the energy out there was absolutely electric. You know, I want to also let you guys highlight maybe some of the biggest moments where maybe players who don't follow the respective games that you all casted this weekend, you know, what's the big picture summary? You know, what were the most exciting moments that you think you can convey to the viewers?
Well, I think one of the biggest things for VGC doesn't really come down to a particular moment that happened over the weekend, but the fact that this is the first Worlds in a while, and it's going to be the only World Championships for the Sword and Shield era. We're going to Scarlet and Violet soon, so the World Champions this weekend was the only show of what the Sword and Shield meta has to offer, and the people who were able to come out on top can indisputably say that they were the best at this era of Pokemon competition, and I think that's really special in a way.
Yeah, I think for Pokemon Go, the thing that jumps out at me as being the most special was just how excited everybody got. You know, the energy in the hall during the finals, even during the matches leading up to the grand finals, was just absolutely electrifying. And it's such a great time to pick up the game. There's an event going on right now where you can actually catch a lot of the Pokemon that ended up being super relevant to the tournament. And I'm hoping that people see the excitement and just want to join in. And I think that this weekend overall was a great showcase of, hey, this is what the game is, this is how you play, and maybe you can be that next champion.
And when it comes to the TCG, the fact of the matter is when we went into the top of the bracket, the players were already prepared to counter the best deck from the previous big tournament in NAIC. And so the quick adaptation, I think, is really the name of the game for the TCG. If you don't follow it, that's one of the reasons it becomes hard to follow, is because things are constantly adapting and changing. So if you want to jump into TCG and really have it speak to you, you've got to get your friends together and just dive in head first. The community is incredible, and they want to show everybody the magic themselves.
I absolutely love that. And a quick reminder for all of you, this is not the closing ceremony. We're just recapping some of the fun action here. We're all very excited to watch the closing ceremony ourselves. So if you're in the arena right now, don't go anywhere. We're currently setting up for that. If you're watching online as well, don't go anywhere. Don't exit out of your browsers, because we have some really exciting announcements and obviously a very exciting celebration for our brand new World Champions. But as we kind of just set up for the closing ceremony right now, I also want to ask all of you, what was maybe the most exciting match that was on stream that maybe viewers weren't able to tune into the entire tournament you would really highlight?
Do I have to go first for this one? Because I feel like I need a moment to kind of...
Yeah.
There's a lot of great stuff.
I feel like I know Gabby's
reverse
answer.
order?
But
reverse order.
Okay,
Reverse
great.
order.
So for the TCG, I had the pleasure of actually casting the junior finals, and great glimpse into the future of the card game. But I talked a little bit earlier about Roxanne, where your opponent can set you down to 2 cards left in your hand, and you have one more draw to kind of make the magic happen. One player got that card, played the Roxanne to put their opponent in the same situation, and then right back. That clutch final draw into the back and forth into the final draw was glorious. Please rewind the tapes, watch it for yourself. It was amazing.
Yeah, I feel like my answer is a little bit cliche, honestly, but it really was the Masters Grand Finals. I think that it was a really good showcase of, okay, this is what the game is currently. It wasn't just all your Trevenants, your Registeels, your Walreins, which is a core that's really dominated the regional championship series up until now. There was a Shadow Venusaur, there was a Altaria that did really well. And it's just, again, a really great showcase of this is what the game has to offer, and this is what high-skilled level play is. So a little bit cliche saying the grand finals. I think there were also some amazing matches leading up to that as well, but maybe start with that one and just work backwards, get to the beginning.
Then the spoilers.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I can't pick just one for VGC.
That's okay. I'll give you 2.
I'm so sorry. Well, I just want to say there's a couple of matches that featured some really unique picks. The fact that we got to see Golisopod come out, we got to see a couple of the restricteds that we don't get to see quite as often that have actually been really strong in the format, like Lunala. And any matches that start to feature those sorts of Pokemon, there is even Ditto coming out at some point, are really nice, because I feel like there was actually a lot for this meta format to offer. I know that there has been a lot of Groudon and Kyogre and Zacian running around, but there's actually so much more. We can't highlight every single match. So being able to see those games that had those unique Pokemon, realizing there is more than just the finals that we have going on is cool. But to say just one, I like Blastoise in the juniors finals.
Blastoise actually dominated the junior finals. I was so happy to see that pick. I think juniors, especially across all our games, right, is always an exciting division to watch, because maybe it's not always, just the very meta stuff that makes it all the way to the top. And of course, you see surprises in seniors and masters as well, but in juniors, I feel like there's just a lot of room for that kind of variety. And so, of course, it was a long road to get to this World Championship, and we actually have a video recapping the road to this World Championship specifically.
every player's goal is to compete at the World Championship of Pokemon.
It's like magic.
With a break as long as this, people are here to show that they're ready to keep things kicking.
I'm predetermined to prove myself.
When the season got announced again, it felt incredible.
I was definitely taking the game for granted.
Having close friends is the game. That's why I love it so much, and that's really why it all means so much.
It's so good to actually be back in that scene.
Hopefully I'll get the trophy this year.
Well, yeah. Cool.
Just a short hype video. I mean, I like to hear the thoughts and little snippets from everybody who's been involved up to this point. Players, casters, even our wonderful production staff have been running around behind the scenes. You know, big shout out to all of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this World Championship was definitely more magnificent than any one that I'd participated in before. I've been to almost, I think, every Worlds from 2011 onwards, and you know, in the one in Orlando back in 2008 as well. And yeah, it was like I walked in and I remember I like turned to the right side, which is kind of where all the players were competing. I was like, okay, this looks like normal. And I turned to the left side where the stage is set up and it just looked absolutely crazy. We had, you know, it's like double story. The stage itself is grand. There were bleachers. I think it fit over like 1,000 people. It was also amazing to see the crowd out there, right? Like it was literally full. You know, people were trying to get down to watch the finals and all the seats were filled up. And so we've been talking a lot about our individual games, but I also want to hear what excited you most about this Worlds.
I mean, I'll go first. I think that it's just been incredible to be back. Like, it's been such a long time since the Worlds in 2019 in DC. And I had this amazing moment on the first day where I saw a good friend of mine who I hadn't seen in years, literally since that Worlds. And like being able to say hello and hug and be like, I haven't seen you in forever, how have you been? And just having those moments consistently really is something special. And definitely something I'm gonna remember from Worlds.
Yeah, we've waited so long to have Worlds again, and I never wanted to have that wait, but it was worth the wait. The way everything has leveled up. There's the cable cars that were outside. I don't know if you all got a chance to ride them.
I rode them before they got the decorations on, and I was like, come on.
You have to go back.
I know.
They're
Hopefully they're still there.
Yes. But like everything that they've done to level up this Worlds is amazing. And as well, we've all been playing online. There's been these communities that have evolved, and being able to meet people for the first time that we've gotten to know for years, and then meeting people we haven't seen for years, it just seems like the biggest family reunion. And I know it goes back to your answer, but it's really true, and that's why this Worlds is going to be one of the more special ones for me.
I mean, this is my first time in London, so I have that double whammy of being at such a big event and finally being here in this beautiful town. And it's just, everything is so grand. When I saw the stage for the first time, you know, we were here for rehearsals and they were still getting everything set up, but even not fully put together, it was still jaw-dropping. Just the love and care that's put into every single aspect of this venue, all of the Pokemon posters and everything, larger than life, and it's just a great love letter to the fans of the community, and I can just feel that love and energy the first moment you step into this building.
I think for me personally, there were a couple things, but first of all, when I saw that stage, I was like, man, I want to be out there as a player again. Like, it feels so sick, right, to be able to win on that kind of stage with those kind of fans cheering. And I think each year as the game grows more and more, all the games grow more and more, it's amazing to see it become more of a spectator sport, right? And so I think it's just amazing how much larger these events have been. And I think also one thing that's really exciting is that I've met so many people who this is their first tournament. This is their first time attending not just Worlds, but a Pokemon tournament. And I think for a lot of players or a lot of kind of casual fans, you know, it's not about, oh, I really, really love TCG or VGC or Go specifically. It's more, I just like Pokemon. And I think this year's World Championship was such a beautiful celebration of that, where there were so many cool things that you could do outside of just watching the competitions themselves. And I think that's amazing, right? The number of just, fans that I've met who are maybe local to London. I also love that, you know, this is the first European World Championship. Feels long overdue. I'm very excited to see where the next World Championship will be as well. I think we'll be finding out shortly. But yeah, you know, I think it's just amazing to be able to celebrate Pokemon and not focus just on the competition part. Obviously, the competition part is what we're here for, but there's so much more to the table as well. So I think one point I want to talk about is, Sierra, you earlier mentioned, you know, that's it for Sword and Shield. We're moving on to Scarlet and Violet. So what are you all looking forward to in the subsequent World Championships and the upcoming season?
And I don't even know. I haven't even thought about the next Worlds. I've been so focused on this Worlds and everything that it has to offer. I think for myself, being pretty new to VGC, being able to play from the beginning when Scarlet Violet comes out and see how everything involves is really exciting for myself personally. And I think it'll be really cool for the people who did just start playing while there was that break in the off season to be able to come into a game right at the beginning and experience the entire competitive season all at once, be able to go for your invite at the start of the competitive season, be familiar all with that format and go to Worlds. And I think just that translation, our own VGC Road to Worlds, I'll steal it from TCG here, it'll be really cool to see how that pans out.
I feel like my answer is a little bit different because while I am looking forward to the competition and, you know, I'm sure that there'll be many new Pokemon available to Pokemon Go players over the next year, of course, but the Pikachu that's always revealed with the cute outfit and the costume and the art, I mean, I love the artwork that's always made for the World Championship so much, and I feel like they've done an incredible job over the past couple years of bringing in like local flair. So I'm really hoping that next year's Worlds is somewhere where Pikachu can get a cool outfit because that's what I'm looking forward to.
And for the card game, I know that we are a little bit luckier in that aspect. I feel like our formats are constantly evolving and changing because of the new sets that we get. And the upcoming set, we're getting the Return of the Lost Zone. So that's going to be a flexible mechanic that a lot of players are excited for. There is, you know, hints here and there that the format might be slowing down as we move away from Pokemon V Max to V Star. Less prizes on the line per knockout. So games are going to be extended a little bit more, and I know our competitive players really like to have a lot of turns in their game. They want to have tons of decisions, way more avenues to try to outplay their opponents, and I hope that, you know, the glorious Pokemon card game designers can deliver.
Absolutely. I think one thing that makes Worlds really special for Pokemon is that it's not just one game, but we had 5 different games, right? We had VGC, Go, TCG, Unite, and then Pokken as well. Pokken, of course, had a very beautiful send-off. This is the last time that it'll be here at the World Championships, and for Go and Unite, this is the first time it's at the World Championships. And so I'm sure there are a lot of people who are watching right now who might not be specifically tied to one game. Maybe they're interested in one, but let's say they want to make it to the World Championships, right, or start their competitive journey. What advice would you, give for your respective games on how they can get here and maybe be a world champion next year?
Just do it. Just don't wait. Don't wait to learn how to play the game properly. Don't wait until you feel like you're good. Just go out there and play. It does not matter how bad you are. Sword and Shield, the rentals were amazing. Pick one of those up and go and lose a bunch of battles and slowly learn how to play the game. Find that time to enjoy and love the game for what it is, and then start building up from there. It's okay to go and play games with your friends and slowly learn along the ways. We're watching the top tier competition at World. Not everything is like that, and I think there's something beautiful about that as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that's true about VGC definitely and Go as well is that sometimes you get this mindset like I have to do it all. I have to build my team. I have to be perfect, the perfect player, the perfect team builder and analyst and all that. And that's not true. You can just pick up a rental code in VGC, or you can just, look at what the top trainers are using in Go and say, well, I have these 3 Pokemon, why don't I just jump on the ladder and just start practicing, start learning my counts, start learning my matchups, and pick up the game and try. So I agree. I think if you want to be here next year, the first step is to just start trying. And then as you play with your friends, as you get that practice in, you'll start building those skills and you'll take your first step on the way.
You'll eventually get better.
Yeah, exactly.
For the card game, you have the opportunity to connect with other people who enjoy that hobby. So don't be afraid that you aren't good when you jump in, right? Because everybody's just there. They want to share with you. And for the TCG, that's what the players want. They want you to play no matter what format, no matter what level, they're going to help you out. And I think that the key is if you want to start your journey into the competitive scene, you just have to play at your local shop. You can play online. There's lots of great communities and tutorials online to teach you. But, I started out just collecting the cards before I even knew how to play. So I think, as you said, Sierra, just rekindling that love and finding your favorite Pokemon and bringing it with you wherever you go is going to be, I think, the key to getting into the card game.
I absolutely love that. I think For me, Pokemon has been so important in my life. I started playing this when I was a little kid. I literally competed in the World Championship in the juniors division when I was 10 years old. Here we are, literally 14 years later, right? And it's just meant so much to me. And I think what's really beautiful about Pokemon is, one, it's a outlet for competition, right? And I think there's so many different ways that you can choose to have that outlet because there's so many different games that you can pick, right? If you are skilled at a card game, the trading card games for you. And if you're skilled at mobile games, right? You've got Go and you've got Unite and of course VGC. And so to me, there's like a little bit of everything for everyone, which I think is beautiful. I also, really just love, once again, that in Pokemon we have the different age divisions. I think it was so important for me when I was a kid to be able to, compete and also be able to actually perform well, because I was competing against kids around my age. And so I think Pokemon has so many things that make it unique as a franchise, and as us, for competitive games, there's just so much to offer for everyone. So I think we're actually ready to get started with the award ceremony very shortly, but thank you so much for joining me. I had a blast here, and I think once again, one of my favorite things about Worlds is being able to interact with so many different people from all kinds of different communities in Pokemon, not just one specific game. So thank you so much for joining me for The Couch. This is my final time on the stream here as well. And so yes, really, really appreciate you all for tuning in, and let's take it to a short break.
come together and celebrate our champions. Each of you played your very best through friendly competition and are deserving of congratulations as world competitors. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. This year, we have seen some of the highest levels of competition ever at the Pokemon World Championships. And I hope that you've made many new friendships and memories. To honor our champions and finalists of the Pokemon TCG and Pokemon VGC, once again, please welcome Mr. Ishihara to the stage.
「この週末のポケモントレーナーの皆さんのバトルを見て喜びとインスピレーションでいっぱいになりました。
Trainers, your battles this weekend have filled me with joy and inspiration.
皆さんが情熱を持ってプレイしてくれるおかげで私たちはポケモンのゲームをこうして作り続けることができています。
It's thanks to all you passionate players that we're able to continue creating Pokemon games.
この秋からポケモンの世界の新しい地方での冒険が始まります。これからそのカードとゲームの最新の情報をお届けしたいと思います。
This fall, a new journey in a new region in the world of Pokemon is about to begin. And today, I would like to share some news about our upcoming games and the future of the trading card.
まずはこの映像をご覧ください。
First, please take a look at this video.
「皆さんこんにちは、クリーチャーズの長島です。ご覧いただいた映像は2023年から始まるポケモンカードゲームスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズの世界初公開映像です。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップスにご参加の皆様と放送を見てくださっている世界中の方々に向けてご覧いただいた映像についてより詳しくお話ししたいと思います。映像内で登場した EX は今回のシリーズを象徴するロゴとなっており、生命感を感じるスマートな強さを表現したデザインとなっています。ポケモン EX は種、1進化2進化それぞれの進化段階で登場し、高い HP に加えて強力な技や特性を持っている代わりに倒すことができればサイドを2枚取ることができます。そんなポケモン EX の中でも特に2進化のポケモン EX は取られるサイドは2枚ですが、ポケモン VMAX に並ぶ高い HP と少ないエネルギーで強力な技を繰り出せるポケモンが多く、一気に戦況を覆す力を持っています。このように強力な2進化のポケモン EX をはじめ様々なポケモンたちが活躍する幅広い環境になっていきます。さらにスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズでは逆転も大事なテーマになっていて、逆転のきっかけとなり得る能力を持ったポケモン、トレーナーズ、エネルギーなどが登場予定となります。今後シリーズを通してまだ見ぬポケモンやおなじみのポケモンたちもポケモン EX として登場していきますので、続報をお待ちください。ここまでお話をさせていただきましたポケモンカードゲームのスカーレット&バイオレットシリーズは、ポケモンカードゲームのニュースタンダードとしてこれまで以上の拡張性を持たせ、様々な形でゲームに刺激を与えていきます。 ぜひこれからのポケモンカードゲームの進化をお楽しみに。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
長嶋さんありがとうございました。来年の世界大会では大きなインパクトがありそうです。
Thank you, Mr. Nagashima. That looks like we'll have quite the impact on the TCG at next year's Worlds.
それでは今年の入賞者とチャンピオンを表彰する前にもう一つお知らせしたいニュースがあります。
Now, before we honor our finalists and champions, I have one more announcement I'd like to share.
こちらをご覧ください。
Please take a look.
11月18日発売のポケットモンスタースカーレット、バイオレットをぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
Please look forward to Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet coming November 18th.
Thank you.
Wow! Thank you, Mr. Ishihara, for those exciting announcements. And now, it's time to turn our attention to crowning this year's World Finalists and World Champions of the Pokemon Trading Card Game. Are you ready? First, welcome the Junior Division finalist. From Canada, Tristan C. From Japan, Rikuto Ohashi! The Senior Division finalists from the United States, Sebastian Lesmet. champion. From the United States, Liam Halliburton. The Masters Division finalist from Japan, Daichi Shimada. The 2022 Masters Division World Champion from Czechia, Andrzej Skubal. Congratulations to all our 2022 Pokemon TCG World Championships finalists. And now, let's meet your 2022 Pokemon video game finalists. First, the Junior Division finalist from Australia, Kiara Nguyen. The 2022 Junior Division World Champion from Japan, Kosaku Miyamoto. The Senior Division finalist from Australia, Nicholas Kahn. The 2022 Senior Division World Champion from Japan, Yasuharu Shimizu. The Masters Division finalist from Spain, Guillermo Castilla Diaz.
トレーナーの皆さん、今年のご活躍、改めておめでとうございます。
Once again, congratulations to all of you on your performance this weekend.
最後にもう一つ、皆さんにお知らせしたいことがあります。
There's one more thing I'd like to share with you.
それは来年の世界大会の開催地です。
And that is next year's location for the Pokemon World Championships.
こちらです。
Here it is. Yeah, Mike, yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. Thank you for watching this year's World Championships, and we will see you next year in Yokohama.